Hey everyone, welcome to Normal America Show. Host Rob Noer. Great to be here. See some good people in the audience already. Got a debate tonight. Always fun. Always enjoyable for me. Well, not always. Sometimes I get real shitters, but you know what I mean. Should be fun. So the debate's supposed to start at 8 p.m. So figured come on a couple minutes early and say howdy. Kind of set the expectations for what's going on. For the debate this evening. And I hear you, Casimir. Good imaginary, much me instead of Tim Pool. Now, I saw Tim Pool put up one of his YouTube videos was the Fox interview of Shokin. Damn, would I love to get on Tim Pool's show and talk to him about that. I don't know anything about the person I'm debating. I'm not sure that I've ever interacted with them. So when it's something, there's been brief interactions on Twitter. I've explained this before, but I will explain now. I don't mind people getting a little shitty with me on Twitter. It's the nature of the platform. And it's not just because it's Twitter or X. It's because, do you ever try to text someone like in like sarcasm and things like that and the tone is lost in the texting? That's the way a written platform is, and the small sort of snippet size that you get on X lends to a chippier conversation, and sometimes people are joking and you don't realize it and you can take it personal and stuff like that. So I never take any, I don't really care anyways about any of these interactions that I have with people online. It never really gets to me. What's the worst going to happen? They crush me in some sort of debate. There are things beyond that that I think anyone that's reasonably minded on our side at least would say is ridiculous, like doxing and stuff like that. But other than that, what's the worst going to happen? Someone beats you in a debate. Oh well, back to the drawing board. No big deal. I do this because I enjoy it. So there was a little chippiness back and forth. Nothing I considered out of the ordinary. So that's my only interaction that I've ever had with this person. So I know nothing about them at all. I've never seen them debate. As far as I know, I've never been on a panel, but sometimes you're on these huge panels and you don't remember everyone that's on it. So it could have been. I could have been on a panel. Now, I do know Ruminate, who was saying that he might hop on after he's done with something, if there's audience call-ins, and be part of that. The topic's going to be, well, I'll explain how the debate came about. There hasn't been like an official topic declared. I'm just saying Biden versus Trump, the record. I think that's fair. That's the expectation that me and Portland have. It's going to be moderated by Wick. Wick I've moderated. I've been on panels with. I don't necessarily agree with Wick's politics. I don't know that he's the best debater. But I have no reason to suspect the moderation will be poor. I have no problem. All I ask for in moderation is roughly an equal amount of time to speak. Not even that necessarily. Sometimes it's okay to give the other side more time to speak if it was warranted. But as long as there's a good faith effort to leave us both have our say, that's all I expect out of moderation. So I don't anticipate anything shady with the moderation. Perfectly fine. As far as how this topic came up, Aftershock put a clip out when I was on that show with Destiny where he was a moderator, and it was down to me and someone named Not So Erudite in the final topic. It was a politics panel. The final topic was basically who's more competent to be president, or who's more... It was actually, if I remember the way it was phrased, was like, are either Biden or Trump fit to be president? I think it was speaking more to their mental acuity, but we sort of turned it into, you know, I just asked her, I was like, do you prefer Biden to Trump? She said, yes. You got to have content. Like, that's the question. Because she was like, you know, obviously I have an opinion on whether I would like Biden or Trump. But she was like, you know, it's not really my thing. But I guess I would say Biden. And so we had this discussion about, you know, I started saying, the shit sucks under Biden. The economy sucks. She was like, we can't really judge the economy because of COVID. And I was like, well, did you give Trump that benefit of the doubt? Well, it's difficult. And it's tough to look at Biden's economic record because we had this historic sort of thing that you can't really judge people on how they dealt with in the pandemic. And so, you know, and I don't really want to talk about the pandemic because I'm on YouTube. So I was like, fine, can you name one metric other than that, outside of COVID, that you think that Biden did better in? She was unable to do so. And so there was a back and forth about that. And I had mentioned to someone who had said that I was sort of running from this economic conversation. I said I was not. It was brought up by her that we can't judge Biden's economic record. I was the one who brought up Biden's economic record. And I said that's because she said that you can't judge it because of COVID. I said she was unable to defend Biden's record on COVID, and you wouldn't be able to either. And this Portland person said, I can and I will defend Joe Biden and his record on COVID. I don't care what Wick said. That's fine. So, and then he said, we could debate their records. That's fine. So that's my expectation coming into this debate. My expectation is to be talking about the records on COVID and then just in general, the records of Biden versus Trump. I think it'll be similar to the conversation I had with Destiny, the debate I had with him. So I make no secrets. I'm not in it to, I'm obviously going to do the best I can. And I hope that I blow people out of the water. That's how I always approach these things. But also, it's not like, like the kick or keep if there's voting that, I lost the voting. I don't give a shit about any of that. So because of that, I'm not trying to ambush anyone with my takes or anything like that. I'm streaming many hours, and I've made my points quite clear. So no surprises or anything from me. My opening will be very similar to my opening that I had with Destiny, which is I sort of evaluate the presidency in 3 factors. The overarching point is I think that Biden has very little control over his actual administration, but for the sake of simplicity of the argumentation, we will reference it as Biden in Biden's term. That's fine. I look at it foreign policy, domestic policy, and then sort of the tone of his presidency. So scandals, authoritarianism, things like that. Those are the metrics that I think. And I think in all 3 of those metrics, Biden is abysmal failure. His administration is failing massively. Doesn't mean that Portland won't be able to bring up things that Trump did poorly. I agree with many of those. I've talked about them. But I think on face, this Biden administration is objectively terrible, and Trump's was better. That doesn't mean I think Trump was perfect. I criticize Trump all the time. So, obviously, the issue I'm concerned most with is corruption. That is because I find corruption to be a precursor to every other issue, because it doesn't matter how well, for example, Casimir's on the chat here. I know Casimir. It doesn't matter how well Casimir can articulate to me a stateless society versus me articulating to him why we need some limited form of government. It's irrelevant if the people wielding the levers of power don't give a shit about our voice, and they set up a system where our voice can't be heard. So ending that corruption is a precursor to any conversation, as far as I'm concerned, on healthcare, economy, foreign policy, etc. You better hope that the establishment, the FBI, the State Department, you better hope they agree with you. Because if not, it doesn't matter. And the left should know this, too. How many years have they been promised Medicare for all? It's not even good at being corrupt, So yeah, that's sort of how I'm approaching the debate. I have no idea if my opponent's like a huge Biden fan, or maybe he just is like, Biden's okay, he's not great, but he's better than Trump. I have no idea how he'll approach the debate. That's perfectly fine. So my goal coming out of this debate is to have fun. I would like to have a conversation that's not with a total insane person, which is 90% of the conversations I have on the left. Tomorrow I'll be doing a debate with a left-wing TikToker named Ride the Pine, RTP Talks, and that'll be on Biden's corruption. I believe that's 8 or 9 tomorrow. I'll have to check with Aftershock to see what time that is. So, as always, if you like anything that you see here, please consider liking, subscribing, follow me on TikTok. That's the big thing I'm pushing right now. I know you all might hate TikTok. I get it. I hate all of these platforms, if I'm honest. By the way, I was at this party this weekend, and we were playing this card game. It was called Priorities. The way it worked was everyone around the table's on the same team, and you'll take turns. So it's my turn, and I lay out 5 cards. And then I have to arrange the cards in order of most liked to least like. And so the card might say, like, Donald Trump, or Bernie Sanders, or Greta Thunberg, or paying taxes, or gas prices, or fishing, you know, and then I arrange them 1 through 5, and then the table guesses as a whole how I would have arranged them. One of them was YouTube, and everyone around the table's like, "Oh, Rob loves YouTube. He streams there." And I was like, little do they know. So, Sparky says, that's no on TikTok, China bad, but he'll pimp for Amazon on Twitch. And for the people running YouTube on Google that help steal elections, he'll pimp for them. I'm just messing with you. There's no good one. Rumble. So far, so good. X. Okay, things to complain about there, too, though. So, like I said, Wick will be moderating. I'll probably jump on there in a minute or two, and then we'll get rolling. Plan is to go for 2 hours for the debate, and then call-ins, if you like. You can go to Wick's channel if you want to participate. I don't know how he'll do call-ins. If you like, I'll put Wick's Twitch channel up, and maybe that's how he's doing call-ins. I don't know.
Oh, I'm missing.
Yeah, okay.
But here is his channel. And I don't know, you know, Wick's another one of those people that I disagree with massively politically. He hasn't done anything to agree with me. He's been polite with me, so I have nothing bad to say about him. His politics are shit. That's all right. So, do I think Trump could solve the Ukraine crisis in 24 hours? No, but I think that it would be possible to lead the way almost immediately to a de-escalation. 24 hours is obviously hyperbolic. One other thing that's worth mentioning, this is a technical thing, like literally about tech. Being a tech illiterate, basically, there are little problems that occur sometimes when I'm streaming, and I have no idea how, not only not how to fix them, but how to even look up how to fix it. So I'm running through 2 programs right now. OBS, which is sort of the software I'm using to be able to do all of the streaming, and then Restream, which allows me to go through OBS and then stream to a varying level of platforms. So those are the 2 softwares that I'm using. Now on OBS, not to get technical, I'm sure you all know this, there's different scenes. So I'll switch over to so you all can see Discord. And I like when I'm debating to try as best as possible to have an even playing field of my face and what I'm seeing, you're seeing. So some streamers will just put the little screen in the corner so you can barely see the people I'm debating. Most of the time I like to have, if it's an official debate, you get to see exactly what I'm seeing. One of the problems is, because I only have one monitor, is while I'm doing these debates, I'll want to look for an article or something like that while I'm doing them. For some reason through OBS, when I switch to looking at my Discord screen or my OBS screen and switch to Brave, which is the browser I use, it'll, on your end, everything will go black. All the cameras will go black. And it's not until I switch back to the Discord window screen that the cameras will light up again. I anticipate this will probably be a debate where sources will be a big deal. I'm not going to try to make it that way, but you never know just how these debates go. So if that's the case, I've tried my best today. I think I found a workaround, but if not, if you see the camera go out, you'll still be able to hear. I apologize for that low level of production of quality, but I just wanted to throw that out there. Restream's the name of the service I use. Yeah, Laugh. I think most of them read the main chat. Yeah, read the main chat, then you can see everyone's chat. Except Rumble, which I'm still finding a way to incorporate. Hello to anyone who's watching on Rumble. I appreciate you all. I really do. So remember, if you can, follow me on TikTok. Get me to 1,000 live streamer, or 1,000 followers, and then, is TikTok listed there? No. Yeah, it's at the bottom. It's just my name at TikTok, robnoerr. Get me to 1,000, and then I will be able to live stream on there. All right, let's see if they're ready for me. You're going to lose me visually. Put my cool headphones on. By the way, I bought better headphones, but they're wireless, and I can't get them to work with my computer setup, so I'm still on these old junkers, but what are you going to do? I'm still here. I'm just... Who's this? All right, here we go. I'm going to wait until he pulls me into the room before I bring up the screen, because right now you can see, like, it's nothing crazy, but you can see the text on Discord. So I'd like to avoid that if possible, just in case anyone had any sense of privacy. Though nothing's really been said. Apparently they were arguing about cake. It's good, but I should eat less of it. I guess that's all I have to say about cake. But should be fun. I've been looking forward. I don't know if you could tell last night I was looking for someone to debate with, so it's... Hopefully I can enjoy myself this fine evening. Just waiting for them to bring me into the room. That's all.
Right.
Look, I think even if America was somehow out of the picture or totally isolationist, I think this would still be going on because, again, Putin has been clear since the 2000s, right? Since almost before he got first in power, that he thought Ukraine was part of Russia. He believed it was fundamentally a part of Russia. So that's been his goal for a long, long time. So a Pax Russia imperialism has been his thing. So even without any kind of NATO expansion, without any provocation, this would be happening, right? We saw this in 2014.
Well, yeah, that's the Duganite pink fodder of like the Russian Empire and shit. Yeah, obviously. Hi, Rob. Long time no see, Rob.
What's happening?
You're looking healthy, full of cheek.
Thanks. Definitely have cheek. That's true.
Vivian came by to say hi. We ended the cake debate a little early, and then so Vivian was.
They're going to be debating Trump again, are they?
It's the question, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, because now's the chance to do it. Is which was better for America, the Biden presidency or the Trump presidency?
Yeah, it's fun. It came about like I hope we can talk about COVID, because that was the sort of issue on the tweet that Portland brought up. It was just on a panel I was on, Erudite couldn't give a policy that she liked of Biden's better than Trump. And part of that was, she said, well, you can't really talk about COVID or the economy because it was like an act of God. And someone was needling me on, like, well, you couldn't defend Trump or COVID or economy. And I was like, she's the one who said that you can't look at that. And I said, I don't think that you could defend Biden's policies on COVID. And Portland said, I can. So that was the start of this. But
I don't think... as I understand it, the only thing YouTube will clap you for is like COVID misinformation in general. So I don't think debating on a COVID policy would be COVID misinformation.
You're on thin ice there with that debate with robnoerr in the room.
Am I in danger here? Should I transfer? Should I shut down my YouTube? Because I can. Because I got like 200 on Kick and.
I think even Rob would admit that he might say things that might fall afoul of YouTube's misinformation.
Is that true? Should I? He might
not admit
move on over
misinformation, but he would probably admit that he'd say things that might fall afoul of YouTube's misinformation policies.
So here's what I would say: I don't plan on talking about anything of that nature. We might talk about natural immunity versus vaccinated immunity, but it's never been my stance that vaccines are intending to kill people or anything like that. I'm pretty much just do what you want. You should talk to your doctor and make your own decision. I was against lockdowns. I'll talk about stuff like that. But most of what I have to talk about on COVID is just what did Biden do versus what did Trump do. So it's not really, about efficacy. But I'll say this. I've been community struck for saying shit that I thought was nothing. I got community struck for a video I did when I had COVID, where I literally was just talking about the symptoms I had.
In that case.
So
in that case, YouTube wickers that are on YouTube, I want you to give me money first, okay? Hit that follow, hit that button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Then I want you to start moving on over to either twitch.tv/wicktv or kick.com/wicktv. Either one, whatever you like. Start moving on over, because in about 5 minutes we're going to shut the YouTube down, because YouTube is where I make my most money, and I don't want that taken away from me. So,
okay, so just before I go, one last fucking bullshit lie in your chat there. The idea that I dox people regularly, people do tend to spread that around about me. They do, yeah. Maybe you should shut the fuck up unless you can give me the name of a single person I've doxed. Exactly.
Who's saying that? By the
Can
way?
I tell you what I've heard, Vivian? I'll tell you.
I'm sure you.
I can tell you what I've heard. I have no proof that this happened. This is just what I've heard. I heard that you had a list of some sort of names. I'm not saying I ever saw that list. I'm just telling you that's what I heard. That's all.
Yeah, no, it's fucking ridiculous. That came out of a stupid debate with Destiny, Doobie, and Eris, in which Eris said that she'd been put on some kind of list with Unicorn Riot. There was a whole bunch of like fuckery, and they moved around what the actual story was about that. Originally, she said she was like part of an investigation. Then she said she was put on a list of people to dox by Unicorn Riot. Then she said she was told by somebody else that she'd been put on the list. Then she said she was threatened by somebody else who she'd kicked out of her server that they would put her on the list or whatever, right? At any rate, I got accused of somehow like having this list or being part. I'm not part of Unicorn Riot. I don't know what the actual situation is there. The only thing I said was I know Unicorn Riot were doing investigations into like far right radicalization on Discord, and if they investigated your server because it was partnered with Doobie's server, which has a lot of connections to other far right servers, if your server was part of that investigation as a journalistic organization, I see that as fine, right? And that was the extent of my defending any kind of list. But it's like morphed into like Viv has a list of people she doxes.
A death note, if you will, right? Because I've seen that GIF. That's a great GIF, by the way. I can't speak to the accuracy of it, but I can see that it makes me laugh every time with seeing like Vivian's little profile picture face just crossing names off the list or whatever. It's funny.
Crossing names off the list.
Or write them in the death note or whatever. It's
dumb fuckery that got spread by mostly got pushed by Doobie, and then Destiny picked up on it as well and decided that he was gonna fucking keep pushing that misinfo too.
Okay.
Backstabbing, dishonest cunt. Yeah.
On that note, Vivian, it's been a pleasure. Unfortunately, I had some one-on-one planned for tonight, so we're gonna try to do that. But we will have to have you on if you're back. Are you back in the saddle? Or are you gonna start?
Like I'm around.
Okay.
Yeah, you just fucking send me a message.
You
never call no more.
I know. My bad. Right? Like this is all on me. But for now,
I'll fuck off so you can get this shit show on the road.
Bye, Vivian. Okay. Cool. Okay. So, how are you guys? You guys doing good? How's your night?
I'm doing very good. I gotta do a text message real quick to my wife, but other than that,
why did you do that, gang? We are now at this point going to end the YouTube stream, okay? Because again, it might go into weird territory. I don't know. I'm not super familiar with the rules on the COVID shit, and we're going to get into the COVID shit. So we're gonna end the stream on YouTube, so I don't get struck for it. So go to twitch.com/wicktv or kick.com/wicktv. So twitch.tv/wicktv or kick.com/wicktv. Either one. But we're ending it now. I'll see you guys later. But for Twitch and for Kick, stick around because we got some shows for you.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay? Just doing a little sound check to make sure I'm not getting...
Yeah, you sound good to me.
Thanks, Rob.
Okay. You guys could bits for a bit. I have to take a little bit of a bio break before we begin. But yeah,
motherfucker, you know how Doobie hates it when you say that.
Well, Doobie ain't here. Doobie can cope. Okay,
I'm sure he's lurking around here somewhere. Rob, to address what you said real quick, nice to chat with you. Yeah. I wanted to have a more general conversation about the performances of the two presidents. I have no problem covering like the COVID side of the equation, but I was under the impression that we would be taking more of like a full scope picture of the two and how they compare. So if that's okay with you,
that's
I would love
perfectly fine.
Cool.
I know how it goes. Like I was telling people, I know how it goes on Twitter. Oftentimes you're hyper-focused because it's like 140 characters, so you get hyper-focused on one thing. I assumed the conversation was going to be broader as well, so it's fine by me.
Cool. And I have pretty limited ability to pull sources while I'm on stream too. I know that you were mentioning that you have a little bit of a tech problem when you try to pull your sources at the same time. No, I'll do my best to try to keep this in territory that's like mutually agreeable. But if we need to fact check something, then
Listen, don't hamper yourself on my account. I think I may have figured it out. I don't know. When I debate, I oftentimes aren't super source heavy. It depends on, like, if we get into a discussion of, like, vaccine efficacy or something, that might be something that's more source oriented. But if it's, more towards overarching things, I probably wouldn't get too heavy into source. We'll just have to see. I'd hate to tell you I don't do that, and then all of a sudden I got 50 tabs up, and I'm like, so.
No worries. We should be able to keep it as friendly as possible, but if you need sources, I'll definitely be pushing
on that
couple
note
of them. So go ahead.
On that note, for friendly as possible, I'm basically going to let you guys go. I will direct the conversation with questions that I might find interesting, or if I don't understand what you're saying, it's likely my audience doesn't understand what you're saying, so I might ask for clarifying things. But other than that, I'm generally going to stay out of it, except if you are both screaming and yelling over each other and you're not letting each other finish your sentences and talk, I'll be muting you. And don't be offended. Don't run away. Like, it'll happen to both. And if you are having trouble getting in and for whatever reason are just being talked over constantly, again, just ask me and I'll see what I can do. Any questions? Any comments on that?
Nope, sounds good.
Okay. With that, welcome to yet another episode of WIC TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today, we have a show for you tonight, gang. Mono e mono. Portland is Burning has challenged robnoerr to a battle of the wits and a battle of rhetoric on which was better for America, the Biden presidency or the Trump presidency. So we're going to get into it. We're going to talk about it, but I am going to pass the mic off to our beautiful, beautiful guests, both of which I thank tremendously for being here. Portland, you are the challenger.
Pleasure to be here. Okay, so thank you for having me. I'll just go through my opening real quick. Today we're discussing the comparative performances of Donald Trump and Joe Biden. I believe Joe Biden has proven himself a better leader, a better legislator, and a better statesman than Donald Trump by a notable margin. I think although Donald Trump was not without his accomplishments, both bipartisan and legislatively split between the houses, most notably, he implemented the First Step Act, the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement, the CARES COVID relief bill, all with strong bipartisan support, as well as passing tax reform and other bills that split down the middle and went on party lines. I believe that although these were significant bills, they failed to address critical priorities for American interests, such as rebuilding our aging infrastructure, reducing our reliance on China for critical semiconductor production, and the transition away from fossil fuels to more sustainable energy sources. I'm not going to take the hard left Trump bad argument on every single issue. I'm willing to extend credit where credit is due. I am hopeful that my opponent is willing to do the same, and I look forward to comparing their legislative accomplishments apples to apples. Now, beyond the legislative, I expect we're going to get into slightly more abstract territory about the responsibilities of the office, the qualities we believe exemplify a good leader, and which one of these men is more or less corrupt, which I don't expect we'll come to an agreement on. With that being said, for those of you in the audience that are undecided on the matter, I'd ask you how well you remember political discourse in this country pre-Trump and whether you feel the temperature has changed for better or worse. The defining feature of the Trump brand of politics is, in my opinion, divisiveness. His polarizing style has weakened the bonds we depend on to maintain the founding principles of this country. Trump has often likened himself to Abraham Lincoln, so I'll end with a quote from the man himself. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Thank you, Wick, for having me. Thank you, Rob, for joining me. Looking forward to the discussion.
Rob.
Okay. Thanks so much. Portland, can I call you Portland throughout? Is that all right?
Yep.
Good deal.
That's fine.
So, first time interacting, I believe. Thank you for being here. Wick, first time moderating for me, so thanks so much for being here. I think it'll be fun. Looking forward to talking to someone who's hopefully not a complete lunatic, because most of the time when you just take randos, you get a complete lunatic. So I think this discussion will be much better. I think when looking at the comparison between Trump and Biden, there are important things to say, which I will concede right out of the gate that you've said. I don't think either of us are saying that either Trump or Biden's the best president in the world. I don't think that necessarily we're saying that they are we're so far worse than any other president. In fact, I think that our establishment system has the president gets credit and blame for things that oftentimes aren't their fault. I think that Joe Biden is someone that has almost no control over his presidency because I think he's basically an infirmed old man that just does what he's told. There are a few exceptions. But for the sake of clarity in this argument, when I'm talking about Biden, I'm talking about the Biden administration. When I'm talking about Trump, I'm talking about the Trump administration, unless it's talking about specific things that they have said or done regarding corruption or their style of rhetoric or something like that. Other than that, when I'm talking about legislative achievements or the way things were under their presidency, generally speaking, talking about their administration, if there's any specific questions on when there's a differentiation on that, I would be happy to answer. I look at this in three areas: domestic policy, foreign policy, and issues of corruption. Let's start with the latter. When I talk about issues of corruption or sort of the presentation of the presidency, I mean things like actual scandals that they were involved in, weaponization of parts of the government and things like that. And I think that that's the biggest issue to me. The reason I think that's the biggest issue is because if we have a corrupt system where we have unelected bureaucrats that are putting their thumbs on the scale of our elections, then it doesn't matter if I could sit here in Portland and convince me that Medicare for all is the appropriate policy for healthcare, because our voice doesn't matter. Because we don't really get to choose. Unelected bureaucrats are the ones that choose. So Democrats could argue till they're blue in the face they want Medicare for all, and then they get the House, the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and they don't get Medicare for all. Republicans could argue they want to repeal and replace Obamacare, and then they get the presidency, the House, and the Senate, and they don't get that. So for me, making sure that we have a voice is the most important thing, and that's why corruption is the biggest issue. However, I'm not going to cop out and just sit here and wax on about corruption. I understand there are other things to talk about, which I'm totally willing to do. So when it comes to domestic policy, I think that under most metrics that we would look at domestic policy, Trump's presidency was far and away better than Biden's presidency. I think that if you look at our economic performance, I think that if you look at our immigration performance, I think if you look at things like even reactions necessarily to the pandemic and things like that, as much of wanting and criticisms of Trump that I had, I think Biden's been at best equal on some of those things and abjectly worse on many of those things. When it comes to foreign policy, I believe it's beyond debate that the world is in a much worse shape since Biden's been in office than when Trump was in office. This includes the disastrous Afghan withdrawal, the eliminating a task force that was looking at the origins of COVID and sort of bowing down to China, China's aggressive posture that's increased towards Taiwan, bombing Syria within weeks of being in office, and other things like that. The BRICS arrangement that's being brought, so it seems as if the United States is losing its hegemony when it comes to sort of international power. So the last thing that I think, since I got to go second, I might as well address this little part of the opening. I agree that we should be focusing the debate on people that are perhaps undecided, because it's an important debate, because this could very well be a rematch in 2024. It's at least shaping up that way. So I think that if you're undecided, maybe you would choose to tune into a show like this, and what we're talking about on these records might influence you going into 2024. I think it's interesting that talking about legislative accomplishments and things like that, that he says if you're undecided, the one issue that Portland wants you to look at is political discourse. Well, that's not really legislative accomplishments. And I know why he's doing that, though, because everyone knows that Biden's administration is worse. People know they're worse off now than they were under
I think
Trump.
we're past openings, right?
Sure.
Are we?
Yeah,
I want to make sure Rob is finished.
That's it. That was my last point. Yeah, okay. So no problem.
Okay. And with that, yeah, if you want to go into it, go on in. I won't stop.
Okay, so apologies if I was cutting you short there, but I wanted to amend that statement to point out that I was really specific about the legislative accomplishments and comparing those apples to apples before we get into the more abstract leadership qualities that I think can be debated about the two men and their responsibilities as commander-in-chief. Because I agree with you. The commander-in-chief gets a lot of credit when things go well, gets a lot of shit when things go poorly, and largely has very little direct day-to-day involvement in which way those currents are flowing. Particularly during the post and pre-COVID landscapes, like we just see this enormous factor that is incredibly hard to exclude from the equation and gives some really important context for the economic situations that both presidents faced in their respective roles. I think that if you want to talk about legislative accomplishments, though, I'd like for you to give me 3 pieces of legislation that you feel are the most emblematic of the improvements that Trump made during his presidency, because I can give you 3 Biden achievements off the top of my head that I think are very substantial.
That's fair.
Sure.
Top three.
Sure, no problem. So one, I think sort of emblematic would be Trump's right to choose policy that he put in forth. I think that's emblematic of Trump's sort of a smaller government approach that says there should be less regulations and people should have the right to choose medical decisions that affect them. Unfortunately, I think he drops the ball. Paying lip service, though not forcing people on vaccine mandates and things like that to the direction that Biden would, but it stays in metric with, I would say, with what he's talking about. The second would be things like tax cuts. I think that the tax cuts legislation, although people could say that there were problems with that, also approaches more of a small government approach. In addition to that, he famously put that for every new regulation created, they would slash, I forget exactly how many regulations it was, and he did cut many of those regulations, and I think that we saw the economic growth that was resulting in when it came to that. I would also point to sort of his policies of not getting us involved in any new foreign entanglements. Now, I have many criticisms of Trump, where he was doing things like bombing Syria, which his predecessor Obama also did, and I think that was wrong, but it's, I think, indicative of Trump, and one of the reasons that there's so much pushback of him when you see these sort of establishment policy hawks, that they disliked him. When Chuck Schumer famously said 6 ways from Sunday the FBI will come back at you, that's because he was just challenging the orthodoxy when it came to sort of questioning the FBI and foreign intel officials when it came to the need to bomb and attack certain places and invade certain policies. So that's three I can name off the top of my head.
Cool. Okay, so I'd like to go through those one by one, and let's start from the last one that you mentioned, which was the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Now, obviously, the withdrawal from Afghanistan was very, very poorly organized and very poorly facilitated, resulted in the deaths of American soldiers, as well as the stranding of American support allies, interpreters and other people that were working with the Afghani government that were obviously very high value and should have been very high value and high priority individuals to extract and get to safe harbor. But I want to ask you what level of involvement you think the Trump administration had in the declaration of such an ambitious timeline, knowing he was on his way out of office, more or less, without a real strong place, a real strong infrastructure in place to pull American supplies and American assets out of Afghanistan in the ambitious timeline that he set forth. I do not feel that you can lay all that blame at Biden's feet when Trump clearly set the course and put together a really ambitious timeline.
So let me go back. I didn't say Afghanistan specifically, but it does go in vein with
your
I'm not saying
that, yeah.
Right. So let me just expound upon a little the Afghanistan situation particularly. I think that one of the reasons, as I said, that these unelected bureaucrats went after Trump was because he put, in some ways, the way he talked rhetorically was a more hawkish position. It sounded like, well, if we're there, let's take the oil. I hated that shit. I understand, though, that might scare the shit out of some of the worst people in the world, which might not necessarily be a bad thing. I don't mind him talking like a maniac as long as he's not acting like a maniac. And even though at times, with the bombing of Syria, he did, I think that overarchingly he was better in that field than someone like Obama that got us in new engagements in Libya and things like that. So when it came to Afghanistan, my gut feeling is this, and you could disagree if you think that you would like to. I think that just like in the situation in Syria, where he wanted to pull out troops, he wanted to pull out troops in Afghanistan as well, but his generals and people around him were fighting tooth and nail. I also believe those generals were fighting tooth and nail from Biden pulling out. And that's one high point I'll give Biden, the actual withdrawal of Afghanistan. As someone who hates these foreign entanglements, I think that was a good thing. How much planning went into Trump doing it? I don't think that Biden was adhering to Trump's plan whatsoever. I think that Biden, in fact, I believe that there were benchmarks, timelines that Biden missed. That's not to say, right, so I don't think that it's an excuse of Biden to say, well, he was trying to meet this timeline that wasn't doable that Trump had set forth, because I don't think he met all of those benchmarks anyways.
Yeah, Biden, he pushed them back very minimally. I believe anywhere from 30 to 90 days in terms of the incremental withdrawal that we saw. It wasn't a huge departure from the Trump established timeline. It seems from the outside perspective like he was doing his very best to meet the commitments of the previous administration, both for the the commitments that we made to the Afghani officials and the commitments that we made to the American people. Whether it was Biden's doing or not, Biden was, in my mind, doing his best to honor the commitments made by the American government to the American people to withdraw our boots on the ground from foreign interests. And I think that there's a lot of different ways that could have played out, but Biden deserves at least, a part of the blame and part of the credit for facilitating the removal without, obviously like no blood spilled, but with minimal collateral damage, and with the intent to meet those timelines and commitments in the interest of the American people.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that we could give Biden any sort of slack on the failure in the way that the withdrawal was implemented. Let me repeat myself. I agreed with the withdrawal occurring. I think that it was a massive boondoggle in the way that it was implemented. And Biden's someone that I think was willing to fire a bunch of people that were in these bureaucracies that he didn't like that were connected to Trump. And he was willing to sort of go outside the norms of what Trump policy was on many other issues. So I don't think that we could say, well, to the effect that it was a disaster the way this pullout occurred, we have to give some blame to Trump because Biden was trying to meet Trump's timeline. I don't agree with that. I think that if Biden thought that there was going to be a problem, he wouldn't have said, but shucks, I have to withhold to Trump's timeline. Now, as to what the problem was, it made no sense the way Biden did this. I think that had Biden just did the following, even if Afghanistan later collapses, it would have been markedly better. One, he could have been honest with people that things might not be swimmingly, but we'd been there for 20 years. We'd spent trillions of dollars. We'd been lied to by 14 generals that were in charge of that. Things weren't going swimmingly. We were sending a bunch of money over there for all sorts of programs that was just going into the coffers of people that were corrupt, like Karzai, who ends up fleeing the country and lives in a mansion somewhere that was the president of Afghanistan. So he could have been honest. And second, and most importantly, he should have never closed Bagram Air Base. The way to do it was to keep Bagram Air Base, which was a base in Afghanistan that was secured by United States military that would have been able to withdraw all of our troops, all of our weapons, all American citizens, and most importantly, well, it's all important, but importantly, one group that gets screwed over mightily is our allies in Afghanistan, people like interpreters and things like that. Those people got screwed and were probably tortured after we left them hanging. And just the last thing I'll say on this is, we closed Bagram Air Base. Then the Taliban went in and freed ISIS from Bagram Air Base, right? Then the Biden administration's plan was to use the public available airport that they admittedly relied on the Taliban for defense, who had just freed ISIS, to protect them from ISIS, which led to, 13 troops dying, a bunch of civilians dying, and us fleeing with our tail between our legs, sending an international signal to our enemies that emboldened them to take further action.
So I do agree that the closing of Bagram Air Base was a horrible, horrible misjudgment of the, situation and the resources that we had on the ground to extricate American assets. I think that a consequence of the poorly handled and poorly articulated plan to pull all of our assets and troops from the Afghan conflict is shared by both parties because, as I mentioned before, we put forth an extremely aggressive withdrawal timeline after the Trump administration already knew it was on its way out of office, seemingly as kind of a political ploy to provide provide some level of guarantee that we were going to be pulling out, but also a timeline too ambitious to do it properly, knowing that it was going to land in the hands of the next administration. Now, I think that it's interesting that you give the caveat that Trump is, perhaps too hawkish in his rhetoric in this, in this example, because from my perspective, the rhetoric is kind of the only real, it's really the only thing that a leader in this kind of case is responsible for beyond the beyond putting people in place to articulate the plan. The transition plan wasn't Trump's to articulate. It was the it was the job of DOJ officials and people that were responsible for the transition from one administration to the next. They obviously was some bag fumbling there from both sides, and I think that it's probably fair to say that the Afghanistan situation isn't one that I want to be super fixed on for very long, because I don't think that there's a clear delineation of blame here. But I think that the messaging that Trump is offering is something that you yourself suggested you have a problem with, and from a leadership, the leadership position, I think that's one of the main contributions that the commander-in-chief has in situations like this, is the rhetoric that he delivers to the people of the United States.
Portland, may I ask, just for the ease of conversation, can you delineate on this topic of foreign policy? Can you give us a scenario where you think Biden has succeeded in foreign policy, where you think Trump has failed? Can you give us a clear difference here.
I would like to get to that, but I think we should wrap this up so we don't come back to Afghanistan. Like, I'm fine wrapping that up. If
you think there's more to be talked about here, by all means.
So I just want to be clear. I think there is a clear delineation. I don't think saying, well, Trump had a timeline that Biden. I've already explained why I don't think that Biden was beholden to the timeline. And although it might be his people that ultimately did the implementation, the buck stops with the president. He made the decision. He wanted to pull out. He wanted to do it in a rapid timeline. And he did it in a way that was amateurish. And I think that it emboldened our enemies. And I think that if you're Russia and China and you see how we're fleeing that country with people hanging off of airplane wings and how we just leave so much military equipment that basically Al-Qaeda has one of the greatest militaries in the region now, equipment-wise, I think that that shows weakness in our leadership and in our military. But I'm done. I could be done talking about Afghanistan. I find this other point interesting, this sort of rhetoric. Here's what I mean when I say that. I personally might not like someone's rhetoric that's talking like this, but the actions are what's most important to me. I think that that rhetoric is misinterpreted by many people in this country. I understand why, though. I remember one time when I was young, like my dad yelled at me for doing something with a bunch of kids, and he then hung out with them and was like, but I was grounded. And I remember asking him, like, why did you do that? And he's like, because you're mine. Because you're my kid, because I like you the most, and so I hold you to a different standard. To me, Trump understood something fundamentally. Strongmen leaders like Putin or Kim Jong-un or Xi, they like to be placated. They like to have nice things said about them. But when it comes to our allies, he treated them more harshly because he's trying to force them into action. When we talk about world leaders around the world finally respecting Joe Biden, to me what that means is they know he's a pushover and he'll do what they ask and they could go back to not paying their fair share. Trump was hard on the people that were supposedly our allies, but placated verbally the people that he said was our enemies. And that's because he was puffing up to their ego. Similarly, his rhetoric where he comes off as perhaps unhinged, I think it's a good thing that our enemies might say, well, shit, if we invade Ukraine while he's there, he might do something crazy. With Biden, they knew the opposite. With Biden, they knew he's weak, he's inept.
Hold on. So I need to dig into this because one of the big, points that you made was that, Trump didn't get us involved in any foreign conflicts, and you are asserting here that he didn't have to because he was projecting such a strong sense of leadership on the global stage and playing hardball with these guys that have more authoritarian leanings. But I feel it's pretty... I feel like we're ignoring the buildup to the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, the fact that this took place throughout, from 2014 all the way up to 2023. Granted, there were some gaps in development there during the Trump administration, but to say that Trump was going to prevent foreign conflicts by projecting such a strong image on stage, but we like him because he wouldn't and committed to not getting involved in any foreign conflicts, it feels like you're trying to have your cake and eat it too there by saying he's not an interventionist because he's so strong he doesn't have to be because people are afraid of him being an interventionist. And I find that to be kind of counterintuitive and a little bit contradictory.
Well, I don't. Well, I guess we could have our feelings on it. Let's look at the facts on the ground. I'm right in that there weren't no new foreign entanglements. China didn't invade Taiwan. Russia didn't invade Ukraine. We didn't go to war with any countries for the first time since, Reagan or Carter? We didn't go to a new war. He still did bad things intervention-wise, don't get me wrong, right? He continued to support the conflict in Yemen. He bombed Syria. Those are things that I criticize him for. But seeing as how, as someone who is a non-interventionist that thinks that our intel agencies are corrupt and they get us in all these disgusting wars over and over again, I'll take what I could get. It's a far sight better than Biden, who took 2 weeks to bomb Syria.
What is the president projecting as far as military soft power and influence when he says, I will not get us involved in any foreign conflicts, no matter what the nature, and I will pull us out of the ones that we're involved in right now? Because to me, that is more of a free pass for people like Putin to continue to fortify their forces and prepare to launch an all-out invasion in Ukraine, which we saw happen, in stages that preceded the Trump administration and launched into full swing pretty shortly after. But I mean, seems like more convenience of timing than anything else when you're giving the caveat, obviously, that Trump is committed to not entering any foreign engagements. It's not like Putin was holding back on account of someone who said he's not getting involved no matter what the case.
So two things to say on this. First, despite the rhetoric that Trump may have been saying, and he sort of was playing all sides, which again, I don't have a problem with our enemies thinking this guy's unpredictable. I don't have a problem with that. Despite his rhetoric, he was more hawkish on Russia than probably any president since Reagan. He did things that Obama wouldn't, like he sent Javelin missiles to Ukraine. He was sending aid to Ukraine. He was expelling diplomats. One of the most anti-Russian things he did was make the United States a net exporter. He was sanctioning the Nord Stream pipeline. All of these things were either not done under Obama or reversed under Biden, right? So the...
Would you say that these acts increased hostility between us and Russia or decreased hostility between us and Russia?
It probably increased, which isn't necessarily a good thing, but certainly it's in the rhetoric of they were providing defense that we're now being told that's necessary from the establishment that needs to be done to Ukraine. If there is a criticism, I'm going to criticize Trump from the opposite direction of you, is what I'm saying. I'm going to criticize Trump from saying, actually, we were lied to when we were told he was a puppet of Putin. He was doing more that was actual policy against Russia than Obama did. He was doing far more. Right? And some of that stuff's not stuff that I think necessarily leads to an escalation, like increasing domestic energy production, but some of it you might say would, like giving Javelin missiles to Ukraine. Nonetheless, to the second part of this, you said sort of, well, his rhetoric, blah, blah, blah. Let me ask you this. Did you follow politics in the 2016 cycle?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And what was one of the foreign policy things that we were told about Trump? Democrats repeatedly said that he was unhinged and he was going to
get us into wars.
Right.
I know.
So if you say, well, wait a minute, he had this real soft line rhetoric, and so Russia would know. Well, if that's the case, he convinced everyone in the United States, every mainstream media outlet, that he was unhinged. Why would Putin think any differently?
The good thing about me is that I don't use like shitty left-wing media sensationalized talking points, so I don't feel like I have to defend them. I always acknowledge that there's a level of like catastrophizing that is associated with like the Trump political brand, particularly in like progressive media spaces in the United States. There has always been a level of like dismissive. It went from like dismissiveness to a mocking sort of like to a mocking sort of tone about the capacity he had to serve, to like trying to undermine the things that he did accomplish throughout his time in office with like misleading statistics and sound bites that failed to convey the entirety of some of the positive things that he did for the country. I don't have to defend the left-wing like propaganda machine, because I'm just here trying to like get to what you think and understand where you think the break is between like the rhetoric that Trump espoused. I'm not going to get us into any foreign conflicts no matter what, versus his actions, which were to like obviously increase the tensions between the United States and Russia and set the stage for a conflict that was then left in Biden's lap. I think that it's pretty clear that there were already meaningful steps being taken towards invading the mainland, the annexation of Crimea happening all the way back in 2014. And I think it's reasonable to assume that based on, as Wick alluded to earlier, Putin's rhetoric about Ukraine historically being part of Russia and the justification that they used for annexing Crimea, namely the ethnic Russian nature of the population there, it seems very unlikely to me that there would have been like no more meaningful progress towards an invasion if we elected Trump for a second term. I don't think that it's terribly important to try to prove a negative there, but I just trying to point out that like telling someone I will under no circumstances get involved, and then involving yourselves in seemingly the exact same capacity that Biden has, which is to say to arm Ukrainians and provide them with significant economic support, doesn't seem like a point in favor of Trump. It feels like a situation that both presidents had to navigate and opted for pretty similar strategies based on the trajectory of the conflict.
So I think you misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not asking you to defend the rhetoric of the progressive left. I would ask you, though, seeing as how this was almost a universal condemnation of Democrats, do you think they were intentionally lying, or do you think they really felt, based on things that they saw Trump say and do, that he was potentially unhinged?
I think that there's a certain amount of dramatic flair that goes along with most political rhetoric, and I would point you to like obvious examples on both sides where we're probably exaggerating the facts a little bit. Trump giving lip service to the people who are literally talking about divorce, a national divorce, and claiming that we have like a fundamental enemy of the people in the media. These things are obviously like going to exacerbate the tension between the two political parties, and the media is going to seek to like utilize that for greater, like more sensational headlines. I don't think that Democrats had no reason to believe that Trump was going to usher in foreign conflicts, but I don't think that there was a very honest tone about the level of competency that he was, potentially going to exhibit once he got into office. There were literally people saying that, he was going to get us into new wars in the first year. He was going to, nuke hurricanes. He was going to do all these things that are, obviously like exaggerated and taken out of context. Personally, I expected and got exactly what I felt was most likely, which is like an economic agenda that heavily favored the wealthy, a geopolitical agenda that prioritized frugality and an America first perspective over foreign involvement and strengthening of our allies. And I think that by and large, those things were like the defining features of the Trump the Trump foreign policy agenda, the weakening of our relationships with our allies, and the establishing of a very soft position on foreign adversaries.
Okay, so it said a lot that didn't really answer the question that I was getting. So I'll just answer the question as if you give either answer. Either A, the media, the Democrats... I'll let you talk. The media, the Democrats were lying when they were saying that how unpredictable and dangerous Trump could be, which is a different problem. That would be the fact that was almost universal in that criticism. I believe that they were exaggerating, but I do believe that people found he was unpredictable. And even if it was that the media was lying, there's no reason to suspect that foreign adversaries wouldn't take those criticisms of the media seriously. So I think given that Trump's actions belied some of the comments that you're talking about, that Russia probably legitimately thought that Trump's someone that's like, if we go to war with you, we're going for keeps. We're going to play for keeps. And this is in line with the things Trump was saying. I think you're misrepresenting the rhetoric of Trump. For example, Trump was saying things like, if we come in there, we're taking their oil and shit like that. He was saying a lot that there were certain areas around the world that he would kick their ass, right? So the idea that he said, but we wouldn't get involved, I would like to see the exact quote when he said, under no circumstances would we never to get entangled. Maybe he said that at one point, but I'm well aware of times where he's talked about getting involved in entanglements because I've criticized many of those. Or second, the media, the Democrats, etc., did have reason to think that Trump was unpredictable, which is because he was. Either way, if we look at this situation, Trump vis-a-vis Biden, when it comes to foreign conflicts, we see things popping off with China and Taiwan. We see popping up with Russia, Ukraine. We see things popping up with Nigeria. All of these things occurring around the world where there's instability. Heck, when Trump was leaving office, we had historic peace deals between, nations in the Middle East. And then almost immediately we saw some sort of conflicts where Palestine's launching rockets and Israel's fighting back once Biden comes into office, right? Biden shows weakness. Biden shows a return to the exact same establishment politics. It's funny you bring up, well, I think Russia was staging this invasion since 2014. Who was in charge of Ukraine policy then? Oh, that's right. It was Joe Biden back then as well. That was during the Obama-Biden administration, and Biden was the point person for dealing with Ukraine. So they invaded when Biden was the point person in 2014. They invade in 2020, and I'm sorry, I don't find it persuasive that it's all just coincidence. It was actually stuff that was being done under Trump. I don't believe that. I don't think that you have evidence for that.
I didn't say it was a coincidence. I said it was a natural progression.
Well, I don't think it was.
Well, I think that if you take a step back and look at the effect that COVID had on Russian and Chinese supply chains, their ability to ensure domestic supply chains and take care of their economies during COVID was seriously limited, and both had significant motivations to make plays for these, territories that we've all known China and Russia had interest in for a very long time. Russia has been making moves to position themselves to take back the Ukrainian mainland, mainly because of economic considerations, because of their wealth of natural resources, because of their ability to produce helium gas, which is necessary for semiconductor production, because of their ability to, because of their role in the food supply chain, the global food supply chain. Like, there are clear and obvious motivating factors for both governments, and there had been clear and obvious steps taken by both of those governments to put themselves into the place where they can make a play for these territories. China developed manufactured islands in the South China Sea during the entire Trump administration. They were
What would you have had him do?
I'm sorry?
What would you have had him do about that?
I would have obviously, made a little bit more differentiation between like what we need to do domestically and what we need to do for as far as a foreign government, foreign policy. I think that the CHIPS Act was the main move that Biden made to reduce our dependency on Chinese semiconductors that was, long overdue, and something that I think Trump could have done to both support American manufacturing and education infrastructure and to better position us as a geopolitical and technological rival with China and reduce the likelihood that we would be able to just, basically lose those supply chains under as China moved into a territory where they could like actually annex Taiwan or invade. And I think in the same instance with Russia and Ukraine, if we had taken more steps to fortify our semiconductor supply chain in the prior administration, the position of our geopolitical alliances with Ukraine would have been a lot stronger.
Okay, so several things to say here. Before we get to domestic issues, which I'm happy to get into, while we're still talking about foreign policy, the problem is you'll talk about these acts of aggression that Russia and China are making. Then you say, you're sort of all over the place because you're like, well, they were planning it, but then they basically had no choice because of COVID, because of their supply lines and their food chains and things like that. So I don't understand how we could blame Trump for that occurring, how because of their poor economic situation, unless you're saying that he should have stopped Dr. Fauci and the NIH, from funding the Wuhan lab. I agree. I don't know that Trump knew about that specifically, but other than that, that seems to be a reason, and again, these were people that were propped up primarily by Democrats, that Russia and China may have been upset. But if it was inevitable that once they started to have economic misfortunes, they would have invaded. Again, I go back to this. You could parse this any way you want. We could see the reality is these things didn't happen while Trump was there. They happened while Obama was there, and then they happened while Biden was there. They didn't happen while Trump was there. And we could see that there was softness from Biden, particularly on the COVID issue, where he was continually stopping any sort of criticism of China surrounding COVID, which is by and far the biggest issue that we face domestically in this country in decades. That was the biggest issue. And yet, when questioning whether or not China had culpability of that, we could see that Biden went out of his way to make sure that he wasn't questioning China on that big issue. So the idea of placating China would make sense, seeing as how its financial connections to China is far more stringent than any idea of Trump placating Russia that we heard for 4 years under the Trump-Russia stuff like that. The other thing I'll say is when you talk about these acts of aggression, things like that, and therefore we should have did semiconductor stuff, you're sort of giving the rationale for the trade war that you'll probably criticize Trump for once we get to domestic policy when it comes to economics, right? That's one of the left-wing criticisms of Trump, the Democrat, that he had this sort of trade war and he was doing things. We could get into that. I just want to say that unless you're not suggesting Trump should have bombed China because of their increased, right. So you're suggesting there should have been sanctions or some sort of domestic economic, because it had to be something with teeth. So it would have to be some sort of sanctions, subsidy, something like that. And when you bring up semiconductors, I'll finish right here, I promise. When you bring up semiconductors, that's fine. We could talk about that issue specifically. I would argue that semiconductors are such a pittance compared to energy production, which Trump tried to make us energy independent, and the Biden administration has gone the exact opposite. So you're right when you talk about before we get entangled, we'd be in a better negotiating position if we were more independent from places like China and Russia. I think Trump's trying to accomplish that with his trade war, and I think energy independence is a far greater step than that, than ending energy independence and then passing a semiconductor bill that we'll see if it does anything.
Okay, we're going to get some time to Portland here.
I don't think the priority of energy independence is lost on the Biden administration. I believe that the environmental sustainability of the direction that we go with energy independence is more of a priority for Democrats at large than it is for Republicans. Obviously, we've heard Trump's rhetoric on environmental regulations. He doesn't really give a shit. He doesn't really think that the EPA or any other regulatory body should be able to limit the ability of private companies to extract natural resources pretty much anywhere in the United States, except for obviously, federally protected land. But even that, he wanted to encroach on federally protected land and remove some of those safeguards too, and reduce some of our ability to move forward with clean energy by diverting most of our political capital and political priorities back towards the fossil fuel industry. I think that having a transition plan in place to compete with China in the green energy sector is a lot more important than fracking and extracting natural gas.
I couldn't disagree more. First off, what are you talking about competing with China? The more we transition away from fossil fuels, even just rhetorically, like Joe Biden, who said, I promise you, we're going to end the gas industry. No more drilling, no more pipelines. Like, that's what Biden was running. That was his promise he's running on. That just drives the oil-producing countries to sell cheaper oil in China, where they then burn more of it and pollute even more than they were previously. Remember, the United States, even being the industrial nation we are, we've been transitioning lower when it comes to carbon emissions. The real problem are places like China and India, and there's nothing going on there unless you use sanctions or unless you use military that's going to convince them to do otherwise. Meanwhile, if your argument is that we need some sort of slow transition, we could talk about climate changes if you want, but the key would be a slow transition. Now, we're talking about a situation where there are military entanglements that we're now being told are the most important threat to us existentially, such as Russia invading Ukraine. And we're talking about, you said with the CHIPS Act, you've sort of conceded that we need to be in a better position to be independent from them. Unfortunately, because of Joe Biden's stance and because of stance of previous Democratic administrations and people that wanted a transition to green energy, we were not independent, particularly our European allies. At the same time that we're sanctioning Russia, that Biden's sanctioning them and that's doing all this crap, at the same point our European allies were relying on them for fossil fuels, which then we know that the Biden administration signed off on either themselves or Ukraine or another ally blowing up that Nord Stream pipeline, which puts our European allies in a very difficult situation and at the same time harms the environment significantly. So I disagree with you fundamentally that it's like, well, Democrats are having this sort of transition agenda. That I agree with. We're agreeing that Trump was drill, baby, drill, and Democrats are no. And I'm saying, had we been more independent, had we been adapting those policies longer and Biden continued those policies, we'd be in a far stronger position to have more negotiating power when it comes to China and Russia. Instead, we rely on them for many of these things because we've decided to not be energy efficient and self-sufficient under Biden.
So the reason that China's the reason that competitiveness with China on the green energy stage is important is not because of what their industrialized economy is doing, but because of what they're providing to the rest of the world, which is, batteries and semiconductors. These are things that we need to be in a stronger competitive manufacturing and supply chain position for, to be able to maintain a strong competitive position with our international allies so we can relieve their dependence on Chinese-made goods too. That is kind of why we need a more proactively built out infrastructure that is transitioning us toward green energy and giving our allies alternate supply chains from those in China and India.
But okay, I have a question, if I may. I have a question.
Come on, Wick, I'm rolling.
I understand. But just to drive it for my audience, right? Because I think this is important. Recently, Chinese forces, the PLA, right, performed some exercises around Taiwan. This. I don't want to talk about this. I want to talk about the electric vehicles. The electric vehicles.
Yeah, let's keep the debate we're having going, right? Right? You have
yes, if you want.
As a moderator, you have plenty of time.
Everyone else wants to hear about Taiwan, but go ahead.
All right, so what you just said there is actually, again, you're shooting yourself in the foot with your arguments because you're like, well, we rely on batteries and things like that. Right, so what's Biden and the Democrats' policies been? Subsidies for electric vehicles, correct? That's a big part of their green energy.
That's a big part of it, but it's not the only thing contained in the Inflation Reduction Act.
Right, we'll talk about the Inflation Reduction, but that's a big part of what the Democratic policy's been for years and what the Biden administration's push. And you just conceded that makes us more reliant on China. Right, absolutely. That absolutely does. If we push subsidies toward it does.
It does not if we build out the entirety of the supply chain outside of Chinese interests, which is what the CHIPS Act and the Infrastructure Act aim to do, which is like give us an opportunity to more effectively build and manufacture and transfer these components and rely more on domestic production and less on foreign manufacturing.
But that's a big if, right? And so here's the problem. You don't make these massive changes rhetorically because would you agree with this? Business confidence is important in industries to decide where private businesses are going to invest their money. So, for example, let's say that the president comes out and says, if I'm elected, or the guy running for president, if I'm elected, I'm going to ban vapes. I'm going to get rid of vapes. They will be illegal. And let's say you're a businessman that's like, I was thinking of starting a vape company. And then that guy wins. You going to invest money in creating a vape company knowing the president's promised to put you out of business?
I mean, no, obviously.
Right. Well, that was
Biden.
Right, that was Biden's promise to the fossil fuel industry. So what he did, let's say theoretically you're right, that inevitably what we want to do is have better battery technology, not have to rely on the production of semiconductors, and not have to rely on the chips, and not have to rely on, rare earth materials that come from these other countries like China that we don't like. We need to get there first. You don't go on a wing and a prayer and say, well, we hope this policy will eventually get us there in 8 years. But until then...
Biden's not on a wing and a prayer, though. He's invested heavily in that process where Trump failed to.
Okay, but they've also previously invested heavily into the electric vehicle process and things like that, and it didn't lead to the mass transitions that we were promised. For example, in places, albeit in a more localized level, how long has places like California invested hundreds of millions of dollars into high-speed rail? And so I had this debate with people back in the day about high-speed rail. Oh, we put the money in it. It's as good as done. And then it never materializes. The problem is you have put us at a competitive disadvantage to China at a crucial moment in the world where they could invade Taiwan, where Russia's invaded Ukraine, where supply chains are screwed up because of the disastrous COVID policies that Republicans and Democrats and people around the world, things like lockdowns and that they purposely, we're in trouble not because of COVID, we're in trouble because of the response globally to COVID, particularly in the United States.
We can get to that later, but
sure.
But the labor market here in the United States is one of the first places that I would point to directly dispute the fact that we should have been less heavy-handed with our regulations surrounding COVID. Obviously, we're still experiencing the supply chain, the labor market shortages that were almost a direct result of our inability to manage the virus spread and our inability to act quickly to delegate resources to high priority communities.
I'll be happy to get to COVID. The point I'm trying to make is, would you concede this point? At this point in time, due to a litany of factors, it's a really sort of scary place when it comes to international relations with countries like Russia and China.
I think that it has been a progressively worsening situation for a very long time now, preceding Biden's election. But yes, we are at a pretty critical juncture, and I think that we are looking at that more because of the continued effects of COVID on global supply chains and global economies than we are, any particular president being in office at this moment.
If you want to move on to COVID, we can. But the point I'm making right here is you have conceded that Biden sent the signal to stop fossil fuel production, to stop investment in fossil fuel, which he did. We could see the effect that that's had. He's also issued policies that shut down pipelines and things like that. But I think the bigger thing that he did was the signaling to destroy business confidence in those industries. I think that that's what happened. And that's being done by Democrats around the country that are suggesting getting rid of gas stoves and things like that. Scares the shit out of people in the industry that would be working with fossil fuels because they see that as writing on the wall. As soon as they could kick us out, they will. They'll make this illegal as soon as they can. So we're going to invest less. Estimates that I saw was something like, when you factor in the increase in fossil fuel prices and historically how the United States has drilled and pumped more when those prices go up because it's more money to them, that we have failed to produce a difference of 251 billion barrels of oil. In addition to that, our reserves are at record lows. And so we've made ourselves more dependent on not only energy from countries around the world, like in the Middle East or places like Russia and things like that, that traditionally we would not be a fan of. But we're still in that position with electronic vehicles where we haven't produced to the level that we need. And at this point, we're subsidizing these companies, electric vehicles, that are reliant on the very countries, China, that we're said to be at war with or to have these conflicts with. So it puts us in a very awkward position to be able to deal with China because we can't deal with them diplomatically when we're reliant on them.
Do you think that we would be in a better position right now if Trump, in his 4 years in office, had prioritized making more incremental moves towards the more sustainable energy economy that we both agree is necessary for American hegemony to remain strong in influential place in the global stage?
I don't think I agree. I don't think I agreed to that at all. I think that most
seemingly agreed that we need to reduce our reliance on China and Russia.
Sure.
And other foreign manufacturing and resource extraction powers by building out more comprehensive and more localized and domestic supply chains.
All right, so I just want to...
didn't seem like something we
So
disagreed.
I'll answer this, right? Like, I'll answer this, but I noticed that this is a little bit of a deflection from the conversation we were having about how the energy production being tapered off by Biden has made us more reliant on nefarious actors in the world. So now we're like, but would it have behooved us if Trump would have focused more on subsidizing green tech? No, I don't think so. I think the private industry is doing quite well. When it comes
just to be clear, the question presented to you, Rob, was: do you think that Trump specifically should have done more to build up local, right, domestic supply chains, right? Do you think he should have focused on that more?
I don't think that was the question. I think it was, should he have built up more green tech, invested more in sustainable technology, I think was the question, correct?
Yeah, building out supply chains and investing in green tech to reduce our reliance on foreign powers.
Okay.
So I think he was doing a good job and was focusing heavily on bringing back manufacturing jobs and things like that. He was doing very good. And this was one of the criticisms that Democrats had of him. So the philosophical argument, the economic philosophical argument is this: free trade versus protectionism. And Trump was being accused of being a protectionist because he was engaged in a trade war against China. Now, in theory, the way it works is this: free trade is better for the consumer. You're focused on the consumer because you could get cheaper products from around the world. And so if you're a consumer that then becomes a producer because you're using cheap lumber from China, that keeps your costs down, etc. Protectionism would be more about labor. It's protecting labor. So we think there's unfair practices in China, and so we will subsidize labor here, or we'll put tariffs on products from other countries, which will build up our sectors, our infrastructure, our manufacturing, etc. That's sort of the approach that Trump was taking. Now, it's more complicated than that, but yes, I think Trump was building up our manufacturing sector and our infrastructure, of which energy production would be the largest part of our infrastructure, making sure that we are net exporters, which not only helps us, but if we could have continued those policies for another 4 to 8 years, it could have helped Europe no longer be reliant on these countries as well, which would have put us in a far better bargaining position had Ukraine been invaded by Russia or China does something with Taiwan or something like that. Unfortunately, our allies are now reliant, just as we are, on those countries, which makes any sort of positive non-militaristic intervention less likely to occur. Now, should he have been investing in green tech? No, I don't think so. I think you see what happens oftentimes when the government attempts to subsidize things like this. So we could point to Solyndra, we could point to Biden's bragging about these, electric bus company that just went bankrupt the other day. There's regress and waste and things like that. For example, I think with the COVID relief funds, they think that 10% of those funds were stolen, much of which was by foreign actors in places like Russia and China. So when the government gets involved in trying to promote specific industries like this, particularly newer ones, oftentimes what happens is it's people scratching the back of donors and things like that, and the money's not being spent intelligently. I think that there was a natural progression from companies that realize, look, we think in the future that this sort of technology will make us huge amounts of money because we think people will be worried about the climate, and we think that we'll be able to make things like batteries or electric vehicles or whatever, biofuels or anything like that, that will be sustainable and that will replace fossil fuels. I think that that would be coming, and we already see that it is largely coming in the United States without massive government intervention. Now, we could quibble about the small amounts of intervention that they've been, but I think the status quo is better than suggesting that somehow, had Trump decided, for example, to print another $2 trillion and been like, I'm going to throw it at green energy, would we been in a considerably better position regarding Russia invading Ukraine when Biden came into office? No, I don't think so at all.
I mean, I am not saying that there would have been immediate differences in the status of the relationships between China and Russia and the United States. It's a long-term goal to reduce our dependence on them while balancing our economic needs at home and the obvious unsustainability of the kind of resource extraction that we were seeing for a lot of the, a lot of modern U.S. history has obviously changed since we implemented fracking technology and since we started to, gain a little bit better ability to conduct land surveys and assess our ability to extract more unfound natural resources. I think that, investing in that technology is something that should happen in concert with green technology, but the goal should always be to move away from unsustainable fossil fuel concerns when we know that we have a ticking clock to do so. And I think that if Trump had implemented any kind of meaningful government-led progress in that direction instead of just relying on the private sector, I think we would be in a position where we were at the very least much closer to achieving those end goals. And I think Biden's infrastructure plan has been much, much more important to addressing those concerns and moving us in that direction. Granted, it's obviously still a long-term project.
Okay, both of you, one moment. I'm going to put a pin in this because I want to ask each of you a direct question on this, right? In your opinion, what do you think, and the first is to you, Rob, okay, what do you think was Trump's greatest legislative accomplishment when it comes to energy independence? During his time in office, what was the number one best thing, in your opinion, that he did? And then my question to Portland would be, what do you think was the number one worst thing that Trump did when it came to energy independence and supply structures, etc.? Go ahead, Rob, and then I want to hear.
Okay, I want to go back to what we were talking about, but I want to answer this. I think the best thing he did was the cutting of regulations and the signaling to increase business confidence and the giving out of more permits, more gas lines and things like that he was giving the go-ahead, which encouraged these companies to increase domestic production to levels that this country has never seen, making us net exporters of fossil fuels for the first time in this country's history.
I'm sorry, I thought you were answering two questions. Okay, so as far as failings of domestic energy policy, I don't know. There's a challenge there. I don't really have any particular grievances with the way that domestic energy policy was handled.
Sure. What about Biden's greatest accomplishment then? So if you can't give me Trump's worst, give me Biden's greatest, in your opinion.
I mean, the American infrastructure plan has already put dams in place to to increase our ability to produce hydroelectric power. We're seeing a significant change in the way that our country prioritizes more sustainable energy-oriented technologies as a result of the Infrastructure Act.
Okay, so if I could go back to sort of what we were talking about, you admitted that it's not going to be an immediate thing. So we sort of have this immediate crisis because of factors, some out of control, and I'll steel man your position. Some of it you think is because of bad foreign policy decisions or rhetoric that Trump made, and some things out of his hand, like COVID or things like that, right? But because of that,
we can lay some blame at the feet of Obama too, obviously.
Right. Okay.
I think that we're in a different kind of conversation if we want to go back to like things that we could have done better pre-Trump administration, but obviously there's some things there too.
Okay, so given that, right, but you acknowledge that we're sort of in a position now with those countries where tensions are rattling up and it could get worse, and it's been progressively getting worse. I think that we could see clearly with the case of Russia and Ukraine, it's a tipping point. I think that's fair to say. And we could be getting there soon with China, Taiwan. I mean, we're hearing we are, for the first time in my life as a 39-year-old man, worried about World War III. We're worried about a nuclear exchange. That wasn't happening under Trump. Right? Given that these tensions and that's a credible threat at this point, although it hopefully still being a small one, and you admit that this transition to green energy isn't a short-term fix, it's a long-term fix. Do you think it would have behooved Biden, even if you liked the Inflation Reduction Act and it did all this stuff you like for infrastructure, do you think he made a mistake by signaling a swift departure from fossil fuels at this crucial moment?
I think that the move is that the messaging was probably a little bit too strong, but I also think that it's very, very important to impress upon those companies that this is not a long-term viable business strategy if you want to be a domestic producer of energy in the United States. That if you are going to operate in the United States as with the intention of involving yourself in the energy sector, that your priority should be moving towards sustainable forms of energy and investing your capital appropriately.
But can you see why energy companies would be like, okay, then pound sand then? If you're telling us well, we need you now, hurry up. And this is basically what Biden tried to do, right? They tried to be like, oh shit. Now we're in the economy's doing really bad and energy prices are going through the roof. So he's like, well, now he basically went hat in hand to OPEC and was like, can you increase production? And they were like, no, because if you tell them, even if that's what you intend, why would you tell these people that? Like, when you tell them, by the way, as soon as we're back on our feet, you can kiss our ass. We're not going to buy shit from you. We're not going to help you. So we're just doing this because we're in a tight spot now. What do you expect those companies in those countries to do? They're going to be like, okay, then we're not going to help you.
I mean, I think that there is obviously a need to be, politically savvy in your messaging and tactful with the companies that we rely on for energy infrastructure. But at the same time, there's a tremendous value in being honest, being very straightforward about the direction that the country is going, and moving in lockstep with what the majority of the American people believe should be our priority as far as energy production goes, which is green technology, not fossil fuels.
Can you show me where dams have been built since the Inflation Reduction Act?
They are not finished being built. They're funded, and on the map, like the U.S. progress map, they have been approved for disbursement of the funds. In some cases, they've already started being released, but there's a very, very well-established interactive record of the spending and allocations that you can find on the U.S., on the White House website.
The problem is, we see this anytime that there's massive spending. I could do that. I could be, if you were like, Rob, you're in charge of the country now, just print the money you want and come up with an agenda list. I could do that. I could say all kinds of good shit. Yeah, I live in Pennsylvania. Bridges are crumbling. I'd be like, fix this bridge. Wind turbines here. We're put a new dam there. But until they're built, it really means nothing because we've been made these promises before. We've spent trillions and trillions of dollars on infrastructure in this country in the past 20 years, and yet our infrastructure is crumbling. In fact, the Inflation Reduction Act has very little to do with infrastructure because much of the spending that you see in there, and I've had this debate with people, can you define what infrastructure is? Like, how would you define
the Inflation
Reduction
Reduction
While you answer that, Rob,
quick.
just check your DMs just real quick. But yeah,
check
the
my
Inflation
DMs?
Reduction Act and the infrastructure bill are obviously completely separate. The Inflation Reduction Act has components of infrastructure built into it, but the Infrastructure Act is standalone legislation worth $1.2 trillion that has detailed available information about where all of those funds are going. I'm actually interested because you mentioned that you're in Pennsylvania. Do you have any kind of have you looked into the projects that have been approved for the state of Pennsylvania by the Biden infrastructure plan?
No, I have not. I know that there's been the only thing infrastructure wise, when I talk infrastructure, I'm talking like energy, power grid, roads, things like that. Because a lot of times it gets murky. Because a lot of times
roads,
Democrats,
bridges, dams.
But a lot of times Biden and company, they'll say things like this. Well, education's infrastructure because we have to train the engineers. So that's considered part of infrastructure. And so I have these debates oftentimes where, and you can see this, things get passed that are for a specific thing, like the Inflation Reduction Act, that it really has nothing to do with the lane. I haven't looked into the ins and outs of the thousands of pages in the infrastructure bill, nor have I seen exactly what projects have been approved in Pennsylvania. I do know that there is a need for maintenance of roads and things like on Pennsylvania. For example, Pennsylvania has the second highest gas tax, and that is supposed to exclusively go to infrastructure in the form of roads, and yet our roads are consistently rated near the bottom of the country as far as the quality of the roads. There was a bridge famously that collapsed outside of Pittsburgh 2 or 3 years ago, maybe at the end of Trump's administration or maybe at the beginning of Biden's. I'm not blaming Trump or Biden for a Pittsburgh bridge collapsing, but you see what I'm saying. So in the context of that sort of infrastructure, those are the things that I know and that the people around here know. What I do know, though, is that we're constantly told these promises of we spent a bunch of money to deal with X. We spent a bunch of money to deal with infrastructure. We're told that year after year. Shovel-ready jobs. Obama was touting this. And yet it seems like our infrastructure never markedly improves, and we're constantly being told, well, it needs revamped, it needs revamped, it needs revamped. So I'm not going to count my chickens before the egg, or, before they hatch. I don't think that just because they spent a bunch of money and made a bunch of promises. For example, they also promised that it would have I'm conflating things, I understand, but they promised us the Inflation Reduction Act would have an immediate effect on seniors. And yet 80%, or I'll look up the exact number, a huge percentage of seniors that were polled said that they're actually worse off when it comes to their medical prices and their economic situation after the Inflation Reduction Act was passed.
Well, the components of the Inflation Reduction Act haven't all been fully signed into law and implemented yet. The Medicare price controls were signed into law yesterday.
Okay,
So,
Portland, check your DMs, and if you approve it, we'll make it happen. You were okay with it, by the way, Rob?
I'm fine. That's fine by me.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So just making sure. So check your DMs, and if you're cool with it, we'll do it. But if not, I don't want to put any undue pressure.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, it's
okay.
fine.
Okay. Well, then at this juncture, we have a new challenger entering the arena. Josiah, how you doing?
What's up, fellas?
What are you calling yourself today?
All right, shut up, Rob. Okay, listen. Everybody was making fun of my my original username, which was Ruminate, and everybody was like, "What's Rum1N8?" I'm like, "Fuck." Okay, so now I went for a Majority Report style thing. I've got a YouTube channel called Pondering Politics, and I am Josiah, which is my real name. So, yeah. But I hear you.
We need somebody to get a more colorful background. This is like 4 shades of beige, and it's making me uncomfortable.
I'm at my work office, so my home office I'm more colorful. There's nothing I can do here. So
fair enough.
Don't let him fool you. He usually, when he streams, he has his array of like sex toys on in the background, just arrayed in various sizes. I was just on Stitch and Adam, and I had like the lights up and everything, but I just I dropped out because
Ruminate. Those aren't sex toys. Those are just normal pictures and stuff. We're not all perverts that shove things up our ass like you. So.
Okay. I do want to hear about the Stitch and Adam stuff later. I am very curious how that went, but for now, the topic at hand is who has been better for America, Trump or Biden? Currently, we are on infrastructure and energy independence. I want to give you
to respond to Rob's last.
Yeah, respond, and maybe that'll catch you up to speed. And then Josiah, feel free to jump in.
By the way, real quick, Rob, I appreciate you agreeing to have a 2v1.
No problem.
If that's the extent, yeah.
Yep, no problem.
Solid dude.
So, I think it's very silly to suggest that because we only have an extremely an extremely comprehensive database of exactly where funding is being allocated, and we haven't even reviewed the projects that are local to you, like waterway improvements and airport terminal improvements. I mean, these things are obviously components of infrastructure that are out of date, that are very important to the American people, that are being implemented in a pretty expeditious fashion, and we have huge detailed records to point to any one of those individual projects. So I think that it's very, very weird to say well, we don't have the bridges finished yet. We don't have everything on it's a very, very ambitious time frame to suggest that we should have more than we do right now.
But what I don't understand, I'll just say this quickly, right? Because I know Ruminate probably wants to get in. This was the same sort of rhetoric we had under Obama. So in 2012, around there, right? We had a big $400 or $300 billion infrastructure bill, and we were told shovel-ready jobs, everything's going to be golden, it's going to be great, infrastructure will be great. And then here we are, 10 years later, we're infrastructure's a mess. And so the problem is when these great promises don't get fulfilled anywhere near the level of what we're being told, and I'm debating you in 5 years, and hopefully you guys have kids and your lives are going great, and
I have 2 kids now.
Oh, okay, so hopefully, and you'll be we need infrastructure spending. That's something we need to do. Our infrastructure is really struggling in this country. We need infrastructure spending. And I'll say, remember 5 years ago when I was debating you, and you were well, we spent $1.3 trillion on infrastructure, and it's going to have all these programs. It's going to be awesome. You'll say, yeah, that wasn't enough, but this time it will be. I just don't believe in counting that. Literally, it's something that often with big government people that I run into a lot, where it's well, on paper, if we spend a lot of money, that solved the problem. I mean, the truth is, these sort of policies, I'll finish with this, these sort of big government spending policies, we were told were so beneficial to the American people. ABC is reporting that a record number of people in this country, 4 out of 10, are saying they are worse off economically under Biden than they were under Trump. It's the worst polling they've had on this question in 37 years. And we can see all polling suggests that Biden, even the people that like Biden, he is underwater when it comes to his dealing with the economy. And even at the end of Trump's presidency, that's the one thing people liked about him. People felt the economy was working for them under Trump, and it's not working for them under Biden. And to say, but they spent a bunch of money and trust us, it'll solve it all. I don't buy it.
So I'll just jump in here if I may, because I am coming in this in the middle, and I'm not exactly sure what the context is. But respectfully, Rob, I'm not sure that we should be. I think that's a separate question. If the question is, does Biden get the credit on the economy that we think he deserves? Number one, or do we think that Biden is popular with respect to the economy? I think those are different questions than is Biden good for the economy? Because you just said it there at the end of COVID, Trump was polling higher on the economy, even when the economy was shit during COVID, and you could say that was a result of Trump's mismanagement or not, but the economy wasn't good, right? But he was still polling relatively high. So I don't think the number one polling data is a reflection of material reality.
I feel like it's really, really important to, I'm sorry, Josiah, to just point out that we were still, at the end of the Trump administration, we were still enjoying significant government support from the COVID relief bill that was passed in 2020. We obviously had a significant forecast of inflation that we knew was going to be, was going to start catching up with us in 2022, 2023, mainly as a result of COVID spending and COVID's impact on global supply chains. So just to that point, I think it's less like about what economic policies are working and just like where people are at in the natural progression of a pandemic recovery that leads them to say like, yes, we are worse off right now than we were under Trump, because they weren't experiencing those hardships. We just hadn't made it there yet.
And then the other thing I was just going to say, and then we'll throw it back to Rob, because again, I don't want to gish gallop him.
Yeah, I understand.
Number one, so the thing with the polling, I think that there's a distinction to be made between polling data and popularity and material reality. And I'll totally cop that the Biden is not particularly popular on the economy, even though I would say that the data largely supports that Bidenomics, such as it is, works. But the second thing is you were making a case about funding and with infrastructure, and like, okay, the budget is allocated, the bill's been signed into law, but where are the bridges, where are the roads? And listen, I think that's a fair point to make, that, like, you know, you can't drive on money, right? But I also think, and I don't know if Portland brought this up, but I mean, these things take time to manifest itself, certainly on a nationwide infrastructure project. And we could probably cite examples like the I-95 bridge in Pennsylvania. I mean, much of that, the quick repair, the resources at their disposal, and the reimbursement came from funds from President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law. The fact that it's not that Pennsylvania is not going to be the one eating the cost for that, and Pennsylvania residents, that's a burden that's shared by the entire country because of that investment. And if Donald Trump had it his way, he would have also passed bipartisan or an infrastructure law. He wanted to do that. And I would expect, maybe I'm wrong, that if Donald Trump had signed an infrastructure bill into law, you would probably want to give him credit for it, even if that didn't immediately result in like bridges, roads, and so forth. Anyway, that's all.
No, I would say you'd be exactly wrong, because one of the criticisms I make of Trump was his massive spending, right? Which I think, particularly towards the end of his administration, led in part to inflationary pressures, which the Biden team has exacerbated. But this was largely, you have Republicans that want to spend a lot, and then you have Democrats that want to spend a lot and even more, right? And so I think, as someone who supports...
clarify? When you're done, I just have...
Clarify, go ahead.
I thought the issue was that the money Biden spent has not materialized, not the price tag associated with it, or is it both? I'm saying
it's both, right? Because here's the problem, right? Like, again, like, if I'm talking to you in 2009 and the Obama $300 billion infrastructure bill is passed, you're going to be making the exact same arguments, right? You would have said we have to give him credit. On paper, it says exactly where the money's going. And then it didn't materialize like that. It didn't end up...
Hold on, Rob. Hold on. It's not that it didn't materialize. It's seemingly that like it didn't do enough, because I can pretty clearly recall some of the like roadway construction and infrastructure changes that were made in my area during after Obama's spending on infrastructure in I think 2009 or 2010. Like there were extensive projects in my local area that you could see in for years, and I think your criticism seems to be that they didn't do enough, but you don't like that Biden has gone to aggressively greater lengths, and seemingly because it's too expensive, while still like nobody disputes the need. You acknowledge the need, but you don't like that he's investing in it, and I don't really understand where you can where you would want him to go.
Let's give Rob some space to answer. So go ahead, Rob. I know it's a 2v1, so I've got to try to give you equal time. Okay.
I think you can see the increase in spending and the increase in money printing and things like that, which certainly the Biden administration's accelerated, causes inflation, which is making the economic situation, which we could get into the economic data. This is why when people are asked, are you better off now economically than you were under Trump? They rightfully say no, because the majority of people aren't. Because any sort of job creation or wage growth has been outpaced by massive inflation, right? And most of the money that's being increased, we see that the wealth disparity gap's actually increasing, something that Democrats supposedly care about. We see the rich people are getting richer. That's certainly true after these big government socialist policies of lockdown plus stimulus. But we can see that the poor people are getting poorer and the middle class is sort of being eroded. That's the net benefit of these big government programs. So I'm not going to just believe on face value that all of these hopes and wishes and dreams, just like in 2009 we were told everything would be better. No, I think we could look at the negatives of the massive printing of money, and we could also simultaneously say until we see tangible results that do the things that you're talking about, that we don't give credit. But I wonder, seeing as how we're focused on bridges, roads, things like that, can either of you tell me what percentage of the infrastructure bill is going to roads and bridges?
I don't know offhand. I think they had it broken down by billions of dollars. I'm gonna spitball 10%, 25%.
Well, according to the Heritage Foundation, 4%.
Okay. Well, I think that I don't think it's just physical infrastructure. I think broadband was a huge part of it as well. I'd have to look at the breakdown. It's been forever since I've looked at the infrastructure law. But again, so can we put this to bed real quick? If it's the issue with spending, surely you won't hold any president, be it Biden, Trump, or any Democrat or Republican, for providing the fund, like orchestrating the legislation to be signed into law for infrastructure, and then those funds are dispersed to the various states, and then the states have quite a bit of discretion over when, where, and how they apply those funds. You would surely not count that against the president. Like you would still count that as an achievement, right? Hey, he got the states the funds they need to apply to their various infrastructure projects, right? Like you wouldn't.
No, I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding. Sure. I'm not saying this to shit on you. You guys are central government people. You're big government people. You want government planning. I don't. So you're like, but wouldn't we give credit? Wouldn't you give credit to when a right-winger or someone you voted for did? No, that's one of the things I'll criticize them about.
But they gave it to states. That I think you have a misunderstanding, because I asked the question. They're allocating these funding to the states, and then the states use the funding commensurate with their infrastructure priorities.
But it doesn't. Oftentimes what happens is regress and ineptitude, even at the state level, means that this money's mismanaged and misspent, right? So I don't think that we should be taxed federally, in these. I'm not an ANCAP, right? But I don't think that we should have these massive $1 trillion blowouts between the Inflation Reduction Act that dealt with some forms of infrastructure, particularly energy, and between the infrastructure bill. What are we talking? What's the price tag on this? $3 trillion? Higher?
Yeah, I think it was like 1.75, if I remember correctly.
For the infrastructure bill. But what about the Inflation Reduction Act, which also deals with infrastructure?
Was that even $1 trillion? I can't remember.
Oh,
no, hold on.
You could look it up. Sure the Infrastructure Act I know less about. The Inflation Reduction, we're talking. I'm guessing that it's over $2.5 trillion. The two combined would be my guess.
Let me look.
Yeah, you guys. You got a number? Or?
I'm double checking it right now.
And we're talking about bills
that
1.2
trillion. The infrastructure.
For the infrastructure.
Yeah, 1.2 for the Inflation Reduction Act. The real cost of the Inflation Reduction Act subsidies is 1.2 trillion. And now let me get the other one.
Okay.
The infrastructure, it says here, is 1.2 trillion over 8 years.
So that's $2.5 trillion roughly. And I'll accept those numbers for now. I don't know. Sure. But what I'm saying is these are
that's also
thousands of pages.
2.4 total.
Thousands of pages in these bills, and who the hell knows what's in there, right? So when we're talking about, even in this conversation, now admit, Heritage Foundation could be biased. Perhaps their number's bullshit. I didn't read the thousands of pages of bill, and I bet you didn't read all the pages either. You read something that curated them. So to be touting this as some sort of legislative success, when we at least have one person saying only 4% of it's going to the things that we were kind of talking about in this issue when it comes to roads and bridges, it becomes nonsensical. We're just saying it's a big number, and it says it's going to do something, so therefore we know it'll be good. I think that's how we got in this problem in the first place, where we have runaway inflation, where we have an exacerbation of a disparity in wealth from the biggest people, the haves, versus the have-nots. It's because when the government gets involved and they start siphoning out money through taxation or inflation, then they start massively printing and sending us out. The people at the top always get their share of the pie first. And I don't see any evidence that what I know now is the situation on the ground under Biden is people are worse off economically considerably now under Biden than they were under Trump. And that we see that there's this disparity and things like that are increasing. And I'm not going to hand wave that away by saying, but I assume they'll build the bridges better.
Do you think that the Trump COVID relief policy had anything to do with inflation, or do you think that if Trump were elected to a second term, he would have spent less aggressively? Because for what I recall is that Trump was actually not satisfied with the amount of relief that they were able to approve, wanted larger spending packages, and was key in assembling the package that was eventually passed by Biden in 2021, by the Biden administration in 2021. So he was significantly involved in the architecture. The only difference is he wanted to go further. So how would we have been in a better position vis-a-vis inflation had Trump stayed in office?
Okay. One, I absolutely blame Trump and Republicans. It is something that many Trump supporters are unwilling to bite the bullet. I'll bite it. I find it outrageous that a lot of Trump supporters were Tea Party people that were concerned about massive budgets even before COVID. Trump was spending massively. Absolutely true. Deserves criticism for. Democrats are worse. They're obviously worse. They want to spend what Trump's spending and more on a bunch of pet projects and things like that, that even if I would say, and I'm not saying this, but if I was to say, well, Trump spent on things that I like more, Democrats are spending on all sorts of crazy shit, the gender studies programs and this, that, and the other that are in these bills that are ridiculous. But the buck does stop with Trump when he was there. He signed that damn bill. Republicans signed off on that damn bill. Absolutely, they deserve it. If we were serious about the only excuse for why the government should have massively spent was because the government itself locked people down. They intentionally caused mass economic harm to people. So in that time of crisis, did they have the right to try to give people some relief? But if that was the priority, then the bill should have been about 2 pages long. It should have said every American or every American under a certain economic bracket gets this check for this money. It shouldn't have been thousands of pages voted on in the middle of the night before anyone had a chance to read it, that's sending money to places like Boeing and sending money to gender places, and it has a bunch of stuff about equity in it and that people
Gender
on the boards...
places. Can you be more specific?
Yes, it was sending like to certain... What's the word I'm looking? Museums and things like that that were for the purpose of...
Yeah, endowments for the art. There was an endowment for the arts. There,
yes.
Yeah. But here's the thing that's bugging me, though, is like you seemingly haven't looked at all into what the infrastructure bill is funding and where. There's this enormous slate of projects that have been approved, both discretionary and formulaic, focused on bridges, focused on roads, focused on local energy production, focused on airports, things that you would, I would think, consider high priority for Americans and good uses of investment from the federal level. Yeah, I think it's just really weird to me that someone who's so dedicated to the nitty gritty and the details and stuff hasn't actually like stopped to look at where any of this money is going to see if the criticisms are valid.
I just want to quickly add to this because that's I was trying to pull it up here in my notes because this thing passed like 2 years ago. And so I don't know where the 4% figure comes from. It was 1.2 trillion in terms of its total price package, 550 billion in terms of additional like new spending, 110 billion for roads and bridges, 66 billion for railroads, 65 billion for the power grid, 65 billion for broadband, 55 billion for water infrastructure, so lead pipe replacements, chemical cleanup, etc. and so forth, 50 billion for cybersecurity and climate change funding, which will protect infrastructure.
What percent was that?
50 billion. 50 billion.
Okay.
So yeah.
Oh no, percentage-wise, out of all that, do you have a percentage for us? Is what he's asking?
I mean, out of that 1.2 trillion.
No. The number's fine. Yeah, the number's fine.
It doesn't have a figure. So I'm not saying that
it's like 4%. But yeah.
So this is breaking down the 550 billion. Maybe the 110 billion just literally for roads and bridges. That counts as 4%. Maybe that's what Rob was talking about. But to me, all this stuff sounds like infrastructure. 39 billion for public transit, 25 billion for airports, 17 billion for ports, blah, 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 blah. I mean, that doesn't sound like... That sounds like intuitively it makes sense that that's infrastructure.
But that's... I don't think that you would... First off, I think if the inverse was true, and I could point to spending bills that Republicans and Trump passed, and I'll guarantee you weren't just reading a page readout, right, of a 2,700 pages is what the infrastructure bill was, and just reading a readout and saying, hey, Trump's saying all good things. I assume all this money will be spent legitimately and will be spent in a good way.
I'm getting this from just like Investopedia. And
right. Well, I understand. So, like, I'm not going to accept, right? Again, it's massive spending. We've had these massive spending. For example, you saying that only, 500 million of its new spending? 500 billion? 550
billion, yeah.
Okay, so that would imply that the rest of that 1.2 trillion was already allocated to be spent on infrastructure, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, that's the existing infrastructure project.
Okay, so given that, if that was already the existing infrastructure, can you articulate to me the advances that we got out of that made our infrastructure great, and why only increasing it 500 billion will be able to solve all of the massive problems that you're talking about?
It's a fair question, but I think at the end of the day, there's no way to articulate it because it comes from the same fund, right? And so we're talking about an infrastructure law or an infrastructure bill which was signed into law less than 2 years ago. And again, the funds are being dispersed. I don't think that the money is earmarked. You go through this old spending first. This is old spending for this bridge, and then this is, once you get done with that, this is new spending for different bridges. I don't think it works that way as far as I know.
I think there'll be
you guys are getting a lot of new roads in Pittsburgh.
Listen, but again, it's all bullshit, right? We've had this spending before, and we can see that the infrastructure's poor, right? And so just to hand wave and say, this is it. The economy looks really bad right now. It looks really bad. And people are feeling that crunch. But we know that this infrastructure bill, and again, it's 2,700 pages, the devil's in the details. So, for example, I could put forth a bill that says we're going to give $100 billion to roads and bridges. Then when you look into the details of that, often what happens is there's all sort of regress and things like that. The same thing was done with the CARES Act. We were told with the CARES Act and with acts that were sent, stimulus bills sent to people, all this money's going to good places. Now the government's saying as high as 10% of it could have been lost just in fraud. That's just fraud. That's not even wasteful spending on programs that weren't fraudulent. So, for example, we could see, I'm just looking at like little things. A website that I see that's touting the infrastructure spending, a trucking website. It's saying, yeah, this is going to be good for trucking. And one of the things it says is it creates a women's advisory board for women in trucking. How much spending is going to that? Maybe only $1 million. Maybe only
not 550 billion.
Wait,
right,
so
I'm guessing. But
what the question with like individual pieces of funding allocation, because we already established that like you haven't looked into it on like a granular level, even though the information is there.
Just clear, have you? It's 2,700 pages.
I have the information literally in front of me.
No, have you read the bill, or did you just Google to a website that you like that told you some facts and readouts from it that you're like, that's good enough for me?
The government dashboard has an extremely comprehensive database where you can look at each one of these projects on an individual level, see whether they're discretionary or formulaic funding, see what they're going to, which department is receiving that funding, what they're supposed to use it for. Like, it's a very, very comprehensive database.
I disagree.
That should provide a significant amount of transparency. What do you mean you disagree? I'm looking at it.
How many pages is that comprehensive database that you're looking at?
It's an interactive map, Rob. Like, you take a look at it, like it's like not pages. It's like a dashboard, and it's got like various.
Okay, well, if we were to click on everything in that interactive map and print it out, how many pages would you estimate it is?
How many cities do you have in the United States that need maintenance on their infrastructure or new infrastructure projects? It's not like, oh, it's too big, so it's impossible for it to be effective. That's not a compelling argument.
You're contradicting yourselves.
Where all the funds are going.
You're contradicting yourselves because
How am I contradicting myself?
Well, let me finish and I'll tell you. Previously, you said the thing that's great about this and why I should like it is they're not making these on-the-ground decisions, and they're just sending it to the states and allowing the states to make these decisions. Now you're like, how many? Of course it's 2,700 pages because it's articulating how many cities need this and that. Well, you just said that's not what it's doing. You don't know. Let me just say overarchingly, neither of you have any clue what you're talking about because neither of you cracked into this 2,700 pages. And that's okay. I don't expect you to do it. I didn't do it either. What I'm saying is to act like this is going to be some end-all be-all is nonsensical. It is massive spending, and we've seen that these massive spending programs that you probably touted, like the stimulus bills, the net result, despite the great rhetoric around it, was more money for the wealthy and more inflation and less money from the poor and working class.
I can't speak for what stimulus bills that you're talking about, but as far as the bipartisan infrastructure law, and I'll just put my contribution down here, and then if you want to continue to kick this around, you in Portland can until we move on to the next one. But listen, I take your point. I didn't read the 2,000 pages, and it's entirely possible that there's pork in there. But in the
it's like saying because you didn't read the recipe for the cake, you didn't make a cake, or you don't know that that's a cake. It's fucking clear that all of the pieces are there. All of the information necessary to track where the money is going is there. All of the projects on an individual level are described, and all of the people are accounted for.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's basically what I was going to say. I think we have sufficient information to at least err on the side of caution that this was actually a good bill, that states are taking advantage of it, that we're seeing the funds dispersed by red states and blue states towards all kinds of infrastructure. Until I get compelling evidence to the contrary, I'm going to go based on the evidence that we do have, that this is a solid step in the right direction, and that this will probably make a material benefit for infrastructure in the next 5 to 10 years. That's where I stand on the issue. To me, that's a Biden win.
Right,
it's an enormous win. Trump wanted to invest in the infrastructure of the United States, but he failed to do so until they passed the CARES Act. And when he passed the CARES Act, it was like $250 billion. I think his initial proposal was around $240 billion, and he said that the private market or the private sector would contribute about $1.5 trillion, but he never really was able to articulate exactly how or where that money would come from. But I mean, when they put an infrastructure bill on the table when Donald Trump was in office, you know what he said? Like, okay, we can get the votes for this, but you have to stop investigating me. He dangled infrastructure knowing that it's a high priority for the American people like a carrot to get himself off the hook. And I think that's
was the infrastructure attached to an omnibus that also funded the DOJ in places like that?
Sorry?
Was the
I didn't hear the first part.
infrastructure attached to an omnibus that also funded places like the DOJ?
He had a somewhere between like $240 and $250 billion infrastructure proposal that he had several meetings with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer on, that they were unable to secure Democrat votes. They were unable to secure the agreement that they would drop investigation into Trump in order to get this bill passed.
I don't know about this particular situation, seeing as how the investigations into Trump, particularly the Russia collusion event. What year was this, by the way? This infrastructure bill
was they went to the negotiating table several times in 2017, between 2017 and 2019.
Yeah, seeing as how we now know that the investigation to Trump was a literal coup that was being conducted by the FBI that was working in tandem with Hillary Clinton's team, that was working with a Russian spy to be able to have the FBI to spy on Trump's team. I don't blame Trump for wanting those investigations to cease. Nonetheless, I will just say this, they didn't read the 2,700 pages. I'm not saying that they can't have an opinion on it unless they read 2,700 pages. I'm saying it's the exact same thing that anytime Democrats spend money that they do, they say it's going to solve so many problems, it's going to be great. They're saying in the future we think things will be good now. I'm telling you right now, Biden's economy is far worse than Trump's economy, and people know it. And the only thing that they could say to get out of this is, but they spent a shitload of money that we assume will be awesome and will do exactly what we need. I don't have that level of confidence. Just like I never have that level of confidence when our government's massively spending money and doing lockdowns and having this central planning that they tell us is going to be all groovy, that ends up being exacerbating the wealth gap in this country. And it's why we've seen wages and things like that be stagnant from the poor and working class for so many years in this country.
I don't know if you covered this before, and if you did, you don't have to rehash it because I jumped into this late. But did you explain in before I got here how Trump's economy was better than Biden's?
Yes.
I was
okay.
So, well, we didn't really talk about that. So we could start by talking about Biden's economy, right? Biden's economy, we have seen.
Yeah, let's focus on Biden's economy.
Okay,
so just so I can
Biden's
feel like
economy,
I'm doing
which
something.
is continuously
We're going to be talking
exceeded
about the economy now and whether or not it is working for the American people. I think that Josiah made the claim earlier in this debate that Biden economics, such as they are, Bidenomics is largely working, and so I'm curious what you would think of that, Rob, what your response to be. I'm going to let you start, Rob, and then we'll just kind of get into it. Cool?
Yeah, Biden's economy is not working, so we can see record levels of inflation. If we viewed this inflation through the metrics that we used to in 1980, we can see that it surpassed even the inflation that we had in the 80s by a considerable amount. I predicted this is what would happen with Biden inflation. It would be so grotesquely high. The way we measure these things are year to year. So the official numbers, which are almost every economic number, are later revised downwards. We could go through that if you like as well. But the official numbers that we have now are what, 8%? Like we had at some points we had year-to-year inflation over 8%. When you have a year of that, this is what happens. Let's just go through a scenario. Let's say a gallon of milk in 2020 cost you $1, right? And then Biden comes into office, and at the end of his 4 years, that gallon of milk is going to cost you $4. So it's increased by $3, right? That's a 300% increase that's occurred there. Let's say in year one, it increases $2.95. The next 3 years, if it only goes up 5 cents, at the end of that, they'll be saying, see, we've beaten inflation. Inflation's really low, but you're still paying $3 more for a gallon of milk. That's exactly how they'll tout that, oh, inflation's going down. No, inflation's not going down. The rate of inflation is going down because the benchmark has been set so high because inflation was so high under Biden that the sustainability of things increasing year to year by 10% cost overarchingly was almost impossible even for an incompetent or corrupt person to be able to do. So the inflation has, I'll finish with this, inflation has far outpaced wages, and inflation, particularly on things like energy and food, which are uniquely bad, disproportionately affects people that higher percentage of their income goes to those things. And who are those? The poor and working class people.
Okay, couple of things. First, the Trump policies that were implemented during the COVID relief stage and even earlier in his administration were obviously setting the stage for a tremendous increase in spending, as well as, like most economists forecast, inflation on the recovery end of the pandemic, which was experienced by almost every country in the modern world, some of which experienced much more significant inflation than the United States. Now, Trump, as we already discussed, was one of the principal architects of the COVID relief bill, of the spending that was implemented under Biden, considering the second bill was already like being formed before he left office. But the big key difference was that he wanted to spend more. He wanted to deliver substantially more. He wanted to expand the amount that people were receiving substantially. And this is obviously, like I already asked you earlier, where do you think that the break would be in inflation between a second Trump administration and a Biden administration, given that basically every economic institution around the world predicted inflation to one degree or another as a result of COVID supply chains? COVID's impact on
the
supply
problem.
chains.
So I do put blame at the feet of Trump. He didn't do near to the level of what Democrats and Biden and them have done. Democrats and Biden.
What do you mean?
Well, let me explain. He didn't force lockdowns. He paid lip service to them, but he didn't force them. He didn't force mandates and things like that. That's what Democrats were doing overarchingly. Republicans failed too. There wasn't anyone that was perfect on this. And I've criticized both Trump and Republican governors, legislators, etc. at the state level that did endorse these lockdowns. The supply chain crunch is not because of COVID. It's because of the reaction to COVID. And by any metric, Democrats, including Biden, wanted to exacerbate not just the lockdowns and metrics that stopped people from going about their life and committing and increasing the normal economic activity that occurs, but also through more massive spending that they wanted to do, and they have done since this occurred. So they have, saying Trump would have spent more, we don't know that. We don't know that at all.
What do you mean? What do you mean by Democrats wanted to exacerbate lockdowns?
I mean that they, for example, Democrat states endorsed lockdowns more. They criticized Republican states that didn't do lockdowns and said it would be things like the forever purge. Democrat states stayed locked down longer when it came to physical lockdowns and work. They had more sort of policies that told people that they couldn't go out and engage in regular commerce, such as restaurants and things like that in New York, or the ability to go to work without being vaccinated in places that we saw. We saw Biden's plan that tried to push forth a vaccine passport that said that people had to be, or vaccine mandate that said that people had to be vaccinated if they worked at a company with over 50 people, etc., etc. So they embrace lockdowns, but you're sure neither you or Ruminate are going to make this up. You're not going to make the argument that Democrats wanted less lockdowns. That's not an argument you're going to try to make, is it?
Well, to be clear, we're trying to
Democrats wanted to follow the
working or not working, and I'm just curious why we're talking about.
I don't want to get off. I don't want to get off on that particular tangent. I would probably quibble with some of the things like Biden's vaccine passports or like vaccine mandates or anything in the lockdowns, which took place were preceded Biden, as a matter of fact. But I mean, on the whole, I would say I would agree that collectively, Democrats were largely more pro lockdown than Republicans. That passes the vibe check to me.
Right. Absolutely. And why wouldn't they be when they had an executive, a commander-in-chief who constantly downplayed the severity of COVID, who constantly undermined the instructions of the medical institutions that were supposed to guide us through a very fluid,
and
very,
Republicans
very difficult
were infected
situation.
And died at higher rates than
Republicans
Democrats
died in greater percentages in almost every state in the country. It was absolutely the right call to implement science-based public safety guidelines, even if they didn't end up being perfect in retrospect, because that's the whole point of pandemic response. It's like an urgent, fluid, evolving situation, and to use a failure of information to like discredit the people who are in charge of shepherding us through that situation costs lives, and it costs the ability of us to like have trust in these institutions when it happens again, because it will happen again when a public health emergency arises, and we need to be able to vest our trust in the government and the officials that are in charge of these medical decisions, these science-based decisions. And undermining that credibility is a big problem with Trump's leadership that I was, trying to focus in on initially.
Right. I'm happy to go to COVID. No problem. Right. So we can get that the economy was much better.
I'm not. I want to talk about Bidenomics.
Well,
but
I
no
understand.
One is
Unfortunately,
Bidenomics happen
right,
in
right.
the post-COVID
Unfortunately,
landscape.
Wick, you're not debating. You're a moderator, and I'm doing it 2
I know. That's why I'm just.
It would be useful if I'm able to respond to the things that
Go
were
ahead.
said. I feel I'm being game doing a 2-on-1. It's fine by me. But
you dick.
So here we go. So I'm happy to talk about this. What you saw here, these platitudes, the one thing that's true with what Portland just said is it will happen again. That is absolutely true. They will push lockdowns again. And what happens is all of that skirts the central issue that we were talking about. The economic predicament we're in is far worse off because of these lockdowns. And so what the big central government planners say is they say we should do things like lockdowns. And then when that causes economic catastrophe, they say, well, now we need more control over the economy. We need to print more money. And we need to have more control control over the economy. And then when that exacerbates things through inflation, do they say, oh shit, our policies of lockdown plus massive spending has exacerbated the wealth gap in this country? Do they say, maybe we need to step back and go the opposite direction? No, they'll always double down. They'll say we need more of it. Now, what Portland said there was, he was like, we needed a science-based approach. So let's start here if we're going to talk about COVID. Can you show me the evidence that you all were looking at and the Democrats were looking at that was the science-based approach that said lockdowns were necessary?
Wait, you want me to reference the...
Yes, because let's just get to the... What do you think this is a fair
Rob,
way
I do not in front of me have the the information that Anthony Fauci and the powers that be were using to inform their decision making in 2020.
Did you support lockdowns when Fauci was suggesting them?
Broadly, I do. Yeah, I do support limited but targeted lockdowns.
And do you think that locking down people in the ways that they were, such as telling them that they can't go to work, or that they can't see family members that are maybe hospitalized, or they can't have funerals, or they can't have weddings, do you think that those are important impositions to make on people that could negatively affect their lives in serious ways?
I do.
Okay,
yeah.
So then don't you think it's pretty monstrous to embrace that without having any fucking clue of the science deeming them necessary?
No, I don't think it's monstrous to defer to the experts in a matter of virology and highly sophisticated science that I don't happen to be an expert in. I think that's why we have people in positions of public trust in the first place, not so we can armchair, revise all of the instructions that they gave after getting, the opportunity to collect data that wasn't available to them live in the field at the time. That is not how we assess leadership in really fluid, really evolving situations.
Did you support the Patriot Act?
The Patriot Act is a lot of stuff.
Did you support? Did you support?
I think that there's an expectation that I have that's probably a little more pessimistic than a lot of people, that I expect the government to be able to use its surveillance apparatuses to, do certain things to ensure the ongoing safety of the American public and interests.
So you did support the Patriot Act?
I do support the government. Yeah, I do support the Patriot Act on some level.
That's great. So this is what we see. So we know, for example, that the government has lied to us over and over again in issues like the Iraq War, or the conflict in Libya, or Afghanistan, and other places like that. And what we're being told here is to blindly trust them without even bothering to look into the evidence when they're telling you that they're going to be more authoritarian to you than any time in my life. They're going to accept that they could tell you, you can't go to work, you can't go to church, you can't go visit your mom in the nursing home, you can't have a funeral for your grandparents that died. Those are the...
Rob, your counter-argument is trust me instead.
I'll get to it, Ruminate. No, my counter-argument is that it is incumbent on the government to provide the necessary information to people to justify why they are doing something. And instead of providing any of that evidence, which they never did, they just said, what do you want, grandma to die? And that's why they were wrong, by the way. That's why the cost of the lockdowns have far outweighed any potential benefit that we got from it. I was right all along. I said this is a disaster. It's going to cause an economic calamity in the United States and around the world. It's going to harm people and lead to more deaths in the long run, not just because of the economic situation, but the mental toll, the fact that people won't get treated for other illnesses while this is occurring, the fact that people will resort to things like suicide, will resort to things like alcohol abuse and substance abuse and things like that. And I was right about all of that. That was a known evil.
That Republicans would die and get infected at higher rates than Democrats?
Well, the studies are... It's a red herring. It's deflecting from what we're talking... Right, I will talk about it. I will talk about it, but I'm just making the point right here that you both were willing to accept this authoritarianism unquestioningly, and you were wrong. And
so were you right that Republicans got infected and died at higher rates than Democrats?
Did I weigh in on that? What do you mean, was I right?
Well, no, I'm asking. I don't know if you weighed in. I'm asking if that was a prediction that you made and whether or not you were correct.
I would have guessed. If you asked me, I would have said yes, Republicans probably will die at higher rates than Democrats because let me tell you, the number one comorbidity is age. And Republicans tend to vote at an older age. Now, I'm aware of the one study that you'll read, because I've read it, that says, but we accounted for age. And what that study did was look at a handful of counties in Florida and Ohio and said that there was an increase in deaths pre-vaccine, so it was something like 20% higher in deaths between Republicans and Democrats in these specific counties, right? But after vaccine, it went up to over 100% in the accidents of death. There could be all sorts of reasons why that's the case. Part of that reason, if I throw you a bone, could be this. The vaccine's awesome. Maybe that's the reason. What does that have anything to do with what I said? It would have been right. It could have been.
We were talking about the COVID and COVID response at the moment.
Right.
I was just curious.
We could talk about the vaccine and stuff. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm not mentioning the vaccine at all. We're talking about lockdowns. And what we have here is you two both acknowledged that you.
We have about 20 more minutes left in this before. Okay.
You two both acknowledged that you supported lockdowns, and you have no fucking clue. You said the science. You can't cite me anything. That there was a credible argument that was being made that lockdowns was evaluating the cost and benefit of lockdowns and why they were necessary, and you can't prove to me now that lockdowns significantly outweighed the detriment to them. You can't.
So I'll say this, and as far as I'm concerned, again, you can have the last word. If Portland wants to jump in, you two can go. But as far as this tangent is concerned, I'll say this. We're in 2023. No, I don't have the sources on hand. What was at the time Dr. Fauci and the NIH and the CDC's rationale for endorsing lockdowns and mask and social distancing. From what I generally remember, like reading the articles and like hearing the press conferences, is they would say things like the data suggests, the science supports, and they didn't like pull out a study and say, based on this, and this.
Well, they've acknowledged what those studies were. I could tell you if you want. But go ahead.
Wait a minute. Let me finish, both of you. If that's what you're looking for, I don't have it. So all I'll say is, in summation, I was happy to defer to medical authorities. And by the way, to me, that is meaningfully different than even government authorities like the surveillance state and surveillance operations like the Patriot Act. I think that you can justify supporting bipartisan career experts who presided over like the containment of the AIDS pandemic and things like that, as was the case with Fauci, and also be reasonably skeptical of politicians seeking to a mass surveillance power. I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. So that's all I'll say on the subject. You can have the final word with me.
Okay, well, I'll just say, wasn't Fauci excoriated for his treatments of the AIDS pandemic, particularly by people on the left?
I thought my understanding was that he led the government response to it and handled it pretty well, all things considered.
I guess research at your own, but I think you'll find that a lot of people on the left were very unhappy with Fauci when it came to the AIDS pandemic. The study that was mostly used, it was the sole study that was used to justify lockdowns in the UK, and the study that was mostly used to justify them in the United States, though it was never specifically named, was the Imperial College model, and this was led by a guy named Neil Ferguson. Neil Ferguson once led to the destruction of thousands of sheep or cows in the UK, because he said that mad cow disease was going to kill tens of thousands of people in the UK, and the ultimate death toll from that was something like 14. That's who Neil Ferguson is. His study that he used, I was reading this at the time, because when the government says, we're going to lock you down, you both understand. Do either of you dispute? When the government started talking about lockdowns, you knew that not just people's personal mental health, but there would be significant economic and future ramifications to doing lockdowns. Sure. Right? So I took interest in that. I said, this is a known evil. Like they're saying, we have to do this thing that's really bad. And I said, okay, what's your rationale? And they didn't give one. They cited, people pointed to this Imperial College model. It said in a do-nothing scenario, like, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of something people would die of COVID. But the way they defined do nothing was literally individuals don't change their behavior. So as if you went to a stadium to watch a football game and 7,000 people died within a week that were there, you would just keep going. That's the do nothing. It never made sense in the first place. And it turns out that they were completely discredited and they were wrong. And what I'm saying is, both of you, if the government came out tomorrow, and whoever's replaced Dr. Fauci, I forget her name, right? If she came out and said, yeah, we need lockdowns again, would you accept it?
No. Well, at this point, I would definitely want more like sufficient evidence, because from what I recall at the bare minimum, there are at least mixed results on whether or not the lockdowns were effective. So,
okay, so then how can you criticize me?
You can go to different places to find different opinions on and analyses on how much economic impact the lockdowns had, positive, negative, or is somewhere in between. There's obviously there's some level of revisionism to be or not like revisionism, but
revisement of some sort. Yeah, as the science goes on and the best practices and such.
Precisely.
No, and because Rob, I think you've made a compelling case that there was sufficient things that happened between the initial recommendations by Fauci and the CDC and how that how the implementation of those best practices materialize. Again, I'm pretty sure there are some studies which indicate that the targeted lockdowns had some effect, if not in the United States, then in other countries. And I'm sure there are studies which indicate that it had virtually no effect whatsoever. So in a hypothetical in which Dr. Walensky came out and said, hey, we're going to do lockdowns again, I'd be like, whoa, hold up. We need more proof now.
Well, I beat you to the punch. I was right to question it then, right? And to say that makes, and the problem is, Portland, I was right.
This is not how we do emergency, like global emergency response, though. Like, what does Rob think versus what are the world's leading experts charged with government, like directing government agencies think?
It has nothing to do with what Rob thinks. It's if you're going to tell people they can't leave their home and they're going to suffer massively economically and they can't go to the nursing home to visit their parents and then their parents die and they can't have a funeral, it is incumbent on you to explain the cost benefits and why that is necessary. Instead of doing things that we saw them do, these leaders that advocated these policies, including people in the UK that were instrumental. I think it was Neil Ferguson himself, one of their high-ranking officials, who went and had sex with his mistress, whose husband had COVID while all this was going over and over again. The people that were saying, trust the science, you have to do this, weren't following their own policies. It hurt people massively. And to just say, well, it was emerging, so we just had to on blind faith trust them, that's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. And the fact that both of you, at least Ruminate said, that you would question it this time proves that it's not anti-science to question it at the time. You have to understand,
because we have 3 years of science now.
Yes.
We have 3 years of
That is
discovery now. We have 3
outrageous.
years of information
was
about
wrong.
how the virus spreads,
Okay,
about how easy it is to contact trace, about how hard it is
I
to
want to try
isolate.
again. Please help me out here because I want to try again. I think we've gone circled the drain on this COVID thing. I don't think we're getting anywhere on this COVID thing, and I want to talk about Bidenomics. I really do. I want to hear
right,
Josiah's
that's what we
argument.
did. We talked about Bidenomics. We could talk
We
about...
did not. We
did.
not. You have given your opening statement on it, and then what Portland did was he decided to talk about COVID. I don't know why he did that, but that's what he decided to do.
Wick, can I
can't
just
disentangle the two.
quickly give what I thought was an affirmative case for Bidenomics? And
Please.
Then
Yes, and then
so,
Rob can respond, and we can,
so my
have a discussion.
understanding. So under most major metrics, the economy is doing better under President Biden than it was under President Trump. So first and foremost, Joe Biden inherited a terrible economy from Trump. Donald Trump inherited a pretty good economy from Barack Obama. It just didn't, the universe and the economy did not manifest itself into existence on January 21st, 2017. Barack Obama left Donald Trump positive economic trends, and then for a time, Donald Trump was able to continue those, and in some cases, even expand those gains further. And then, of course, he got us into a disastrous trade war with China. The American workforce bore the brunt of those tariffs. He, added to the national debt. He swore he was going to wipe out the national debt, not add to it. He added $8 trillion in 4 years, $2 trillion of which was a tax cut for the uber rich. And so then we get to
Permanent tax cuts for corporations. Don't forget the permanent tax cuts for corporations and the soon expiring tax cuts for the working class.
Sure, and so I'll be super quick in terms of, so that's why Trump sucks in the economy relative to Biden, even though he inherited a pretty cushy deal. Why Biden is pretty good. Jobs, Biden blows Trump out of the water there. And even if I were to grant the premise, which I'm not going to, that Biden doesn't somehow get credit for the jobs that were created on his watch, thanks in large part to a massively successful vaccine rollout and the American Rescue Plan, even if I wanted to grant the premise that, no, you got to start the clock when we hit pre-pandemic levels of employment. That happened last year in September 2022. 4 million jobs have been added to the economy in 1 year under Biden, not counting COVID-era jobs regained. In his first year in office, Trump gained 2 years. So even then, if I grant the premise, Biden is twice as good as Trump. GDP growth is higher under Biden than it is under Trump. The economy compared to other G7 nations is better under Biden than not than Trump, because again, Trump left at the tail end of COVID. But we have the best economy in the world compared to other G7 advanced nations, and that's just shit off the top of my head. That's what I have to say, and then Portland and Rob can.
Okay, so great. So you can see the immediate contradiction here. So the contradiction is, well, Trump inherited a good economy from Obama, right? When you have a good economy, it's harder to have massive gains then, right? If you have an economy that bottomed out, for example, we saw massive gains when Obama first came in because of the disaster that was the end of the Bush presidency, right? So we had this sort of recession that occurred in 2008, and so you were able to see a massive uptick, a bounce back, which was evident. That was evident that that's going to happen because when you have a disastrous economy, inevitably there'll be a recovery, and so that recovery will look really good. The recovery wasn't as strong under Obama as people had hoped and anticipated, but that's why you would see that. The same is true of Biden, right? So the idea that there's this massive job creation that occurred, yeah, no shit. Democrats went along overwhelmingly more than Republicans, though Republicans are to blame as well, with lockdowns, with intentionally shutting people out of work, with causing them to lose their jobs. And so then, lo and behold, they cause you to lose your job, and then when you come back to work, they say, yay, I created a job. It is nonsensical. We could see, I believe, in 2018 or 2019, unemployment under Trump was something like 3.5% or 3.5.5%, I believe. That is the mark that Biden is touting as an all-time record. However, labor force participation is still nearing lows. So the way this works, unemployment looks really good, but that only counts people that are actively seeking jobs. And so there's 3.5% of them that don't have jobs. It also doesn't count people that have double jobs. So if in this terrible economy where inflation has outpaced wage growth, if you're now forced to have a second job, that would count into these job numbers as well. But labor force participation, more and more people are deciding to not even enter the labor force. We can see that under Biden, with all these great things that he's talking about, GDP growth and things like that, it is indisputable that the wealth disparity has increased. We could see that GDP growth was largely because of low metrics that was set under Trump's last year of COVID. He could say that the reason that Biden should get credit for this is because of good rollout. When Trump left office, he had been in charge, if you think the vaccine's great, he had been in charge of Operation Warp Speed, which we were told by prominent Democrats, including Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, that they would be very skeptical of this vaccine because it would be impossible to roll it out that fast, that they would have cut corners. That's the sort of things that Democrats like Biden were saying. And then when it came out, they immediately, when they won the election, switched, oh, not only is the vaccine good, but now you should have to take it. And their big plan was, well, we're going to get like 1 million doses a day out, which was basically what was being achieved at the end of Trump's presidency. So to say that somehow Biden gets credit for what? Continuing the vaccine policy that the Trump administration had done, right? And if there's anyone, if you say that sort of it's rhetorical, that's the problem with Trump, that he was downplaying the virus. That's not true. Dr. Fauci has no reason to like him, publicly said that Trump's public comments, particularly surrounding the Bob Woodward interview, was in line with what Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx were telling him to say, because they were telling him to not freak people out, right? What was he supposed to do? No, I mean, he should have fired Fauci, but I don't see how Democrats can make that argument. Conversely, the only person that was questioning the vaccine in office were the Democrats. Show me one time where Trump ever questioned the efficacy of the vaccine.
It's not about questioning the efficacy of the vaccine. It's about downplaying the severity of COVID in the first place and suggesting that taking the vaccine was, something akin to just like a personal choice, like putting on a hat. There are obvious shortcomings in the way that the message was delivered to the people in terms of the urgency that was conveyed and the amount of faith that you could place in the in the mandates to achieve a public health goal.
Well, so you can't show me. So again, Trump, regardless of what you think about COVID, one of the things his supporters hate is how much he's touted the vaccine. He's been its biggest cheerleader. That's just abjectly true. So if you think that, and the reason I bring it up, Ruminate, is that's what you touted is the reason that the economy was back online. That was one of the big reasons. Biden got this vaccine rollout going, and that's what got us back to work, and that's what led to job creation and things like that. Okay, so what I'm saying then is, well, Trump's the one that was there when the vaccine got out and started rolling out. And I give
Trump credit for the vaccine.
And so if we're talking about vaccine hesitancy and things like that you think could have impeded economic progress, right? The only candidates that were leading to vaccine hesitancy was the Democrats, who questioned the vaccine when they thought it would benefit Trump.
At higher rates. What
does that matter?
People got. It does matter, Rob.
Let me ask you this. I'll tell you.
Wait a minute. Because Trump supporters were infinitely less likely to get vaccinated, and you think that was because of Joe Biden? That they were getting their cues because of Joe Biden? That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. The fact of the matter is, your guy and your party were the ones who were depressing and suppressing vaccination rates, which is why your party died at higher rates than my party. Okay, my party actually listened to the science. We listened to good Joe Biden, and we took advantage of his vaccine rollout. And as far as Biden's comments with respect to the vaccine, he said that as long as it was supported by the science, he would absolutely get the shot, and so did Kamala Harris. They just said that they didn't trust Trump by himself. So you misrepresented their.
No, I don't misrepresent.
And again, even if I granted you that we can't count the 13 million jobs under that were gained back under Biden, which, number one, I don't believe that you would ever take that position if the shoe was on the other foot and it was Trump inheriting a pandemic from Obama, number one. Number two, even if I grant you that, I already said at the beginning, I grant you the premise. We start the clock at September 2022 when we reach pre-pandemic levels of employment. There's been 4 million jobs created in this economy under Biden compared to 2 million, which is half the number, 2 is half of 4, under Trump in his first year. So Biden still wins against Trump.
Okay, so to answer this spiel that you just had, if we had a Democratic candidate, for example, that came out and was tough, if we had a Democratic candidate that came out and was tough on crime, and he was running on like, actually, we need to revamp police forces, get them more training and things like that. We need to encourage, parents and culture to articulate against things that lead to criminality, right? But we said, well, Democrats commit more crime, so therefore I blame that person. I blame them. And you would say, but wait a minute, just because people that happen to vote for them may commit crime at higher rates, we wouldn't say that it's the blame of the politician that suggested the policies that would have done the opposite. So you blaming, and you act like what would be nonsensical. I'm telling you, the people that are hesitant to take the vaccine almost sound verbatim like Biden and Harris. They didn't just say what you said, right? What they said was,
people hesitant
I understand the need to interrupt. Do you guys, no, I got it. Do you want to bring in 4 or 5 more people too, and then you guys can interrupt me while I'm talking? Is that cool? Or can I finish my point?
Why, FYI, that I
cool?
proposed a 2v2 is because when Rob said he was cool with a 2v1,
well, I didn't bring it up until you're like interrupting me here, little. I gave you a chance to speak at great length. Now I'm responding. I thought that's how it went.
Sorry. Go ahead, Rob.
Right. So, so again, what Biden said was that he wouldn't trust it under Trump, and he actually made the comment in one of his comments. He said, "Who's going to want to be the first person to take it? Would you take it?" Did he not say that? Do you want me to pull up the quote?
Yes, you can pull up the quote. Continue while you do.
Okay, so I'll find the quote here before we leave, right? So that's what he was saying. So he's articulating to people, would you trust it? Meanwhile, the only person that actually the only administration that we are told unfairly put pressure on these agencies to approve the vaccine was the Biden administration, which 2 FDA officials left because they felt they were being pressured to approve booster shots before they were ready. And what I'm telling you is people parroted that rhetoric that said, see, it's too fast. I hear this all the time. Are you telling me you two don't hear this? When people say this is a brand new type of vaccine and it came out so fast and there wasn't adequate testing and we have no idea what the long-term side effects of this will be. That's the shit people are saying. That's exactly what Biden and Harris were saying. It is. That's exactly what they were saying. Now, to the question of job growth and things like that. Again, we went through this. Labor force participation stuff. When the labor force participation and unemployment was low under Obama, it's hard to break through. In fact, people were saying 3.5 is about as low as you'll ever get with unemployment. So when the economy's humming along, you can't say, but Trump didn't create more jobs. What he did was, for the first time in a long time, we saw people's real wages increase. By 2019, real wages had increased about $6,000 for the median household under Trump. They'd been something that had been decreasing in prior years, and they've certainly decreased massively under Biden. You keep bragging, like, who gives a shit if jobs are being created if they're shitty jobs and you can't afford to live? Jobs are being created because people were locked down. Now they're desperate because the economic situation is so dire that they feel the need to go out there and have multiple jobs. And a lot of people are just leaving the labor force participation. And by the way, these job estimates that you're citing, they're revised downwards constantly months later. And the last thing I'll say on the economics is Biden couldn't even achieve, in his attempt to buy votes, when he told everyone, if you vote for us, we'll send you $2,000. Win those Georgia Senate elections, we're going to send you $2,000. He couldn't even do that. He lied to people in an attempt to buy votes and only sent them checks for $600. The economy is terrible, and the idea that you're like, well, we just don't trust the polling. It's not just polling. People feel it. That's why even the people that hate Trump and the people that support Biden think that the economy is doing bad. And the Biden team's been touting this economy for so long when people are struggling mightily. The wealth disparity is increasing. People can't afford things like groceries. They can't afford energy. At one point, the average cost of gas in this country was $5 a gallon. And you want to give him credit for job creation, but you don't want to give him credit when it comes to that stuff.
So, okay, I'll respond with this, and again, Portland can go. Okay, as far as the labor force participation rate, prime labor force participation rate, like people who are actually working, prime working age, is higher now than it ever was under Trump. It's the highest it's been in 22 years. People are choosing not to re-enter the job market. If the economy was so shitty, why are they not needing to work? Why are more people being able to opt out of work than they were? And by the way,
government subsidies.
That was.
That's why.
I will let's put a pin in that because I do want you to expound on that, what you mean exactly by government subsidies that apparently to this day are still in effect. Please put a pin on that, and then let me know what you mean. But we also were seeing a decline in labor force even pre-pandemic under Trump. If I remember correctly, I think it was in 2019 we started to see more and more people opt out of the workforce. And again, prime workers are higher than it ever was under Trump. Oh shit, you said the revising numbers. And if they ever revise downward in such a way that 4 million created in Biden's first year gets down to under Trump's 2 million, then you'll have a point. Until then, Biden still beats Trump on job numbers. Inflation, again, is a global phenomenon. I'm not sure why you're going to pin that exactly on Biden per se. It seems like it's a bipartisan issue and also a global phenomenon, including under conservative leadership in countries around the world, including the United Kingdom, which hasn't had a liberal/progressive leader in like 15 or 17 years. I can't even remember what the point or the last time they had somebody in a conservative. And then
the wage growth point.
Can you just put a real quick thing in that? I'll just end on the gas prices thing. I don't know what you think Biden has to do with gas prices. He approved more leasing and permits than Trump did, number one. And number two, it was Trump, I believe, it was either in 2019 or 2020, he made a deal for Saudi Arabia to cut the oil supply in order to benefit like wealthy corporations and whatnot. So he actually set the stage for the supply to be low. Then when COVID hit, we were kind of fucked, and that shit doesn't come back all the way overnight. So that's what I would say on that. Portland, and then you, Rob, you can savage.
Portland, and then what we're gonna do? I'll give Rob last word to respond, but then we're gonna go in closing statements because I do have another appointment.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the wage growth claim is completely without context because there's about a 3% difference in the peak and bottom of the wage growth trends during the Trump administration from 2016 to 2020 before they fell off really hard in 2020, in late 2020 and bounced back in 2021. But that wage growth was consistent with the Obama administration's wage growth. It's consistent with where Joe Biden is at right now, over 5% in wage growth annually. It's the inflation aspect notwithstanding, we're a point off in terms of the comparative rates of consumer inflation and wage growth. And obviously with a low labor force participation, we have a problem with wage inflation being a contributing factor to consumer inflation rather than something that mitigates it. We want them to strike more of a balance rather than one severely outpacing the other, because that would lead to deflation, which would obviously also have pretty significant economic effects for people that are in the most vulnerable positions when we have a recession.
Okay, so to answer this in the reverse order, right, wages are going up, right, while inflation's going up, and we would expect that. So if there's just money's worth less, then we would expect both the price, the things you buy, and what you're getting paid to go up commensurately. The problem is that inflation is far outpacing, under Biden's term, wage growth, right? So if all things were equal and the wages were doing good, they would go up commensurate with the inflation. We see that that's not occurring, and saying, well, we don't want deflationary pressures. That could be true that we don't want long-term sustained deflation, but the problem is when you have a 20% increase over 2 years of the cost of living things like milk, bread, gas, and things like that, then a 4% increase in your wages isn't going to cut it, particularly for people that use a larger portion of the percentage of their income for those sorts of necessities. That's the poor and working class. That's the reason that people are struggling mightily, right? That's what's going on. Now, to go to the energy production, you should have been here when we talked about energy. There's tons of reasons why energy production was down under Joe Biden, including that he sent the signal, as your partner had said, and acknowledged that he did send the signal to energy companies to stop producing, because he told them that he would put them out of business. Then he had to go back to them.
Reorient investment.
Then he had to go back to Saudi Arabia hat in hand and ask for increased production because he realized the mistake he had made and how bad things had become in the United States. The reason that the labor force and things like that were down was because of policies that Democrats and Joe Biden and some Republicans that were offering. It wasn't because of COVID. In fact, if you look at the deaths of people of COVID and the people severely affected by COVID, it's overwhelmingly people over the age of, I'm getting to the point, I'm not re-hitting on COVID that much. It's over the age of 65. More people have died over the age of 75 in the United States of COVID and pretty much worldwide than those that have died in total under the age of 75. So the labor force was pretty much not being affected in a significant way by COVID, but they were forced to be locked down, which caused a supply chain crunch. You say that it occurred in countries all over the world. Right, it's still the policies that Democrats were advocating for, and one of the reasons that the economy is poor around the world is because of the inflationary pressures in the United States, because the dollar is the world's reserve currency. And so clearly, when you're have the ability to massively print more money, it's going to affect people downwind more. And so people that use the dollar as a reserve currency, if they instituted similar policies to the United States, they're going to see more economic pressures and things like that, and more inflationary pressures, because they're getting those dollars afterwards. So those, by the time they get them, the dollar's worth less, which means that those things would be exacerbated. Now, the evidence is quite clear. And then you go back to this point again. Like, I don't know how much clearer I could make it to the audience. If I tell you all you can't work tomorrow, and then the day after that I say you could go back to work, and I say, yeah, I just created 3 million jobs, that is nonsensical, right? The idea that, and then when I say that jobs are being revised down, and you're like, well, there's still 2 million higher. Again, you would expect, jobs are about where you would expect if the trend would have continued pre-pandemic to Trump to now. The trend that it was going in over that time, jobs, what we lost and then gained back and what we've had since then, are about right where you would expect. The problem is this. Many of those jobs are people working 2 jobs because they're struggling economically. Record numbers of people are saying, I'm worse off now than I was 4 years ago. And they're right. And to say that, well, Biden deserves the benefit when it comes to this, and that, it is absurd. The whole way through this debate, we could see the world is worse off economically. The world is worse off today. We didn't even talk about the immigration levels. We didn't talk about corruption and things like that.
What did you guys talk about before I jumped in?
Foreign policy and energy. That was the 2 main things.
Did you guys hit Afghanistan?
Yes.
Yes.
You saw, damn.
I'll talk to you. You can stick around afterwards. You don't need Wick here. We can talk Afghanistan.
True.
I can stick around for like 20
I
minutes.
want to, well, first of all, Rob, I want you to please finish quickly, and then we can go to closing statements.
That's it.
And then we'll...
I'm finished.
Sweet. So, yeah, first of all, thank you all for being here. I appreciate you coming on. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope my audience enjoyed it too. Gang, we try to do the more serious stuff. We had the cake debate earlier, right? And that was all memey and fun and great and stuff. Now we get to more crunchy stuff, more political stuff. That's really great.
You were right about the cake debate, by the way.
Of course I'm right about the cake debate. It's wild to me that anyone thinks I'm wrong about the cake debate. But anyway, so what we got coming up in the week? Tomorrow, we're going to have STV Philly on at 6. Then we're going to go on a Speakeasy panel at 8. And then Thursday, 6 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have Destiny. We're going to have Turkey Tom. We're going to have Xena. We're going to have Brianna Wu. We're going to have Erudite. We're going to be talking about Fauci's manic episodes and the ethics of covering someone who is having a mental breakdown and monetizing them for, the viewers.
Fauci?
Fauci? Yeah, I was about to say
Fauci.
Oh,
Fauci.
okay.
I don't know.
I thought there was breaking news or something. I was like,
No. Am I pronouncing his name wrong? Okay, so he's this guy
He was
who
on Good Morning
basically
America. He
called the
wouldn't stop
cops on
trying.
himself. He's been having a mental breakdown for a while, but he streamed himself calling the cops on himself and getting arrested, and it's been a show. Okay, but we're gonna talk about that anyway. I want to give each of these people a closing statement, chance to shout themselves out, and again, I appreciate you all for being here. We're gonna start with Rob. We're gonna work in reverse order. We're gonna give Josiah the last word. Rob, go. And then we'll get to it.
Just to wrap up this, I think I made the case that we're worse off domestically, we're worse off foreign policy. We're on the verge of World War II. People are doing worse off economically than they've been doing in a long time. Biden will probably still win the 2024 election because they're really good at controlling a narrative and ballot harvesting and things like that. But neither here nor there. People know that Biden's not that good. Most Democrats don't even want him to run again because they correctly blame him and his administration for a lot of the stuff that's going on. So I think that you could see most of this sort of argumentation that we had throughout this debate when it was just Portland and when it was Ruminate had to do with hoping things will get better, particularly on the economy. We think the infrastructure bill will do something. We think the Inflation Reduction Act will do something. But if you look on the ground right now, what these policies have achieved, you can see people are struggling. Wages aren't going up at the rate that inflation is. People are struggling economically. They're taking more and more debt out. They're living more and more paycheck to paycheck, and they're scared. Right? We're talking about World War III in ways that we haven't talked about since the Cold War, about the possibility of nuclear exchange. It seems like every day another country's on the cusp of overthrowing their leader in a color revolution, or like in Niger, declaring that they're going to start invading places. It's a very scary place for the world. And although there are criticisms to make of Trump, it is undoubtable that Biden has been so bad that Trump's administration was superior in all three of the ways I've articulated. The last thing I want to say is this. I know I have a reputation of focusing on one topic particular, which is the topic of corruption, particularly at our bureaucratic institutions like the DOJ, FBI, media, and places like that. I do that for a reason, because I think those institutions will exist long after Biden or Trump. If Trump or Biden win this next election, they'll both have 4 years at best with their administration, but that bureaucratic state will remain. If that bureaucratic state is causing problems or putting their thumbs on the scale and things like that, that's more important than any issue we talk about here, because it won't matter how we articulate our positions if our vote doesn't really matter and we don't really have a voice because of the corruption in these institutions. I didn't bring it up. We did not talk about corruption. I would have been happy to. I'll talk about it at any time. But I wanted to focus on the issues that I thought that Portland and Ruminate would want to focus on more. And so I hope that it came across that that's what I tried to do here today. And I would be happy to talk to them about those corruption issues in the future, because I do think that those are the most important issues. But I think that I made my case quite well on both domestic and foreign policy. There's tons of issues we didn't get to. I'm sure that my opponents would say the same thing, like immigration and things like that. But you can only do so much in 2 hours. So thank you, everyone, for having me. I had fun. And I'll be happy to hear your ending statement. So.
Hey, where can people find you real quick?
Yeah, robnoerr. You can find me on Twitch. It's robnoerr, or X, whatever it's called now. Rumble. The only place that's different, Twitch, all of those places. The only place that's different is YouTube, where I'm Normal America with robnoerr. But if you just search robnoerr on any platform, you'll find me.
He's also on OF too. Okay.
OnlyFans. Okay.
Okay.
Only fats.
Check him out.
Yeah.
Check him out, gang. Appreciate you coming in and participating in this. I know 2v1s can be scary and hard, but you bravely showed up and did what you could. Thank you. Next up, Portland, please.
Thanks for having me, Wick. Rob, pleasure. I enjoyed the conversation, even though I felt like there was a lot of things that we were kind of dancing around with language games on both sides, and didn't really get as far into some of the discussions about, the actual content of legislation. I would have enjoyed the, I enjoyed the back and forth, and I think that we could definitely have a longer conversation touching on a few more of these areas that we didn't get a chance to. I do feel that Biden's legislative accomplishments represent really, really significant investment in the American people and the American working class, and that those are that is a very, very high priority for me personally, and one that I feel there's no comparison to the Trump administration, and I feel that there's a lot of why can't we see it already when we're talking about an 8-year-long plan with a tremendous amount of transparency that I think we could really dig into as something that has like an area of substantive agreement. These are things that we can see where the money is spent. We can see that these are going to be impactful on American people's lives. So if we, maybe in the future we can discuss infrastructure priorities more. I didn't really get like a clear picture of where your priorities were in that regard. I did enjoy the conversation, though. I'm glad that we didn't get too far off topic. Sorry for going on COVID, the whole Wick, I know you were upset about that, but I just had to at the very least move the conversation where I felt it was going. Josiah, nice to talk to you as always. Hope you guys are all having a good night, and find me on Twitch and Twitter at PortlandisBurning.
Check him out, gang. And again, it's your debate. I do, as a personal note, I do like to focus on specific topics and try to keep people on those topics, but both of you seem to want to do your own thing, so at a certain point, why kick against the prick? Why fight against the tide? And I just kind of let you go. But again, Portland, thank you again for coming on. Thank you again for being able to, make your points, try your best, do what you needed to do, and say what you needed to say. So thank you again. Check him out, gang. He's great. Last, but certainly not least, kind of a latecomer here, kind of like a dark horse. Josiah, please.
Yeah, appreciate it. So Josiah, a.k.a. Ruminate, a.k.a. Pondering Politics. I'll have another name by the end of the week, Rob. Just give it time. Actually, I do want to start by thanking Rob here. I do enjoy my interactions with Rob, even though they get spicy from time to time. And I meant what I said on Twitter, that this wasn't tongue-in-cheek at all. This was deadly serious. I was actually looking forward to seeing you talk about policy. You clearly know your stuff, even though we fundamentally disagree still on a variety of issues. So good for you for flexing your muscle there. And also, thank you for being gracious enough to accept a 2v1. You're a dick. I'm just kidding. But also, so a couple of other things. I didn't get to hear the entire conversation. I do agree with Wick that these things could have been broken down, because COVID probably does deserve its own topic. Afghanistan probably deserves its own conversation as well. So I'll simply say in summation here, I think President Biden has been a vastly better steward of just basically all things compared to Donald Trump. I think that the economy and most key metrics show that he is a better steward of the economy. I think things with Afghanistan, for example, I think he was set up in put into a disastrous position by Trump, and he still got us out anyway, whereas Trump didn't do it, Obama didn't do it, Bush didn't do it, Biden bit the bullet there. As far as like the massive like infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, all these things, it's going to take time. It's going to take years potentially to see all of the fruits of Biden's labor, and it is entirely possible. Perhaps Rob is right that these funds will just like vanish down like these dark tunnels and manifest themselves in a way that they should not be spent on. But until that evidence emerges, and in the face of evidence to the contrary, like the interactive map on the Treasury website where you can go and see specific allocation down to the penny of dollars allocated for specific projects, or the fact that industry leaders are saying, yeah, thanks to the CHIPS Act, thanks to the Infrastructure Act, I've been able to expand here and here and here and add these many jobs and all the things, and they credit President Biden. I'm inclined to credit President Biden. With respect to Russia and things like that, that's a bit more complicated because to me, obviously it is true that there was no invasion under Trump's watch, but given that we know for a fact that Putin wanted Trump to be president in 2016 and then again in 2020, if he also wanted to invade Ukraine, it's like either he's because he was convinced Trump was going to give him things that would mean that he wouldn't invade Ukraine, or he was going to invade Ukraine anyway. I'm interested in the future, see if Rob has an interesting point to that. I'm sure he does. But yeah, I appreciate the conversation. Sorry for jumping in late, and I'm sure we will revisit this again. As a matter of fact, Wick, you should have a series about Biden v. Trump on policy issues. This is what the people want. God damn it!
I would be happy. Cake. I would be happy to do smaller segments where we stick to a very specific issue, like foreign policy, Trump versus, or how Biden is doing on foreign policy, how Biden is doing on.
How long did you talk COVID? Out of curiosity, because
I got it. It was like most of this debate. It was like an hour.
You think?
What about Afghanistan?
It felt like an hour. It felt like an hour to me. Maybe it's wrong. I have to go back and look at the tapes, but like maybe time is a contract.
I can say this. If you don't mind, Wick, I looked at the clock and we were at 9 o'clock, over 9 o'clock, and we're still on the foreign policy portion. Because in my head, I was like, we should probably move. We're halfway through to the domestic issues. So I
really enjoyed the foreign policy portion. That was my favorite portion of this debate. But no, it was great. I had fun. I didn't mean to cut you out there, Jed. Just where can people find you?
That's it. Yeah, youtube.com/@ponderingpolitics, one word. Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
Sure. For those of you who are still wanting more Wick, we're going to do one more segment after this. Swin Diesel invited me to briefly go on his show. I don't know how long I'll be on there. I honestly don't know what we're going to talk about, but stick around. We'll do that. Thank you again for coming. Check them out, gang, and I'll see all of you cool cats
later, fellas.
Cool. We'll see y'all. Thank you.
Up. See you guys.
So, we'll see you. If I can find out how to get out of the room. All right. No, I enjoyed that. I really did. I see what you wrote to be average. So I do apologize. Sometimes people will message me. When I'm debating someone, I am really... There's two things going on. Either I'm looking up like an article or something, or I'm really trying to listen to what they're saying. So I miss a lot of the chat. So I'm sorry I don't get to see most of the time what people are saying. If they're saying, make this good point, or your ass, you suck, I don't really see. So... No, I enjoyed it. Yeah, even when it became 2-on-1, I didn't think that it became... I think what happened was Josiah, or Ruminator, Pondering, whatever the hell he goes by, kind of took the lead more once he came in. But yeah, I think I purported myself very well. I think, hopefully, what I showed their audience was this. I don't just talk about corruption. I can talk about these other issues. And I don't get super heated and animated unless the person that I'm talking to does. Thank you, Cowboy. I appreciate the follow. I could have a civil conversation. I mean, the slightest amount of voice raising, but it wasn't bad. Wick ran a poll. Who won? It was a tie, 50-50. Good. Hopefully that his audience thought that I purported myself well. I think that it's an easy debate for me in that it's pretty hard to defend Biden's record. You're forced to do things like, well, had Trump been there, things would have got worse foreign policy. And the bills that Biden has passed in the future will make things better. But it's hard to look at the record right now and be able to defend Biden on almost anything. And that's what, again, like, there are serious things that I think that even left-wing people are concerned about that we didn't even touch on, like immigration. I mean, when you see New York City's mayor coming out like, we have we have a crisis. There's too many illegal immigrants. I think that that's an issue rife with for potential swaying people on votes. I really do. But you only have so much time to talk about these things, you know. As far as the economy goes, I think it speaks for itself what's going on here. The best argument that they have, and this is a true argument, and I conceded it, is, but don't you blame Trump for part of it? Yes, absolutely. But that's not ground-shattering to the people that follow me, because I've been saying that for years. I criticized Trump in real time when he was passing that spending bill. Thank you, Achilles. I appreciate it. But that's the best argument. You know, the rest of it, I'm not very persuaded. You know, job creation. I articulated why, if you shut jobs down and then you open back up, that's kind of a farce to say it was job creation. But even beyond that, who cares? Yeah, New Rolly, in a second you could ask another Shokin question. By the way, tomorrow's debate's going to be a lot about Shokin and Burisma that I'll be having tomorrow evening. So I just don't, like, I've said this for a long time. Let me be clear. If you're watching and you're from one of their two channels and you're a lefty and you don't like me or whatever, I don't know. You could go back and watch my stuff. Most of it's up on Rumble. I think the stuff that YouTube didn't force me to delete, I think I put back up now that my community strikes are gone. I said this often when Biden won the election. I said, I think he'll be terrible. I hope I'm wrong. I'm cheering for this country more than I'm cheering to be right. I would be happy to come on here and say, the economy's thriving. People are doing great. It's a peaceful world. I'd still have problems with the corruption stuff, which is my big issue. But that's what I wanted to say. That's what I was rooting for. So I'm not someone who's trying to spin things to make things look worse than they actually were. People did that under Trump. The economy was damn good under Trump. You could say, how much credit should he get for it? It's because of Obama. But there were people spinning like it was bad economically, and it wasn't. And now I've been saying that Biden's team is making a huge mistake because when they've been touting Bidenomics for over a year now, it's a slap in the face to the people that are doing poorly. Because they're not saying, yeah, we know things are really bad, but it's not our fault, and we're trying our best. They're not saying that. They're saying it's great. It's one of the greatest economies ever. How does that feel if you're struggling to get by and now you're working 2 jobs and you hear Biden out there going like, great, 2 jobs, put it in the tally. Look how many jobs we're creating. You know. Go ahead, Rully. You can ask your Shokin question. But no, I thoroughly enjoyed the debate. And let me say this to both Portland and Ruminate's credit, and Wick's. I thought that I got a fair shake. I think Wick involved himself too much, if I'm honest, but just a tad. Like, especially when it was one-on-one. Like, me and Portland were doing great. We were talking about issues that we wanted. We were moving ahead steadily. I don't know why Wick, you know, he would come. To me, that's the interesting part. I mean, we could just be like, here's 10 topics, just give your synopsis, and then the other person gives a synopsis, now move on to the next topic. I don't like that. I like to get in detail, you know. But, Ruli, what was your question on Shokin? But, again, and I understand how people treat these things, right? Where it'll be like, Rob's a shithead because I'm a lefty and he's a shithead, or, you know, Ruminate and Portland are shitheads because I'm a righty, and you know, I get that. I'm not judging anyone for that. That's fine. Aftershock got banned on Twitch? I don't know, maybe. What is the Diamond scandal, and do I think he was corrupt? The more I look into him, it seems like everyone around him was insanely corrupt. He came out of retirement when the U.S. wanted to clean up the corruption. So the Diamond scandal was this. There were people... I'll give the steel man of the Diamond scandal to my understanding of it. Shokin personally had a guy that was his driver at one point, and he hired him as a prosecutor. Whether or not that guy had the chops to be a prosecutor, I haven't been able to find. So I don't know if this guy had a law degree or anything like that. But Shokin hires this guy as a prosecutor. And then the implication is, as you've seen in what I've talked about, that Poroshenko basically was a guy that was soliciting bribes from these wealthy people. So in Ukraine, the president of the Ukraine is basically saying, hey, I want everyone to investigate every big business. And then if we find any dirt on them, I'll send people to them and be like, hey, you going to pay up or we're going to prosecute you? And so the implication is that these prosecutors, these two prosecutors, found some... There's Aftershock. They found some corrupt oligarch or oligarch that was accused of corruption, and they solicited a bribe or they took money, and then the information came out, and they raided this prosecutor's home, and they found a bag of diamonds. Now, this was supposedly in around the April to June area, somewhere in there, if I remember correctly. And so what we're told is, now that's been used as a post hoc, well, that's why we needed Shokin gone. But no one said that at the time. They brought up the diamond case, but they didn't blame Shokin personally. And I believe the PGO had something like 11,000 employees, 11,000 attorneys. And of course, everyone was admitting that the place was rife with corruption. So there was never any accusation, though, that Shokin personally took money. It was just, this was a dude that he knew, and he stole money. That's what I saw of it. Diamonds are forever, yeah. Yeah, Zelensky said they can't hold elections without international help. Surprise, surprise! Anything particularly on this debate that anyone wanted to talk about? So, yeah, I thought, as I was saying, I thought Wick jumped in a little, and sometimes, look, I'm a bad moderator because I want to do that. I think that it screws up the flow of the debate, though, when the moderator's sort of putting in. It's one thing if people are struggling, if they're spinning their wheels, but I didn't get that vibe. I thought that me and Portland were doing fine. We're advancing amongst the topics. If there's one thing that I want to criticize both Ruminate and Portland for, we can have a difference of opinion on who we would like to see elected. You can even have a difference of opinion on the types of philosophical economic philosophy that you have, philosophical philosophy. Real smart there, bro. Right? So, you're more of a socialist, you're more of a free market person. Fine, great, whatever. Though I would like to point out, I think that it is despicable behavior to just cheer for something like lockdowns by just blindly accepting people that told you. I think that's absurd. And I will give Portland credit for this. He's the first lefty I've seen bite the bullet that defended the Patriot Act. But that's what they're doing. It's the same rationale. Well, they're experts, they know, and who are we to question it? Well, they were wrong. And we were there to question it. And they didn't even try to explain to you why they were doing it. Because it was never about doing it for the right thing. It's the same reason why they kept locking down schools after all of Europe was like, yeah, we're done with that. It's why they're going to bring it back again. Aftershock says, Portland said middle-class tax cuts are expiring. That's true, but only because Democrats filibustered the section that would make them permanent. I did not know that, but fair enough. I'll take your word for it. Yeah, that tax cut, people complained about those tax cuts, but under Trump, up until COVID came, the lowest earners were increasing more rapidly than the upper class. So the tax cuts, whether it was because of them or because of other things that were happening simultaneous, which I would say it's probably the tax cuts, it benefited the poorest Americans. It benefited the working class. It sounds counterintuitive, right? You would say, no. If the government takes a bunch of money and prints a bunch of money and then hands it out, they'll make sure the poor people get the most of it. But if we allow people to keep their money, well, then the rich people will benefit more from that because the poor people don't have as much money to keep. But what happens is the exact opposite. When the government hands out the money, they're giving it in ways that it's corrupt or it's inept. And the people that know how, I could just tell you anecdotally, you could believe this or not, my wife worked in a bank. So when they had the PPP loans, no one in town, these poor people that had a barber shop or, a small garage where they work on cars or a small family restaurant or a five and dime store, none of those people knew anything about how to even begin getting a PPP loan. But all the big businesses knew. They knew exactly how to do it. And that's why you hear like all these major corporations and streamers that are incredibly wealthy use the PPP loan. But the guy that's struggling on a good year to pay all of his employees, they didn't know how to go about it. Aftershock says, you know what I find sad? The argument made by lefties is your side died more. Didn't you know that? No, I didn't care what party died more. That's an absolutely true point. And it's, look, I'm not going to say that the other side doesn't do this, right? I thought that I used a good analogy with the crime thing. If I decide that I'm going to run as a Democrat, and I'm like, okay, I'm big government man, but the one issue I'm like, I'm tough on crime. And tough on crime doesn't necessarily mean giving police tanks. But it's like, okay, we need to have better prisons, prison reform, but we need to end this getting rid of bail stuff. We need to make sure there's more training for officers. We need to increase punishment for violent crimes, for recidivist, things like that. And I run as a Democrat and I win the presidency. If that's the effort that I'm putting forth, but people that are Democrat happen to still commit more crime, do you think for a second, ruminating them, they do this all the time. If I say that was Democrats that were committing, I've had this exact discussion. They'll be like, Asian hatred's increasing. And I'm like, yeah, but it's not really traditional conservatives, is it? It's in populations that traditionally vote Democrat, unless you have some sort of argument as to why inner city blacks that are attacking Asians are all Trump supporters. Like, seems iffy to blame Trump and Trump supporters for that. And they're like, no, what's that have anything to do? You can't blame Democrats. Okay. I did find one. I tried my best. I knew that's an argument that would come up. So I could go through it with you all if you want. So there's two sources that I found that speak to this. We'll see if I can pull them up. Who was that? No. Downloads on bookmarks. That's not the one I wanted. I don't know if I could find this. Maybe I didn't bookmark it, which is a shame. Let's see if I can find this. Give me a second. Because there's a chart that I want you all to see. Here we go. So here's the chart that's basically being talked about. So you see this. It says, initially deaths from COVID-19 were concentrated in Democrat-leaning areas. The highest overall death toll is now 20% of the country. That is the most GOP-leaning. And so you could see the initial pandemic, then the second wave, then the third wave, then the spring and summer, then the fourth wave, then Omicron, right? So this top is most supportive of Trump, the counties, and the bottom is most supportive of Biden. And so you could see that if you take the top two numbers versus the bottom two numbers, there's about a 30% increase, I did the math on this, of people that are from Trump-supporting counties. So, yes, more Trump supporters died later in the pandemic. But the number one comorbidity is age. And so if we look at, and it's not a direct apples-to-apples comparison, it's not really, but it's hard to do, and even they would admit that. If we look at how they voted by age, you can see that when you get to the 65 and over population, 52% voted for Trump and 45% voted for Biden. So what does this all mean? Well, who was dying of COVID? We could look at the numbers updated as recently as possible. More people over the age of 75 have died than all other age groups combined. What the voting ages we have are 7% increase in people over the age of 65 voting for Trump. So when this is the pool of people you're looking at, that 3/4 of the COVID deaths occurred in, is it any surprise that Trump supporters were more likely to die of COVID? They're older. These people, look, if you go to age groups, look at the young people, 18 to 29. That's the biggest disparity. 60% voted for Biden. That's 29 and under, 18 and 29. If we go back and we look at 29 and under, only 7,000 people died. It's not because they're Democrats. Does everyone understand? Now, the study, there is a study that says that they broke it down and they factored out for age. I don't know how, though. And again, there's all sorts of... Now, let me be clear. Two things could simultaneously be true. My audience isn't going to want to hear this. You could be anti-lockdown. Thank you, Gizmo. Thank you. You could be anti-lockdown, but still want the vaccine for yourself. So let's say, hypothetically, the vaccine is good and does save lives. And it might. I know people don't want to hear that, but I've never said that I've criticized forcing people to take the vaccine. I've shown evidence that the vaccine seemed to be bad from evidence that we had available for certain populations on average, such as younger people, particularly those that had a previous infection. But I've always said, look, any medication has side effects. What you do is a cost-benefit analysis. So you might have a higher risk of myocarditis if you take the vaccine, but if you have COPD and you're 78 years old and you contract COVID and it's likely to be very severe, maybe the vaccine lowers your risk enough of having a serious case that the benefits outweigh the cost. I don't know. I've never sought to enter that debate. I've been quite clear that you shouldn't be listening to me or anyone else pontificating about whether your personal choice to take a vaccine should occur or not. It's the same reason that you don't hear me waxing on about how, the way you need to live your life. I don't do that shit. Not for me. I'm not going to sit here and give you dietary advice. Look at me. If you're taking health advice from me, you're making a mistake. You should find a medical professional that you trust. I'm not saying you have to listen to Dr. Fauci either. Find a doctor that you like. Talk to them. They'll know your specific medical history. Make a decision. I'm not going to shit on you if you take the vaccine. I'm not going to shit on you if you don't. My problem was with forcing people. That's it. So given that, let's say Ruminate and them are right. What they're getting to is this. The vaccine saved lives. And Republican rhetoric cost them lives because it told people not to take the vaccine. Maybe. You could say that's dangerous rhetoric. Maybe. But it's still not as bad as forcing people to make a decision that would be bad for them. What's up, Ogre? There are plenty of people that are streaming about how the vaccine's the best thing since sliced bread. There are plenty of people that are streaming about how the vaccine is intentionally created to decline fertility and kill people off. And I think comments I can make in general about the vaccine is, I know human nature, and I know that these corporations, these pharmaceutical companies want you to take that fucking shot as often as possible. They're going to want it again and again and again and again. Does that mean it's intentional poison? I'm not saying that. There's plenty of other people to go to. That's not my forte. It's not what I've weighed into. What does that have to do with ruminate and I almost said in pondering, but that's the same person, in Portland, advocating for lockdowns? Me saying, hey, here's some advice on something I think you should do. That could be bad advice, but at the end of the day, it's just advice. But me saying, hey, I think the government should force you to do this, that's way worse. I did not say if I got the vaccine or not, nor will I be. You have to understand, I'll just say this hypothetically. It could have implications for my job, so I choose not to say it. Maybe I got the vaccine in 50 boosters. Maybe I stood outside the vaccine clinic with a van and gathered people up so no one, including myself, got the vaccine. You can think anything in between. I think I've made the case probably better than anyone in the country why the mandates were bad by looking at specific populations of people and showing why the vaccine didn't make sense for them. The group that I focused on was using the most relevant comparative CDC paper, people that had a previous infection and weren't vaccinated. Should they be forced to take the vaccine? Biden's vaccine mandate would have forced those groups to do so. I think that I was excellent in articulating why the risks outweighed the benefits for that population. The risks of contracting the disease were very low. The risks of having a severe case of the disease were even lower. The benefit that you got from vaccinating on top of natural immunity were within the margin of error, made it more likely that you would go to the hospital. So basically null. And there's significant risk of side effects, most of which are not very severe, but nonetheless. You wouldn't force someone to go in and get a shot and get pain in the arm for no benefit. And some of the side effects were far more severe than that. So forcing that on those people seemed monstrous. Bushcraft, shh. So that's the one point of contention I would have. We could argue about, Bush versus Biden and this policy versus that policy. Once you start saying you're anti-science if you question those initial lockdowns, this is a pretty simple question I asked. What was the science you were looking at? Well, I wasn't. I just listened to Fauci. And that's the truth. They didn't look into it. I did. I'm not saying my interpretation was right. But my big beef was they're not even trying to explain themselves. They're just saying, no, you need to lock down. And I was like, how will we know this was the right decision? Remember, I called it Schrodinger's lockdowns. Once they locked down, they would say, if no one died, they'd say, see, because of the lockdowns. And then if millions of people died, they'd say, see, we were justified in lockdowns. I said that from day one. I was saying that in like March 10th, 2020. I was condemning it. And I was exactly right. The argument that now we could question lockdowns if they happen again, I have to say, and this might be bad form to do so, I think they're full of shit. I think they won't. I think that if the CDC and Biden and the World Health Organization come out 2 months from now and say, yeah, we need more lockdowns, I don't think they're going to be like, well, we want to see significant evidence. They'll say, well, whatever they say is good enough for us. That's what they'll say. That's what they'll say with climate change. If they lock us down from climate change. Same shit. We can't question the experts. Yes, please follow me on TikTok. I would mucho appreciate it. If I get to 1,000 followers on TikTok, then I could live stream on TikTok. Yeah, I saw that, Krieger. I haven't looked into... I saw the claim, but I haven't looked into the specifics of what they said. But I did see reporting that suggested the CDC said being vaccinated could make you more susceptible to the newest strain. But it said also having a previous infection could as well. So if you've been infected before or vaccinated before, you could be more susceptible to the newest strain. Therefore, they're recommending a booster. Would you take that? Honest question. Like, seriously think about it. Let's say you had a point... What's your chances of contracting and dying of COVID? The infected fatality rate's less than 1%, right? So, you know, let's say that we believe the numbers and 1 million people have died over a 3-year period of COVID. So your chances of dying of COVID, particularly if you're young, you would slice that because if you're under the age of 75, you're already half as likely. But let's say you have a 0.1% chance of dying of COVID. If you could shave that to like a 0.001, but you had to take a shot every 3 months, would you do it? Because that's what it's going to be. They're going to say, oh, actually getting that shot in the past either didn't help you or it's actually hurting you with this current variation. You already got 6 shots, might as well take the 7th. And that's what it's going to be. And then the question becomes, here's another question that comes then. Well, are there complications with taking that many booster shots? So let's say one vaccine doesn't have a high chance of side effects. But if you're taking a booster every 3 months, does that increase your chance of side effects? I don't know. How many people would have taken that deal that was scared initially? How many people took the vaccine because they were scared? And then by the time the 3rd booster came along, they were like, nah, fuck all that. I feel I was sold a bill of goods. And now the CDC's out there telling you, well, the fact you took that initial vaccine, in for a penny, in for a pound, buddy, now you got to keep getting them. Because now you're more at risk because you took that initial one, so you got to keep going. I would be furious if I was those people, I think. That's just me. And maybe the vaccine is helping people in the short term in the boosters. Maybe it is. That could be possible. And so, yes, the people that aren't getting vaccinated are more likely to die of COVID. Let's say that's possible. But what if there's a bad batch 13 boosters from now? And all of a sudden we see a massive uptick in the people that took those? Then what? So, it's interesting, you know. And then there's a question of when you're seeing these studies and stuff, can you even trust the data anyways? Now we're seeing the CDC coming out and admitting like, yes, we probably overcounted to some extent the amount of COVID deaths, which was something that I was saying right out of the gate. Remember, I talked to the coroner, the county coroner of Williamsport in early May of 2020, who was one of the first people in the country to talk to the press, and I was one of the first people he talked about how they were overcounting COVID deaths in his county. He had 0 COVID deaths in his county and woke up one day to see that the Tom Wolf administration, which the health secretary was Rachel Levine, our current admiral at the time, and they said there was over a dozen COVID deaths in the county of Williamsport. And the coroner called bullshit. He said, no, I would be aware of each and every one of those deaths. Not true. And he contacted other coroners in local counties in central Pennsylvania. And they said the same thing. We didn't have any COVID deaths in our county yet. There they are marked. And the Tom Wolf administration brushed it off. Oh, it was a mistake. And they took those numbers off. At that point, it was like something like 20% of COVID deaths in Pennsylvania. Now, this was early in the pandemic. But 20% or something were overcounted. Do you think in Bucks County or in Philly County, do you think that those coroners were meticulously going through to make sure deaths weren't called COVID if they weren't? Thanks, Portland is Burning. I had a good time too. So, yeah, people should check out Portland is Burning's channel. I enjoyed the conversation. I think think he needs to rethink the position on lockdowns, but other than that. Can you pay off my student loans? I'll pass. Thanks, EOD. So how can you trust data then? And again, like, let me play a video for you. I'll play it on... We'll do it on YouTube. Though it's on my TikTok as well. So I want to give a special shout out to someone who's helped me out a lot in the past couple days. Ogre. It's me, Ogre, there on Twitch, who I streamed with for a couple hours the other day, and then said my shorts were dog shit on YouTube, which is true, and then generously offered to help me out. Now, I'm going to... My phone makes me sound like I have a lisp, and the audio is shit. So forgive me for that, but let me show you 2 shorts that I've done. This is me on my own. If I can find it. Oh, I didn't upload. Well, let me get a TikTok then.
Folks are pretending to...
The defense that has been given... The defense that is... Alright. Let me get my headset. So this is on TikTok. Me on my own. Go to TikTok if you haven't. Has been given of Joe Biden's quid pro quo, forcing the firing of a prosecutor using $1 billion of your tax dollars that was looking into his son's company, has been... Actually, that prosecutor wasn't looking into his son's company. But with the testimony we now have of Devin Archer, that doesn't really help, because Devin Archer said that Zlochevsky told Hunter he was under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations. So now the narrative has changed, and they say, actually, when Zlochevsky said he was under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations, he really meant pressure from the West, not pressure from If you want to debate But again, given the 4 facts we know, that's not going to help. 1, we know that Zlochevsky told Hunter Biden he felt he was pressured. 2nd, he told Hunter to call his dad, and Hunter did call his dad. 3rd, Hunter's dad forced the firing of the prosecutor. And 4th, the pressure ended. Not just the pressure in the Ukraine, but the pressure from the West. Why is it that all of a sudden that all of these institutions that complained about Burisma not being investigated, when the new prosecutor came in and dropped the case, all of a sudden they were silent? So that's me on my own. This is what Ogre did
People
for
say
me.
that it's a shame that someone like me that's a populist conservative doesn't support the FBI or questions the FBI and these other intel agencies. It's not my fault I don't support them. It's their fault. They've lied to us at every turn. They put their thumb on the scale every turn. Going back to the days of Ruby Ridge, going back to the days of Waco, where they admitted that they harmed children by using tear gas, hoping that their parents would let them go, which ended up leading to the results of the deaths of those children. Lying about the Russia collusion hoax, lying about the Iraq war. All of these institutions, the intel agencies, the mainstream media, they have lied to us over and over. Heck, even the experts in the scientific field told us COVID's bad and you have to lock down and you can't see your family and you can't go to work. However, you could go protest with Black Lives Matter. I don't not trust the FBI because there's something wrong with me. I don't not trust the media because there's something wrong with me. It's because there's something wrong with them. They have not earned our trust. They've lied to us over and over and over and over again for their own personal gain, to prop up a system that props up establishments on both sides of the aisle that don't care about the American people. So please, the next time someone tells you, well, it's a shame and you're a conspiracy theorist because you don't trust these institutions, it's not our fault, it's theirs. People...
Yeah, I mean, I thought Ogre killed that. I thought it's great, so I really thank him. I need to get a new microphone. You can hear I talk like this a little and a little bit of a lisp there. So hopefully once my new microphone comes next week on my phone, it'll be easier to do that stuff. Pisco, there is one new development we could talk about, and that is we have reporting now that shows that there, despite your claims that there were interagency pressures to fire Shokin, when there actually was an interagency task force, we can now see in an email that they sent out in October that they recommended giving the $1 billion to Ukraine, and nowhere in that interagency memo did they suggest the firing of Shokin. In fact, you want to come on and discuss it real quick? You can come on. Let me open my Discord. I can't be here all night, though. We got until midnight, that's that. So it's my fault more than yours, I'll admit. But it could be wrapped up by then. I'll get on my channel. Let me pull it up. But anyways, Ogre did a fantastic job. And the reason I played that clip was You know, when you hear Portland saying, well, it's a shame people won't trust these institutions next time, that's not my fault, it's their fault. They said COVID's bad, but racism's worse, so it's okay to go out and protest. Bullshit. Their narrative is they intentionally lied to us about masks. Bullshit. So you can't be like, oh, why don't you trust them blindly? It'll be a shame next time when you don't trust them. That's not my fault. That's their fault. Oh. You did it the stupid way. Pisco, what's happening?
Testing.
Go say something again. No. Yeah, I think you're good.
There we go. How you doing?
Doing good. Are you still in Australia?
Yeah. Yes, I am. Still
How's that going? Vacation going well for you?
Yeah. No, it's cool. It's a nice place to be. Excited to see go to Sydney. I'm going to be hanging out a little bit, so that'll be fun.
Are you like in the bush, or are you like in a touristy area?
I'm in the capital of Canberra. Yeah.
I don't.
But it's still cool. It's kind of bushy. It's got some like cool government stuff and museums and stuff, and also has a lot of nature and places to walk and that kind of stuff, which I've been doing, which is great. I feel like in New York, you don't get a lot of fresh air, so it's been nice.
Well, I have tons of fresh air here in rural PA, so. But let's jump into this, if you don't mind.
Let's go.
So I pulled it up in the screen.
It's late for you.
But, yeah, I mean, so I didn't know this until the other day. Did you, that there was an actual interagency task force?
That this email exists?
Well, not just this email. Like, my understanding, when you were talking about, agencies were talking, I didn't know it was like an official setup where there was a task force that was set up. I just thought it was like, hey, the DOJ reaches out to the State Department and they were having conversations. But there was actually a physical task force set up. Yeah. I didn't know that.
Well, I knew that that members from all over the government were talking about Ukraine-related stuff, and this was a whole of government effort because that's what the testimony said. Whether it was called a particular thing, I don't know. I saw this email recently as well.
Yeah. Well, the email just came out like a week or two ago. But yeah, so it turns out. So I think this calls into question claims that you've been making, right? And the claim was that testimony showed that people behind the scenes, like George Kent, were saying we were talking to people at other agencies as early as late summer, and we're suggesting the firing of Shokin. And the reason that this is an important argument, if you're just following in, we're not going to rehash everything, is the argument is that Joe Biden was just going along with established U.S. foreign policy. And so the argument is, well, all of these places said fire Shokin, and to which my retort's been, show me one. And the best we have is, you cited a letter, or you cited an article that said unnamed officials said that there was talk in like the EU and the FBI in April, which makes no sense, but there wasn't any proof. And then George Kent and some other people's testimony that said, we were talking behind the scenes and suggesting his firing in late summer. This seems to cast doubt on that, because this actual interagency task force that's connected to the Treasury Department, the State Department, Ambassador Pyatt's attached to the emails. It says, and I quote, thanks for the meeting. It was agreed, and we'll just read the top of this. The IPC, this task force, concluded that, 1, Ukraine has made significant progress on its reform agenda to justify a third guarantee, and Ukraine has an economic need for the guarantee. It's in our strategic interest to provide one. As such, we recommend moving forward with the third loan guarantee. So that would seem to suggest that Biden's this doesn't seem to suggest firing Shokin, and secondly, it certainly directly refutes the idea of a quid pro quo.
No, it doesn't. I can explain to you why.
Have at.
Because I think that you're misreading it. So number one, I'll address what you said about the April conversations and what's going on prior to, I think, what has been established by the testimony in both the Senate committee investigation and the impeachment hearings, is that at least the State Department say that the interagency consensus occurred in November of 2015. Okay, so why conversations prior? It is true that State Department officials have said it was a gradual process. When I bring up the April conversations, right, same as when I bring up conversations related to when Shokin was deputy prosecutor as opposed to prosecutor general, that is prior to his tenure as prosecutor general. That's to show you that there's recognition that not enough is being done by people, and it's not the case that there's observations being made that the prosecutor general's office, one, isn't specifically going after Boris Miroslavchevsky in the case of the kind of February prior to Shokin time frame. And then after Shokin's in office, that even early on, there are some misgivings, and that there doesn't seem to be a lot of action from his office moving forward. And we can get into the June letter as well from Newland as well. So back to this. So why is this consistent with my narrative? Sorry, there's a dog yelling.
That's okay.
Why is this consistent with my narrative and not inconsistent? So this conclusion that America wants to provide loan guarantees, absolutely true. America absolutely does want to provide loan guarantees. This is coming off the heels of Maidan, and it is in the interest of the United States, and all these people agree that they should provide these loan guarantees to help Ukraine and to push Ukraine westwards. But you'll notice, right, like this is loan guarantees with conditions precedent, right? The IPC notionally approves the following proposed conditions precedent with the caveats listed below. So it is not the case that this body ever wanted to just give these loan guarantees without conditions precedent. And so they're saying, so even at this juncture, this is on a September 30th meeting, everyone recognizes that it's in our strategic interest to go ahead, but not just with no conditions. Even in this, in September 30th, prior to, I think Newland goes to Congress to ask for the guarantees October 5th of 2015. Even prior to this time, they're talking about what are the conditions that we are going to impose on Ukraine to obtain this guarantee. With me so far? Any questions? Or
yeah, that's right. You said something that everyone knows, that constantly we put conditions on things. That's different than, was the specific condition fire Shokin?
Yeah. So at this, I think that I've said that the interagency consensus that Shokin needed to be removed occurred in November of 2015. So that is not inconsistent. Where in October of 2015, and in fact,
But I disagree with you, and let me say why. Then where's that document? Because my understanding of it is this agency sent out this memo at the beginning of October, and then they sent out another memo in January, and the memo in January is literally just reattaching this one. This is the conditions.
Yeah. So that was, as you know, from some State Department person, I believe, who is just attaching a previous version of the conditions precedent, where these people are acknowledging that the conditions precedent need to be more specific. And you'll notice in that second paragraph, they said, like, these are the caveats listed below. Caveat number 1, macroeconomic stability. What the fuck does that mean, right? So 2, social safety net. Like, these are very broad conditions precedent, right? 3, anti-corruption with revised conditions precedent language that is more specific. 4, rule of law, specifically calling Prosecutor General's office, but with a preference to revise the conditions precedent to better ensure that the decision to set up an independent Inspector General cannot be easily overturned, and that the independent Inspector General is subject to appropriate oversight and accountability. So these are just broad goals of conditions precedent. And as I mentioned before, the State Department and the agencies continue to discuss this. There's testimony that says this was like almost a daily conversation internally in the State Department about how to impose these conditions precedent, and what until finally there was this conclusion that he needed to go. And I think that there was as early they're planning to onboard the vice president around this time frame and into November.
No, I completely disagree with your characterization. I appreciate the attempted spin at it. But again, you're correctly saying, well, they had conditions that they wanted met. But you're ignoring the top. I'll again read what the top says. The top says, the IPC has concluded that Ukraine has made significant progress on its reform agenda to justify a guarantee. Now, I understand your argument is they're saying, Yes, we know that they talked about corruption in the prosecutor's office from 2014. We know there were tens of thousands of people that were working in that prosecutor's office. We know even when they were on good terms with Shokin, such as in Victoria Nuland's June memo, you would not dispute this. Even at that time, they're telling Shokin there's corrupt people in your office, correct?
In when? Sorry, can you say that
like
again?
the Nuland memos in June that's basically praising Shokin. Victoria Nuland sends him...
I do not... No. I do not agree with that characterization of the June 9th, 2015 message.
What would your characterization of
that?
Do you want me to read what it says?
Yeah, I'll read it. Dear Mr. Prosecutor General, Secretary Kerry asked me to reply on his behalf to your letter of May 13th, 2015, discussing Ukraine's effort to address corruption, including through implementation of new anti-corruption strategy and reform of the Prosecutor General's office. We have been impressed with the ambitious reform and anti-corruption agenda of your government. The challenges you face are difficult, but not okay, let me finish. Challenges you face are difficult, but not insurmountable. You have an historic opportunity to address the injustices of the past by vigorously investigating, if you do this, vigorously investigate and prosecute corruption cases and recovering assets stolen from the Ukrainian people. The ongoing reform of your office, law enforcement, and the judiciary will enable you to investigate and prosecute corruption and other crimes in an effective, fair, and transparent manner. So that's just the first two paragraphs. That is not praise.
Yes, it certainly is. What it's saying, particularly with the you, when it says the challenge, it says, we've been impressed with the ambitious reform of anti-corruption agenda of your government. The challenge you face are difficult, but not insurmountable. So she's clearly including him as part of the government. She's not saying the government's been doing well, but not you and your office. That's not what's being said. And what I said was they were always saying more needs to be done in the prosecutor's office, but it's clear that they were speaking positively to Shokin and saying that they felt that he was part of the government.
No.
It is. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to this point. Anyways,
wait. Why can't we talk about it? If we're taking
okay,
why can't
let's talk about that. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So what she's referencing is the agenda, the fact that Ukraine, the government, that is, the Rada and the executive branch had proposed and passed a lot of legislation for reforms in the energy sector. They've done like banking reforms. They've implemented legislation, and they've talked a big talk to try to change the direction of the country. So they're commenting and this is consistent with Victoria Nuland's testimony, on October 8th of 2015, that they're seeing progress in parts of the Ukrainian government. But specifically, a sore point has always been the Prosecutor General's office. If she wanted to praise the Prosecutor General's office, she would say so. We are impressed with the anti-corruption agenda of your office and what your office has been doing. We appreciate that your office has done the following three things. Keep up the good work. That is not what this letter is saying. Trust me.
No, I don't trust you. You're a hack, so I'm not just going to trust you. I think the exact opposite. I think the exact opposite. If she wanted to say, we think you're doing a shitty job, she would have said, we think you're doing a shitty job. She didn't do that. Pyatt didn't do that as well. And what I said was, what this is saying is basically, we think that things are going good. We think the government's doing good. Everything's going good, but there's a lot of work to be done. And that's exactly what I said this would say. I said, when you go back and you look at the June memo, they've been criticizing corruption in the Prosecutor General's office in 2014 and 2015. They were always doing that. So when we get to this email, which is the specific conditions that are now being offered, right? They say, we think that anti-corruption efforts have been progressing. The Ukraine has made significant progress on its reform agenda. Therefore, we should give the loan guarantee. Now, there is no reason then with these generic that's sort of going along
on
to
its reform agenda.
Right. So let me articulate what I'm saying. So if there is no reason to be like, well, because below that they say we want more reforms. Clearly that means they wanted Shokin fired and they wanted a quid pro quo. That's nonsensical, right? What they're saying is we think that they're making progress. We think there's significant progress.
Wait, I just want to be clear about my position. My position is not at this meeting on October 1st. They are saying that Shokin needs to go. That is not my position. My position is that the interagency consensus occurred in November of 2015.
Show me.
Wait, okay, so
wouldn't that document exist if the interagency re-met and massively you're agreeing that in October they weren't suggesting to fire Shokin? Yes or no?
This is not suggesting a fire Shokin.
Okay, so then it would be a huge change in policy. Let me finish. It would be a huge change in policy to then say, actually now, no, they're not getting the loan.
No.
We think Shokin should be fired.
Whoa, no. So it is totally consistent with the outline of this email to do exactly what the vice president did. The loan was always going to be guaranteed, and it was always going to be conditioned, and it was going to be specifically conditioned on the loan guarantees were always going to be specifically conditioned on specifically reforms to the prosecutor general's office to be revised in the future. That's exact, and those conditions.
I just want to be clear with.
Wait. Let me finish.
Go ahead. Finish. Go ahead.
So those conditions precedent in this very email, they say we're going to elaborate and be more specific, and we're going to make sure that whatever changes happen aren't going to be easily overturned by the prosecutor general. That was put specifically. It'll be elaborated further on, and it was. And they came to the conclusion in November, as testified to under oath in multiple hearings by State Department officials, that interagency conclusion occurred in November. And we know that at the very minimum, you agree with this, that the State Department was made that the position in various memos and emails in November 2015 prior to the December call with Hunter Biden and Joe Biden.
So here's the sleight of hand that Pisco tries to put. He says that these two things are completely in line with each other. Quote, the IPC, these interagency task force has concluded Ukraine has made sufficient progress on its reform agenda to justify the guarantee. And then it says, but we want them to keep working on anti-corruption measures. He says that's completely consistent with Joe Biden saying quid pro quo to fire Shokin. Nonsensical. Secondly, he can't provide you with any document. If they massively change this position, surely, and he says they're going to get more specific later. Okay, then surely they re-met in November and they, as an interagency, came to the conclusion to fire Shokin, because that's the argument he's making. Why wouldn't they put forth some document then showing in November, okay, now we've changed our position. We're no longer recommending the loan because we feel that Shokin needs to be fired. Why is there no letter saying that if they've massively changed their position?
First of all, we don't know if there isn't. The people who are submitting these FOIA requests are all like conservative kooks that are selectively releasing emails.
Sure.
At their will.
We got it. And
yes. What do you mean? Yeah. So first of all, we don't know that there isn't an email saying.
Okay, let's assume. So if there is one, fine. But if there's not,
we have the testimony of State Department officials that we are relying on for a lot of the narrative. You're relying and you're not doubting or at least you don't have any evidence to propose that they're corrupt. I'm referring to Kent or Newland, at least as pertains to Ukraine. That these individuals are saying there was an interagency consensus in November. If you don't think that is enough evidence for you, the testimony of these officials under oath, then that's fine. I mean, then you can
okay. So then let's clip this. Let's get you down on this right now. So if it does come out that there was no interagency memo and no meeting that recommended the firing of Shokin in November, then you'll admit that we should be distrusting of the State Department officials that testified that occurred.
Hang on. Just because there's no specific meeting or email doesn't mean there wasn't an interagency consensus. An interagency consensus could be reached just by calling people. You would need to show, in order for you to show that they were lying, you'd have to show that like somebody said, no, that was not our position in the DOJ, that was not our position here, I think that there's someone from the CIA who says like we weren't onboarded to something, but that's kind of ambiguous in that email or that exchange. But providing that, then there'd be a basis to say that we should doubt Kent and Newland.
No, I did say, and there would never be a way to disprove it then, right? Because let's say that let me finish. Go ahead, re-explain. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead. I tune you out when you just ramble on. Go ahead.
Well, okay, it wasn't a ramble, so if you should just listen. I just said if you could get statements or contemporaneous documents saying from the DOJ and from the other agencies here, Treasury at all, saying we are like not on board with this, then like you could that would be evidence showing that you should
It would not.
credit
It would not, and I'll
Newland
prove.
and
It would
Kent.
not, and I'd prove, because this is what you would say in that. So, for example, if some higher up at the FBI or the Treasurer or whatever said, "Yeah, actually, we didn't meet and we didn't discuss this," you would say, "Oh, but other people from the agencies were talking unofficially behind the scenes. They didn't officially meet, but there were people from the State Department and the Treasury, so they haven't come forward. But until we hear from a statement from every single person saying, 'No, not me,' then we can't know." That's exactly what you would say.
Well,
You've already said it, because you said, well, even if they didn't have an interagency meeting, right? Even if they didn't, still that doesn't mean anything, because it could have been sort of unofficial, just phone calls. So that would mean no matter how many people would come out and say, well, I wasn't privy to that phone call, you'd say, but there could be more. There could be more that was privy to that phone call.
No. If you have top people who are like sort of read into those the people on that email are saying like, we've never had a conversation about firing Shokin. That was never discussed at all with the State Department prior to whatever date you want to pick in November, then that would be evidence.
So don't say State Department. Don't say State Department. We're saying the interagencies. That's been your argument. Your argument's not the State Department.
People, oh my God, you're not listening to me. The people on those CC'd on the email, non-State Department officials who are like, we never talked to the State Department about this kind of thing. We've never even had discussions about the removal of Shokin, right? If that were the case, and they're saying like, no, those conversations never occurred in this time frame, that would be evidence tending to discredit Newland and Kent's testimony. But as it stands, that's their testimony, and it fits with the evidence.
What their testimony is one or two people said, no, trust us, behind the scenes we can provide you no evidence, but behind the scenes we are saying fire Shokin. That's it. Then we have an actual interagency task force that was created through the Obama administration designed to steer the giving of this aid. That task force says in October, we think they've done enough. They get the aid. We're impressed with progress they're making. Doesn't want to say fire Shokin or attach the loan
spin
guarantee
is awful,
to it.
Rob.
No, it's not awful. Does it mention
really bad?
Does it say yes or no at that point to give them the loan in October? Or they recommend
loan guarantee subject to conditions precedent.
No, it doesn't say subject to conditions precedent.
Yes, it
does.
That's what a condition precedent is.
Let's see what it says again. It says, the IPC has concluded that Ukraine has made sufficient progress on its reform agenda to justify a third guarantee. The IPC notion approves the following proposed condition precedent with the caveats listed below. Economic stability, social safety net, anti-corruption, but with revised CP language. Right, it's saying we want them to keep doing these things. But it's saying we think they've made it. Please, we think they've made enough. Then why would they say we think they've made enough sufficient progress on its reform agenda to justify a third guarantee?
The same reason why if you're going to give a loan or investment to a business, you'd be like, we've seen sufficient things, progress in the macro indicators of your business to do a third loan, so we're prepared to do a third loan, and we think it's a good idea to do a third loan. These will be subject to the following conditions. Blah, blah, blah. Right? That's all totally fine. Yeah.
No, that's not what they're saying. That's not what they're saying. What they're saying is we think they're doing a good job, but they want them to keep moving forward on these things going forward. Right? And if the argument is that they've set forth this document, right, suggesting that and said we're going to get more specific later, but they didn't meet. They didn't come up with a new document. And then people are like, what's our policy on this? And they're like, we made slight changes. Here it is. And they send the same document in January. In January, not a new document, the same document in January that's not suggesting to fire Shokin, again, is what they're sending. And your only defense of this is like, well, I believe George Kent when he says he was talking to people at the FBI to fire Shokin.
No, that's not. First of all, that's not the only defense. In that very email attaching the old list of conditions precedent, the guy, I think he literally says, I believe there's one that's superseded, and this is just the one I have on access, but I'll look for the more updated one.
It says,
I think he says that exactly.
From Rachel Goldbrenner to Christina Knowles. Christina, thanks again for your time just now. Is this the proper CP document, or is there a more recent version? Also, thanks in advance for looping me in the IPC distro. Then the response, Rachel, here's nearly the latest CP document. We've made some very minor tweaks. We've made some very minor tweaks since this version, which I'll dig up and send you tomorrow, but I wanted to get something to you tonight. We also loop you to the Ukraine IPCW chain when I distribute the agenda tomorrow. Minor tweaks, does that sound like saying we went from saying yes, they should have the money, to no, you can't have the money because we're firing Shokin?
Rob, the problem that you're facing here is at the time this email was given, it's knowledge within the government that Vice President has gone to do this.
That's true. Wait. That's
silly to
right. So then it would be remarkable if that wasn't coming up on the interagency task force. That would seem to suggest if the interagency task force memo isn't suggesting to fire Shokin, but Biden is suggesting to fire Shokin, that would seem to suggest that there's a discrepancy between those two.
No, there's absolutely no discrepancy, and I'm sure those emails exist about the pressure that was going on. But the truth is, as I told you, the kooks who are filing these FOIA requests are selectively releasing materials that they think could help them. I mean, that's just so obvious, and they are only releasing the things they think help them, and it's totally consistent with the narrative that the State Department had.
November 2015, November 5th, 2015. They said Obama's vice president delivered a message to Ukraine they were about to get the massive loan guarantee while cheering on more reforms in Shokin's office. From their readout, Vice President Joe Biden spoke today with Ukrainian President Poroshenko about implementation of the Minsk agreements, economic reforms, and anti-corruption initiatives. The vice president congratulated...
That's November, right?
What's that? Would you need to jump in there for? Go ahead.
Sorry. Is that November?
November 5th, 2015. Finishing. Yeah. The vice president congratulated Poroshenko on the conduct of Ukraine's local elections, which represent another milestone in the country's democratic development. Regarding economic reforms, the vice president reiterated U.S. willingness to provide a third $1 billion loan guarantee contingent on continuing Ukrainian progress to investigate and prosecute corruption and ensure that Ukraine's tax reform is consistent with the IMF program. Doesn't mention Shokin. Yeah. Doesn't mention the firing of Shokin. Again, in November.
Yeah. Bro, so the consensus on... the firing of Shokin, the removal of Shokin, occurs sometime in November 2015. And again, the specific ask of Poroshenko isn't given in December, as you know, right? And so to pretend that this is evidence of what the interagency consensus was what the readout is of a call prior to that determination, I just think it's just not at all relevant to what we're talking about.
No, it's completely relevant because the argument that you tried to... I'll explain. The argument that you've been trying to spin forever is this. All from way back. Everybody, as of April, we're like, fire Shokin. First off, I will admit to not understanding. I thought you had evidence. It didn't matter if you did, for my sake, right? I thought you had evidence of people suggesting firing Shokin way back. When you said the IMF, the EU, I was like, oh... They were calling for his ouster, and that's why my argument for you for months on this was, well, that doesn't matter. Just like if a bunch of people suggested firing Comey, there was still an investigation into Trump once he fired Comey. So that was my argument. Then one night when let me finish. So then one night when I looked into it, I was shocked to find, wait a minute, none of these people were saying fire Shokin. No one. There were no public calls to fire Shokin until it was Joe Biden's office in late November. Right? And now I know more of the timeline, too.
Well, hang on. No, wait, hang on. If you're just talking about everyone in the world, there absolutely were. There was a humongous scandal in Ukraine related to the diamond prosecutors where there absolutely were people who existed in time and space who were calling for who were making noise in Ukraine that Shokin needed to go. And Poroshenko lost a lot of support because of that incident.
So it is true that there were anti-corruption places in Ukraine that were also calling for the ouster of Lutsenko, Yerma, and Elzer that were calling for him. That's not what your argument was. Your argument was that all of these Western countries and Western allies, the IMF, the EU, the UK, all of these places, the FBI, the State Department, they were all calling for the firing of Shokin. When I looked into it, I can't find word one of it. No one in the Western world, let me finish, is suggesting firing Shokin, period. Now, why does this matter? Because we know from the timeline that we can see that in early November, there is a push from Burisma to tell Hunter Biden, you need to reach out to prominent people in the United States to have them deal with prominent people in the Ukraine, like the Prosecutor General's office, with the end goal of shutting down investigations. Right? Again, cutting back against your initial claim that there were no Ukrainian investigations into Burisma. That seems to cut against...
You're just rehashing
you're taking us out of the conversation. I'm setting the framework for why this matters. Yeah. And so, if it seems as if the defense of, but Biden was just doing everything that all the rest of the world said, is bullshit. No one was suggesting firing Shokin. So then, once that was pointed out, and your defense now, where it's like, boy, this looks real... They weren't. Your defense is just like, well, nothing that we've seen. But privately, George Kent and Victoria Nuland said that was the case. You even cite an article that claims April, correct? Remember, that's one of the proofs you use. In April,
Yeah. No. That goes to show that early on, there were, prior to Hunter Biden, these emails and November, all that stuff, this goes to show Shokin's level of inactivity and corruption, right? And the prosecutor general's corruption. So this is why this is relevant, Rob. The more likely it is that Shokin is actually corrupt, the more likely it is that what Biden and the State Department were asking for was totally legitimate. You agree with that, at least, right?
Sure. But that's different.
So
that's different than saying... Now, I understand that's what you're trying to do. You're saying... What I meant was they were saying Shokin was corrupt. Therefore, Biden's...
that is what I said.
Maybe that is what you said. Maybe that is what you said. I don't know. Listen, maybe that is what you said. I don't know. I interpreted it as, people said to fire Shokin. They didn't. It is a different...
how you interpret it, because...
Okay, that's fine. But now that we know what you were... regardless of if that's what you said or I interpreted wrong, it's irrelevant in that now your defense has less veracity. Because if it would have been...
it doesn't.
Yes, it does. So you're telling me that if the EU was saying, like, in June of 2015, fire Shokin, that wouldn't make your argument better?
No, because it would not make sense of the United States position, I think.
What?
The United States position on United States position on firing Shokin publicly, right? That occurred, in September. It was still Piet's, stated position that they were trying to get reform without having to force the firing.
Okay, nonetheless, I don't understand. So you're saying...
why don't you let me... So if it was a case that the EU was calling for his ouster in June, and we weren't, right? That would seem like a pretty weird time lag. And why aren't we in sync in terms of the public call for ousters? Why is America still thinking they can work with this guy, months after the EU in June has called for his ouster? So that's I guess why I'm saying
just to be clear, the EU's in private in April telling the State Department we want Shokin fired.
I think Treasury.
Or telling Treasury we want Shokin fired. All right. So they're telling them in private they want Shokin fired.
They're having conversations. Rob, these are conversations. They're internal deliberations. They're escalating. They're serial. You're like wanting some specific point in time that the determination was made by the EU. I don't have access to their internal deliberations.
Right, you don't. You're just taking their word for it. So let's see how nonsensical. I'm just making the point. It's absolutely nonsensical. If they would have came out and said we want that, you're making the argument that had Western leaders been publicly saying we think Shokin's corrupt, we want him fired, that wouldn't have made your case. You would have been out here saying, see. So it's just stupid that you're trying to argue this. Now I want to show how stupid to everyone this is. Do you know when Shokin came into office?
February 10th, I think, is
February
2015.
10th. It's mid-February, right? 2015.
Somewhere around there.
All right, okay. And what you want me to believe is, so he has half the month of February, and then he has March, and then already they're like, fire him.
They're saying he's not. They're having conversations about it, and the reason, another big prosecution that there isn't movement on in that time are the Maidan killing prosecutions.
Do you see how stupid? So now this is the same groups that let Litsenko go for 3 years, and you're like in a month and a half they're like, fire Shokin. We should consider firing Shokin.
Bro. So I am not reporting on those conversations. That is the Financial Times reporting on internal conversations on British authorities who are already pissed about what happened with their investigation and with Treasury people. Just because those conversations are happening does not mean that there's some definitive statement that they want to remove him. Obviously, the people leading the charge on that train is the State Department. Those are the experts in terms of foreign policy and what to do that makes sense. The only reason I bring that up is have evidence tending towards Shokin's lack of energy and vigorous prosecution. And you're saying, well, then why aren't they upset about Litsenko? And I've already sort of answered that, I think, numerous times. And I guess you're still sort of befuddled by it.
No, it's not that I'm befuddled. You've attempted to spin something, but you've given no sufficient answer. Especially if these are the type of people that are having conversations a month and a half later. Like, think about how absurd that is. Think about a country, you admit that they all knew that corruption was endemic in the prosecutor's office and in Ukraine in general, correct? Mm-hmm. But they expected this dude, they're like, month and a half, we're not seeing results. It's time to think
This
about
dude
firing
isn't
him.
this dude isn't some fucking like new name. He's been a prosecutor for decades. He was a deputy prosecutor and during the period in time and with the prior bribe from Zlochevsky to the prosecutor.
Okay,
And
so
it's not
now
like this
your
guy
argument
like
is
a new
so
figure.
now your argument is they accused him of corruption from his past time as a prosecutor. That's your argument?
No. Can you calm the fuck down?
I'm
Rob?
calm.
What I'm telling you is you're acting like, oh my god, they're being so unfair to him after a month and a half. They're not even giving him a chance to do to do anything, and they're already talking that he needs to go. That's what you're saying, right?
What I'm saying is
First
it's
of all,
absurd to think that in a month and a half that they wanted him fired, that they were talking about it. Yes, that's absurd. I'll tell you what happened. If you want to know what happened, you're trusting an anonymous source that's full of shit, that's post hoc trying to make justifications for Joe Biden's quid pro quo. That's what you're doing.
It's not a clincher. First of all, it is just one piece of evidence that I've offered to show that Shokin was corrupt. One piece of evidence. I've provided tons of pieces of evidence.
It's not evidence. It's not evidence.
And you're latching on. You're latching onto this as though, like, okay, because the Treasury Department says something, that, if this is like a non-credible reporting because it's anonymous, then therefore everything falls apart. It doesn't. Like,
No.
I think that.
What I'm saying is when it doesn't pass.
I credit it.
What I'm saying is the fact that you tried to use this, it is clearly nonsensical. That wouldn't make sense that this would be occurring a month and a half in from an anonymous source proves the veracity of these claims. There has been no public documentation released that anyone suggested firing Shokin until late November when it was Biden's team that did this. This was after a memo that was sent by Burisma telling Hunter Biden to contact people in the United States to get the investigations closed. Then there was no talk, even after there was talk of firing Shokin.
You can't explain that, by the way.
Sure I can. I'll finish this point real quick. There was no talk whatsoever of a quid pro quo until until Hunter Biden was told to call his father. Then the talk of the quid pro quo came up.
So the conditions precedent, right, have always been part of the loan guarantees. And yeah, the specific ask for the removal of the prosecutor general, that occurred in November of 2015. That's the position. And you say that, like, okay, it was influenced by this email that Vadim wrote to Hunter Biden. That totally flies in the face of the timeline for this December call.
I don't understand. We've gone through this. Let me steelman your position and then break it down, because your position is this. Aha. So here's the deal. If in November that they wanted Hunter Biden to lobby his father to sort of get rid of Shokin or get rid of pressure and investigations into them, why would they ever call in December? It makes no sense. Now, I've gone through this with you ad nauseum. You know the answer to it. You were unable to give any sort of rebuttal to my answer in the past. I'll do it again because I understand you need to feign for yourself and your audience why this isn't an obvious non-answer by you. I said, let's say that you're let me say, this was the analogy, right? Yeah. Because your argument's just, if you pressured Hunter to talk to his dad once, you'd never pressure him to talk again. Even though you still hadn't got what you wanted. You wouldn't do it. If you're paying someone as a lobbyist, you only ever talk to them once. You would never talk to them again if you didn't get what you wanted. And so the analogy I gave was this. Say you're in the mob and you want to use your connections to force the mayor to drop an investigation of you. And so you pay the lobbyist to go to the mayor, and the mayor agrees, okay, we'll do that. And the mayor even comes out and says some nice words about you. And yet the prosecutors in the mayor's department continue the investigation of you. Would you not have the ability to recall and say, I appreciate the nice words? Or wouldn't you have the gumption to call and say, I appreciate that you said nice words, and yet the investigation into me continues, and yet the prosecutor I wanted gone continues to be there? What you're saying, that's impossible. You would never call back.
No, can I explain why? Mm-hmm. Because in November, they're planning for the December meeting. And so the pressure against Poroshenko to remove Shokin, if that was indeed the plan, like, you haven't even given him the opportunity to make the demand of Poroshenko yet. And so you're calling, like, they have the readout of notes and what they're going to say to Poroshenko. assuming your side of the facts, Zlochevsky and Vadim already know that shit. They know what they're going to ask him to do. And so they're calling him in December, we have this read out. We have people on, we have
I don't, are you this stupid or are you just feigning ignorance? I legitimately don't know. For example, the readout that occurs...
You just reminded him.
The readout that occurs on November 22nd, right, doesn't mention a quid pro quo, correct? So here's the timeline that we have, right? We know that this email was sent by Vadim on November 2nd. We know on November 5th, 3 days after that email, Biden calls Poroshenko. He doesn't mention the firing of Shokin. So they sent the email, they said, get in touch with your dad. 3 days after that email, Biden doesn't mention the firing of Shokin. Then we know that December 4th, that Zlochevsky's like, hey, I'm sorry. November 22nd, now it says, okay, Shokin needs to go. But it doesn't mention a quid pro quo. Right? Then we know December 4th. Why is it? This is what you can't get around. Why is it that Zlochevsky's like, call your dad? Why is it that he's like, call your dad if it's already been taken care of?
Yeah, because he's not trying to pressure Biden to fire Shokin.
Oh, I'm sorry. That makes sense in your worldview. That's a bad point by me. That definitely makes sense in your worldview. But nonetheless, the point is, it completely fits in with what I'm saying, that you would recall, because the pressure hasn't been sufficient. There's also one other thing that I haven't mentioned yet. You know what happens on December 4th, the same day as that request for a call? Or I'm sorry, December 3rd and then December 4th. December 3rd, Eric Sherwin sends an email to business associate Hunter Biden, Vadim Prozorski, and Devin Archer saying, quote, Wall Street Journal has got us back on plan to run the article in the coming days. According to the email obtained from Hunter Biden's laptop, the paper was still attempting to get an answer from him about the potential conflict of interest between his father's anti-corruption message and his role on the board. The piece was set to run in the coming days to coincide with Biden's trip. December 4th, the New York Times, following the Journal, submits a request for comment on Hunter Biden's role with Burisma, the corruption investigations in Ukraine and Burisma's lobbying activities in the United States. In the draft of the answers of the Times, FTI Consulting, which was working with Burisma, TUI, responds that no one is lobbying on Burisma's behalf. Well, perhaps technically true, Blue Star strategies have been used by the group in Ukraine. So we have two things to say why the call would be different. Three things. One, because the email that was sent up did not get the results that they wanted, because the investigation continued. Second, the pressure was continuing to increase by journalists who were now contacting them right around the time that Zlochevsky then talks about that pressure. And third, the exact policy that they're going to end up wanting, the firing of Shokin, the quid pro quo that forces the firing of Shokin, which we all agree, as you've admitted, without that quid pro quo, they're not going to fire Shokin. And so there is reason, seeing as how there is a policy change from Biden between the November 22nd memo to the December 4th call. There is a policy change. The change is suggesting they fire Shokin versus saying you're not getting the money if you don't. We have audio that an assistant that was there said that it was Biden himself on the plane that came up with the idea for the quid pro quo.
Yeah, so none of that, right? None of that. So first of all, the point about the journalists helps my point out. The fact that journalists are communicating and making noise about the conflict of interest, why would you further the conflict? If you know you're under scrutiny, I think it's even less likely that you would do something, right? Don't you think that helps my point?
No, because if you felt that it would come out then that you had this prosecutor that was actually going to investigate corruption at Burisma, now it's going to look real bad for the Bidens. It's going to look real bad for Zlochevsky and real bad for
why would you fire it?
Well, because you want the investigation dropped. That's why you would say, I'm under pressure from, and I'm quoting now, Ukrainian government investigations.
No, I understand that point. That's your whole point, right? That's your point separate from this. But just isolating the aspect of the journalist, surely if the people are aware that the journalists are poking around and asking about Hunter Biden's conflict of interest, surely that makes them less likely to be so blatant with the corruption and continue with their plan to fire Shokin.
Blatant? No one knew about it until it was painstakingly teeth pulling that they had to finally Republicans.
Yeah, but now there's
in
someone.
2023.
Now there's an intrepid investigator. Now there's an intrepid investigator looking at all this
2023.
shit.
What would have been worse for them? Would the corruption angle from the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal looked worse if Shokin would have been allowed to continue and would have investigated and found crimes of Burisma and Hunter Biden connected to them? Or if he makes a phone call to his dad that's not discovered until 2023 that leads to the firing of Shokin and the investigation into Burisma being dropped?
Well, on your version of events, it must be worse to just keep Shokin in office. I'm guessing that it's just so bad what Shokin is looking for. But of course, Shokin has never produced the goods on anything.
Well, wait a minute. In your version of events, like you fall to the same criticism you're suggesting of me, because your version of events is, well, correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying is, well, if journalists are looking around, why would you tap Hunter Biden to call and do this? Correct?
Why would you tap who?
Hunter Biden to make this call.
No, I don't understand. Wait, can you use different words? Why would you have the call with Hunter Biden? Why would who have the call
I
with
thought
Hunter Biden?
your argument was this. If you know journalists are snooping around, you're not going to say, Hunter, call your dad.
No, I think you're less likely to, if Hunter Biden is aware and if they're aware, you're less likely to seek out that measure, and certainly Joe Biden would be less likely to enact it. That's my point.
Why? Wouldn't Joe Biden be less likely, Hunter Biden be less likely to call, and Joe Biden be less likely to accept it on this issue?
Accept the call or accept the deal? I don't know.
Wouldn't he?
Like if he knows that people are like poking around, then I think logic would. Listen, I'm just using your evidence. I just don't know how it contributes to your point.
Well, it certainly contributes to my point. Because if there's a reporter is sniffing around Burisma the day before Zlochevsky says, I feel like I'm under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations, call your dad to deal with it, right? And all of this is in just pointing out how your point is absurd, because your defense is literally fallen to the absurd lengths where you're like, but if you send an email on November 2nd saying, hey, lobby your dad, you would never in a million years suggest on December 4th to call your dad as well.
Unless you weren't aware. So the call close to Biden's trip, and I think you said this as well, suggests to me that he's aware of Biden's trip. And guess what? He most certainly probably is, right?
Of course.
He's aware of the trip. And it would strike me as odd to say that he was aware of the trip but wasn't aware of what Biden was going to do on that trip, namely pressure.
Was he going to issue a quid pro quo? Was he going to issue a quid pro quo?
So this is then where you're at. Because you have to make the December call mean something. I don't know. Really, you don't have to.
That's right. That's exactly right. I don't have to.
Really, you don't have to but there's something poetic and dramatic about the December call that has just captured your attention. And so poetically, you want it to be significant, right? But really, like, all you have to say is, like, he called him just because he's his buddy or something or whatever. And it wouldn't, like, I don't understand why you're clinging so hard desperately to the December call. Actually, I do know. It's because you love the pageantry of it, because it's like call, then conversation, then quid pro quo, boom, 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 boom. But of course, it's a lot less exciting if the timeline starts back a few weeks before. And that's why I think you're trying to make the call have some significant weight. And so what we're left with is the only conceivable way other than just reminding him would be he has a recommendation about specifically withholding everything unless he fires Shokin. But of course that would require like fucking Zlochevsky and Vadim to have awareness of like the kind of lever that the State Department are going to pull, right? And like what is available, or to understand these loan guarantees. And to me, that's just like it's not very credible. I think it's much more likely that
it's like. Let me ask you this: if someone's engaged in a criminal conspiracy, is it possible for them to talk about it multiple times, or are they people that?
Of course it is.
Okay, so your argument is just I don't know what to say other than like your strongest defense. It's just I'll just lay it out there. We could rehash it over and over again. Pisco's strongest defense is this. This is it. If they were lobbying to help them get rid of these investigations in early November, and Biden's team decided in late November, we want Shokin fired, there is no reason ever that they would call again in December. It's just nonsensical. It is nonsensical.
You wouldn't be feeling the heat, would you? Like,
It's just nonsensical. It's just nonsensical. It is
the job has been done.
Just nonsensical. In fact, you could say you're getting nervous because you know the moment's coming up where Joe Biden's going to come, right? And so you'd call and be like,
"What? You think he's going to renege? Why would he renege?"
It has nothing to do with reneging, right? Zlochevsky's paying this guy Hunter Biden. He's like, "Call your dad. Make sure we're still good." right? In addition to that, we could see that it goes further than that. Your defense is nonsensical on face value. I don't have to prove that anything changed. Nothing. Nothing at all. I don't have to prove anything. But we could see that a step further was taken after that December call. We could see that people started snooping around December 3rd. We could see that December 4th call, all of a sudden, it went unilaterally, we're told by Joe Biden, unilaterally comes up with a quid pro quo.
Even if I like accept your framing, your narrative, right? Even if I accept it, and I don't, just to be clear, I don't, because I think if you're in the position of that person, you're not risking having these additional calls. You're not, like, the job has been done. This policy is more sticky. Like, people with suits and ties.
What's the risk, by the way, of this call? What's this risk?
Let me finish it. The risk of these reporters, these intrepid reporters, finding out about it, right?
How? Apparently Joe Biden was calling his son every day.
Yeah, I mean, let's just be clear. If you are making specific asks to Joe Biden, as Zlochevsky through Hunter Biden, you're dealing with a crackhead. You think that it's a non-zero chance that request gets fucking leaked? Are you serious?
But he was making a request, if we're to believe Devin Archer. We know that. We know he made a request to his dad, to Hunter Biden, to call his dad to deal with pressure from the Ukrainian government.
Innuendo, as you know. That's all innuendo.
Okay, so now you're... I just want to be clear. I knew you would go there. I knew that eventually we'd get to Devin Archer's line. I knew it. I knew that's where we would get.
No, whoa. I didn't say Devin Archer's lying. When did I say he's lying?
It's innuendo that he was said to call his dad because
he doesn't. No. Devin Archer specifically says he has no evidence that of the substance of those calls, and what's more, he has no evidence that Joe Biden did anything wrong or that the policy.
That's not the point. That's not the point. That's not the point. You don't understand. You don't understand. You're so busy being a shill that you jump from one thing to another, and it might impress your audience, but someone like me that's listening to you can see what you're trying to do. We don't know what was on the call, but you said it was innuendo when I said, Zlochevsky said, call your dad, I'm under pressure from Ukrainian government. And you said, that's innuendo. It is not.
There's confusion.
No, you're confused. I'm not. You're intentionally duplicitous is what you are.
No. There's confusion. You have confusion, and so I'm going to clear the confusion.
No. I don't have confusion. I just outlined exactly what I said.
You have confusion, and so I'm going to clear it up for you. So, rewind the VOD, rewind the tape. Maybe I'm stupid. I promise you there's no intentional malice. I promise you there's no fucking intentional malice. What I heard you say was that we know that Hunter Biden made a specific ask of Joe Biden. That Hunter Biden is asking Biden to do X. That's what I thought you said.
Pause. So I'll see.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Let's play the audio.
Call close to Biden's trip. And I think you said this as well. I have to leave in like 5 minutes to have lunch.
Just wait.
This is a great call.
Wait, yeah. I want to hear what you said.
Unless you weren't aware, so the call close to Biden's trip, guess what? He most certainly probably is, right? That he was aware of it.
Was he going to issue a quid pro quo?
Right. It's trying to make way up, but to have what is available.
Is it possible for them to talk about it multiple times over again? Help them get rid of these and fired. There is no nonsense. It is nonsense. It's just, you could say, can you call your dad, make sure we're going face value. I don't have to prove that anything changed. Nothing. Call. We could see that people started unilaterally, we're told by Joe Biden, that after that December call. We could see that people have to make sure we're still good. Right? In addition to that, we can see that it goes further than that. Your defense is nonsensical on face value. I don't have to prove that anything changed. Nothing. Nothing at all. I don't have to prove anything. But we could see that a step further was taken after that December call. We could see that people started snooping around December 3rd. We could see that December 4th call, all of a sudden, it went unilaterally, we're told by Joe Biden. Unilaterally comes up with a quid pro quo.
Even if I accept your framing, your narrative, right? Even if I accept it, and I don't, just to be clear, I don't, because I think what has been done. This policy is more sticky. Like, people with...
What's the risk, by the way, of this call? What's this risk?
Let me finish it. The risk of these reporters, these intrepid reporters, finding... Right?
How? Apparently Joe Biden was calling his son every day.
Yeah, I mean... Delicioso. Let's be clear. If you are making specific asks to Joe Biden, it's a non-zero chance that request gets fucking leaked? Are you serious?
But he was making a request, if we're to believe Devin Archer. We know that. We know he made a request to his dad, to Hunter Biden, to call his dad to deal with pressure from the Ukrainian government.
Innuendo, as you know.
I said, but he was making a request. We know that he made the request to Hunter Biden to call his dad to deal with Ukrainian pressure.
Let
me finish. And you said that's innuendo. You were wrong.
Then I'm wrong. Then I misinterpreted.
Okay.
I thought you were referencing with Joe Biden. My bad. That's what I thought you were.
So then back to the point what I'm saying. So again, you're saying like, well, there's this big risk, but it's not a big risk unless Devin Archer or Hunter Biden or Vadim tell on him. There's no risk associated with, there's reporters snooping around, because he did tell him, call your dad and deal with Ukrainian government pressure.
If there's no risk, then there's no pressure.
What's that?
If there's no risk, then what's the pressure?
Well, there's no additional risk, right? Your argument is this. Well, in your world, there's no way that he would have wanted Hunter Biden to talk to his dad and say fire Shokin if he knew there were reporters sniffing around. That wouldn't have happened, and Hunter wouldn't have called his dad, right? But I'm saying, but we do know that he asked Hunter Biden to call his dad to deal with the pressure. And we know that Hunter called. So all of that's non-unique that you're saying that, they wouldn't do that if they knew press was snooping around. But they did. We know they did. So your argument that they wouldn't have taken this step, I guess what you're saying is it was okay for Zlochevsky to say that, and then it was okay for Hunter to call his dad based on saying that, but he probably just said, "How was your dinner?"
Wait, I don't think that it's listen. I don't think that it's okay that Hunter Biden be engaged in this process. I don't like it, and I have a new research project coming up about Ivanka and Jared Kushner.
Oh, you'll care about that. You'll care about that. Yes, I can't wait. I can't wait for that. Yep.
Because I can't wait. I can't wait to hear responses on that and talk about double standards and that. Yep. But I don't know shit about it. But just to be clear, I do not agree with what Hunter Biden is doing. I don't think that it's smart. I don't think that I think it does create a conflict of interest, and so I don't think it's, quote, okay, which is what you just said. If you're asking me, like, is it plausible that Joe Biden did something non-corrupt given that call happened, I think the answer is yes. I don't know what you mean by okay.
I meant that you're saying that it wouldn't have been something that would have been something that you wouldn't do because there's increased pressure because of intrepid reporters running around.
So let's talk about that. Let's talk about it. So like,
I don't want to talk about that. So, it's an irrelevant point. I don't want to. It is absolutely relevant. You said you have to leave in 5 minutes. It's an irrelevant point. Like, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. I can make the case better than you. Right? This is what you're going to say. Okay, maybe it would have been the same. Go ahead. Let's watch you spin your wheels. Okay. No, notice when he says this, I'll say what he's going to say in 15 seconds that he's supposed to say in 4 minutes. Go ahead. Now.
Okay. This is my final statement. You have the last word. My final statement is this: even if I accept that he was calling Joe Biden either to remind him that, hey, buddy, tell your dad you promised to pressure Poroshenko. And he's like, yeah, dude, I know. We have all these fucking calls about it. And we have this little fucking... That's our whole fucking thing is about this. Or he was doing it to specifically give us a little recommendation. Hey, why don't you absolutely 100% condition it on Shokin's firing instead of just generically pressuring to have him fired? Even if I accept those worlds, which I don't, I think it's ridiculous. But even if I do, the Blue Star Strategies engagement just makes no sense. You're going through official State Department channels now, and you're spending like hundreds of thousands of dollars on a white shoe consultancy firm to like talk to like regular State Department, I don't know, bureaucrats. Why? If you have access to the vice president and you're just able to call him to give him recommendations on like this shit, why are you going through the effort and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to like talk to regular people who like don't like you and going to like 10 or so meetings to do that? That to me just makes no sense. And then like the February stuff that you're talking about, the raid, the timeline just collapses in on itself, and we can get more into the details at a later date. But yeah, I really enjoyed the call today, Rob.
All right, it does totally make sense. The reason is because you would be approaching it from as many venues as possible. For example, you've had Hunter Biden on the board for a while. You thought that he would take care of this problem probably even before November. It hasn't happened. It has persisted. The investigation and the pressure is continuing to ramp up from Ukrainian government investigations. And so you're tapping Hunter Biden to go out and take care of this stuff. You're also tapping other organizations. Even once the quid pro quo is offered, you're going to tap places like Duke Blue Star because you end up hiring like former DOJ official John Beretta as your primary lawyer to these cases. And so you're going to be tapping all of those sources possible to try to have a smooth transition to ensure that the things go in the direction you want after the firing of Shokin anyways. And you're trying to get good relationships with the United States and people outside of Joe Biden and try to get it in more of official channels to say, no, actually Burisma was cool. Remember, Devin Archer admits that his job wasn't even necessarily to be sort of a lobbyist. His job was to go out and try to seek investments from people around the world. And what they constantly wanted was good engagements with official agencies in places like the United States, because that would allow them to operate within the United States and to continue to get more business. So there's two separate things going on. They want this investigation into them dealt with, but they also want their image cleared up. So they're doing both of those things simultaneously. It would entirely make sense that you're approaching this from official like white collar firms while at the same time tapping Hunter Biden to personally deal with his dad.
All right, man. Hey, listen. Been grand. I think, but I said I wouldn't say anything else, but one last thing. I think the better explanation is he was trying through Joe Biden and it wasn't working. That's why he was going through these other methods. That's my explanation for that. But yeah, much love to you, Rob. Great stream.
Yep.
And I saw some of your debate. And I always enjoy it.
It was fun. I actually think you would like that one. It wasn't like a lot of screaming or anything. It was more policy oriented. So
I only tuned in when you were talking about like CHIPS Act, and it was like the most in the weeds part of it to go in.
It was
fun.
definitely. Yeah, but all right, man. You continue to have fun on your vacation. Take it easy.
Yeah, you too. Have a good one.
Like, I will say I'm impressed I got out before 3 a.m. this time dealing with Pisco. But no, again. It makes no sense. The part that we were talking about, which we got in the weeds, as we always do there, was the argument was that there was interagency acceptance to fire Shokin, possibly going from April, at least discussions of it, and therefore the change in late November isn't something that was unique to Biden and his little team. It's just not true. Now, maybe we'll find evidence later that there was some change in the official task force. That could be. That's not dispositive that Hunter Biden wasn't engaged in corruption and his father wasn't helping out. Remember, my argument from the get-go is there should have been an investigation. The relevant people like Shokin should have been investigated. I'm not so much concerned about Hunter and Joe Biden. Why didn't the FBI investigate, and why wasn't there an independent investigation into these things? That's the problem, which we've talked about before. And even if people decided in November outside of Biden's team, yeah, we want Shokin gone, that doesn't mean that it couldn't be an act of corruption for Shokin to force the firing of a prosecutor that was leading into the investigation of his son's company. We also need more information about how much of a role and acceptance the Biden team had on the successor, Lutsenko, because we know Lutsenko was someone who was known to be corrupt from beforehand, and that reporting in the New York Times suggests was someone that Burisma wanted, that they thought that they could work with. But what we saw today was the interagency task force seemed to be suggesting in October they still weren't calling for the firing of Shokin. So something changed. A November 5th call happens from Biden where he doesn't recommend the firing of Shokin to Poroshenko, and then on November 22nd they suddenly are. And none of the interagency communications specifically mentioned Shokin. None of the conversations, the Ambassador Pyatt speech, the Victoria Nuland June letter, none of them specifically mentioned Shokin being attached to corruption. No one internationally in the IMF, the EU, or anything is recommending the firing of Shokin. But somehow it changes in late November. And what we're told is that's what everyone wanted. But no one could provide any evidence other than just saying, no, trust us, we were talking about it behind the scenes. But no emails provided, nothing. And again, the question that Pisco can't get over, if they were so concerned about corruption, why were all of these groups cool for 3 years under Lutsenko to not say a word, as he buried the investigation into Burisma, the case that they talked about most, and a bunch of others? would I be willing to debunk the EU IMF stuff? Well, I don't know what there is to debunk. As far as I know, the IMF's the ones that are sending out these loans and the United States is guaranteeing them. It makes sense for the IMF to be like, look, if there's accusations of corruptions, we question whether or not we want to send this loan money, because if it's a corrupt country, we'll never get the loan repaid. That's why they're demanding the United States back. The EU would be more of the same. The EU's involved because the IMF's involved. So they're just like, we think there's corruption in Ukraine. They're right. They're absolutely right. But none of them publicly called for the firing of Shokin. I haven't seen any evidence. None. The best Pisco was able to come up with was a Financial Times report that an unnamed official said he was talking to unnamed officials in the EU in April of 2015, suggesting firing Shokin, or kicking around the idea of firing Shokin. A month and a half into his tenure? It makes no sense. Surely there's communications, emails, etc. between, if all these groups were saying, yes, fire Shokin in April, May, June, July, August, September, why hasn't any emails been provided? Any call readouts? None. Now, it could be that there were an individual or two that was like, I don't like Shokin. I doubt in April. That seems nonsensical. But we haven't seen any evidence of it. And the question is, why wasn't the FBI investigating? And why did they all of a sudden go silent when Litsenko comes in and buries the investigation into Burisma? Anyways, if you like this topic, tune in tomorrow night. I'll be debating someone named RTP, Ride the Pine, RPT Talk. He's a TikToker. I saw today he was streaming. He had about 800 people watching him live. So the topic's going to be corruption and things like that. Apparently he asked if it would be okay if he compares it to Trump-level corruption. Okay by me. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Unfortunately, I got stuck at work. I was supposed to be at my home office, but I got stuck at work, so here I am. That's going to be Aftershock. Are you still here, man? What time's that debate supposed to be? 8 or 9? Let me see what... I don't know. Let me see if I can find the message. Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern. So, 9 p.m. I might be on an hour early streaming, so... 9 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow, I'll be debating TikTok streamer. Please, if you want to help me out, a couple things you could do. Follow me on all my platforms, especially TikTok. I know you people hate it, but that's what I'm pushing. Go ahead, Ninja, with your quick question. That's what I'm pushing, because once I get 1,000 followers on TikTok, then I can do live streams there and probably have hundreds of people watching me, because I think I'm better than the TikTok debate streamers. And, second, you could obviously send me money. I'll take your money. I did buy some new equipment. I got a new microphone for my phone so I don't sound lispy when I do Twitter Spaces and things like that. Third thing you could do is clip some of my debates and put it on Twitter. Clip some of my videos and put it on Twitter. Link to your friends and stuff. Thank you, McBacon Love. I really appreciate it. I really do. Ninja, you had a question? I'm going to get going, so we'll find someone to raid while you're typing out your question. And keep checking out the YouTube and TikTok. I'm going to be putting shorts up there that Ogre's helping with. So thank you so much for Ogre. Thank you, Aftershock. Thank you, everyone. McBacon Love, Surian, all of you that help support me. I really appreciate it. I really do. BX Bullet. No comment, Ninja Gundam. The less you talk about shit like that, the better, so. So, we'll raid BX. Haven't heard from her in a while. Hope everything's going well for her. Look, also give a shout out. Regardless of what you think, I enjoyed Pisco's contributions. enjoyed talking with Wick and Ruminate and Portland. So thank you so much, everyone. I hope you appreciate this Rate of BX Bullet. You'll see me tomorrow between 8 and 9 p.m. We'll have a fun debate. As always, have a good one.
Specific way that you broke it. It says that in the agreement that I fucking signed with Twitter. So really, they broke their contract with me by refusing to tell me